Razer Black Shark V3 Pro is a real difference maker. Its wireless connection is so fast, there is zero delay to how I play. With the best mic in the business, my shot calls are always on point. To top it all off, active noise cancellation, so that I can focus on what matters most, winning.
In the city of stars, only one team will shine the brightest. Los Angeles, viewers around the world, welcome to the Marvel Rivals Ignite Mid-Season Finals 2026. How are we feeling today, everybody? Let's go. I'm your host, Cozy, and today, heroes will rise, rivals will fall, and our championship story begins. Let's get this thing started. It's time, Los Angeles, California. Where stars are born and the impossible becomes possible.
Going, but Crook is closing it on an ultimate limit, but still they believe it's winnable. Navi saying we don't need it.
Because of their failure to finish the attack, it's not going to matter.
Then we will beat you again.
The Citadel.
Dynamics moves. I don't think it's going to be enough to not execution.
10 teams, 4 regions. The wait is over. The world is watching. This is Ignite. Yo, how hype was that, y'all? Listen, this right here you're looking at is the path to glory. We have 6 teams that have already made their way into this Infinity War, but what is a final battle without finding your final challengers? Which takes us to today, the play-in stage. This is where the stakes are the absolute highest. We have 4 teams stepping in, and well, for 2 of them, we'll get into that spotlight, but for the other 2, I think Cloak, he says it best, right? Lights out, it's done. Big stakes today, cannot wait, and if that wasn't enough, well, there's this right here. $500,000 prize pool, ladies and gentlemen. That's enough to even get Tony Stark's attention. Maybe. He's a billionaire. Well, you know, maybe a little less. Either way, I'm absolutely pumped for these players. And, well, listen, this is our schedule and how we're going to get here today. Now, we've got 4 teams clashing it out. The top 2 teams on the day. We know exactly how it will unfold. The rest will remain. But let's go ahead and open this thing up for a banger. We have the mid-season finals and the hometown crowd. Let's make some noise, everybody, for 100 Thieves from the City of Angels in the America region. On the front line, Vinny, TTK, bringing in that firepower. Your duelist, Self, Delena, and the straps in the back. We got Millennia and Winnie. This is 100 Thieves. Let's make some noise. Delena from Guangzhou to Atlanta. Now we're here, hometown, Los Angeles. How are we feeling? How's the confidence level in this play-in stage?
Yeah, we batted 2-0.
I can feel the confidence here. Do you want to say anything to the other side before we introduce them?
Good luck, I guess.
Good luck, I guess. This was brought to you by Disney, right? Yeah, absolutely. I love the good sportsmanship. Well, on the other side, let's meet your opponent. Standing in their way. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it together for, from the Pacific Asia region, Team Reject. Where victory never settles. Reject leading the charge. Gargoyle and Piggy as your vanguards. The damage dealers, Brown, Yakin, and ready to put on a show. It's Lastro and Sung Hoon. This is Reject. Best of luck, gentlemen. Best of luck as we find our contestants, our 2 teams, to kick off this mid-season finals. We've got a good one. Are y'all excited? We got 4 days of chaos going. I'll be here on stage all week. And to bring in this heat, the first game of today, we've got 2 casters. I know them, you love them. What's up, Dogman and I Run Ship? How you feeling today?
Feeling good, baby. Good to see you, and you are looking good. Welcome, everyone, to the Marvel Rivals Ignite mid-season finals. I'm one of your co-casters. I run Chip here with my co-caster, Dogman. How you doing today, brother?
Doing great, Chipskis. Good to be back live in person, and the whole tournament is going to be so much fun.
Yes.
So I'm pumped to see our desk. I'm pumped to see Cozy on stage with our players, 100 Thieves and Rejects, the stars of the show. And you guys, thank you so much for tuning in.
Oh, I'm just so stoked to be here. We have so much to dive into, but before we dive into that, how about we throw it over to our desk? Take it away, Tetcher.
Thank you very much, Shib and Dogman. I am your desk host and a little bit of stage host later on, Tetcher, and we're going to be breaking down the plays for you and setting you up for these incredible series. I am joined on my left from the EMEA region as well, the wonderful Vodable. We've got 3 teams here this time, Vodable.
Yes, we have tons of competition. Rad coming through the play-in stage specifically, and now we have Na'Vi at the top of the world. VP have to take a back seat. We'll see if that's going to be the case, though, for the rest of this event.
And from the Americas region, I am also joined by Gaskin. Americas have always had 3 teams here, but it's a little bit more chaotic this time. There's a lot of expectations, especially in that main bracket stage with TLC.
Yeah, don't be fooled by my accent. I'm sure everyone's expecting me to be American here, but it was a very interesting time over in the Americas. Very competitive. It was amazing to watch. We didn't really know who was going to end up here. Was it going to be 100 Thieves? Would we see the likes of Sentinels? But in the end, we had our 3 teams. I'm very excited to see how they do at this tournament.
And this is a big tournament. We're breaking it down with new team-ups. Some of the teams here have not played on LAN before, so there's a lot of excitement going on there. And of course, we have the Ignite draft system that some of you may not have seen before, but it's a little different to your ranked and your MRC games. The most important thing to note is that when you ban something, it is banned just for your opponents. It is not the universal ban system that you see in MRC. And if you protect something, it is only protected for you, not for your opponents, which can lead to some incredibly versatile ban setups, Gaskin.
It can, and you have to be above gold to get that. So don't worry, Vodable. We'll talk you through it when we get there. But no, it makes things very important because you have to try and work out what your opponent's going to be playing, what are their kind of priority picks as well. Can you ban out a player? Can you target someone as well, something that's more comfortable for them? And I do think the bans will change a lot over this weekend as teams learn what others are going to be playing.
But let's talk about what we're here for today. We've already seen the bracket there from Cozy. These teams, there are 4 teams. This is the 3rd place from EMEA and from the Americas, the 2nd place from Pacific, and the 2nd place from China. These teams have so much stress to go for, and we're of course starting off with 100 Thieves versus Rejects. And Gaskin, as we can just see on the screen right here, as usual, we always start on domination in best of 3s and best of 5s, and we're starting off on Krakoa. Both these teams obviously have a big history here, but what can you break down for me?
100 Thieves really struggled in domination in general in the Americas region, but in particular on Krakoa, they were 1-4, including preseason. So this is arguably one of their worst domination maps that we could have gone to. Comparatively to Reject, they're 4-1, one of their better maps, but domination in general for Reject was incredible so far this season.
The only time that we have seen the loss from Reject on this map as well was against Gen G during the Pacific playoffs, which makes sense, right? That's the best team in the region. They're pretty dominant from what we've seen, even going so far in the grand finals last year, and now with the org underneath them, I think it's going to really raise their sales as a team. But for Reject here, it's a combination of Crazy Raccoon and the Reject roster we saw last time. So this is like the super team from Asia.
There is something important to bring up here of the fact that now that we've had this region combination of Asia and OCE into the Pacific region, there is now no set Asian team outside of the Chinese teams in that main bracket. So Reject have the expectations of a whole region on their back, VOD.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see exactly how they adapt to that pressure that's on them, right? Before they played against the 100 Thieves in those grand finals, got 3-0'd by them, and actually played on Krakoa for their first map in that series. Unfortunately, it was a 2-0, so hopefully this go around with a bit of a different roster, it changes in their favor.
Whereas on the other side, Gaskin, 100 Thieves. This is a team with so much LAN pedigree. Mid-season finals, this time last year, 3rd place. Global finals, the grand finals of all of Ignite 2025, 4th place. This stage, they're in the play-in stage. What's going on with them, Gas?
I didn't even know if they were going to get here, if I am completely honest, with how competitive the Americas region was, but 100 Thieves, they were able to dig deep. They showed a great amount of structure when they were actually getting into those later games. And I think the experience of 100 Thieves is what's going to shine through here. And what really brought them to this point Now they've got to show what they can do here on the main stage once more. They do have far more experience for me than Reject. I expect them to progress through these play-ins. Whether it will be through the winner's side is a different matter, because I do think in terms of map starts here, Krakoa definitely is an advantage to Reject, and then we go on to the other map that will be picked by 100 Thieves. Where do they go? If they end up going to Museum of Contemplation, for example, it's another brilliant map for Reject. So I'm a little bit worried for the American boys, but as I said, experience is everything here, so we'll have to see how this first game goes.
Reject are on a bit of a recovery. They actually had a bit of a rougher preseason where they did not place that highly, but in their groups and stage and actual playoffs of Stage 1, they were pretty solid. They were able to take that whole series, and the only series they've really lost so far is against Gen G in those playoffs.
Yeah, Gen G seemed to be a different beast against them, but in terms of their own region, they definitely locked in from the preseason into Stage 1. They seem to be unbeatable at that point too. I think a lot of that has to do with Pirates. That was the biggest weakness for them, and the strongest team that actually took them down in that preseason group stage was no longer an issue. Illicit actually got poached to OUG that we see later on in that main stage. So yeah, but talking about 100 Thieves here, I think there's a lot of pressure on them, right? They're in their kind of home ground territory. There's a lot of fans probably in the crowd rooting for them, so all eyes on them, and hopefully they can perform big for this matchup.
But speaking about performing big, there is something big we need to address here. We are on the Season 9 patch. We're a couple hot fixes into it. Very important to note, new team-ups are available for this tournament. So all that chaos you've been seeing in your ranked games, we've got a whole list just for every detail we could possibly want. Everything is prepared. We have been trying to Fairycraft and watching some of the other tournaments that have happened between the end of Stage 1 and this mid-season finals. We've been trying to work out what's good. Vodable, team-ups.
Yes.
What's happening?
So I don't want to give it all away because there's a lot of very interesting stuff that these
Give it all away.
I can give some of it away.
Strats.
Magneto specifically, I think is one that we've seen throughout all the other tournaments, the promo relegation that we saw recently as well with the Chaos Greatsword from the Scarlet Witch team up. That's going to be very prominent. We might even see it go halfway for first protects for a lot of these teams because one-sided Magneto is so overpowered in this meta. I can't explain that enough.
There's so much potential behind that as well. We've also been seeing a lot of teams really trying to figure out where the duelists lie. We've seen, you already mentioned, there's the Scarlet Witch team up with Magneto, but we see some returns of some other incredibly powerful team ups, Gaskin, like for example, the Psylocke team up with Magneto. That's been a huge one that used to one-shot during, mid-season finals last year. What's been standing out to you as a really breakout team up?
I think the fact that team ups have been able to change the dynamic for so many heroes as well. I mean, both casually and competitively. People who have maybe wanted to play certain heroes in the bigger games couldn't play them because they just weren't quite good enough, or you required another hero to be on your team. Now with the team-ups, you still can play those heroes in a way that you want to play them as well, with how the team-ups work. And then you can enhance them if someone is on your team as well. And that, for me, has been the beauty of Season 9. The beauty of these team-up changes is just making some heroes that were a little bit out of the meta, suddenly they find their way back in.
I think a big thing to note here, too, I'm sure a lot of people that are playing Ranked are really happy that Mantis can actually be played in 2-2-2 now, basically 2 Vanguards, 2 Duelists, and 2 Strategists, for those who aren't familiar with the terminology. But they have a Star-Lord team-up that basically makes them a raid boss in terms of heals for their team, and they cannot go down. And the way that they're able to sustain so much more than they have before, plus the damage boost and the movement boost, Mantis is a whole nother beast, and that's probably why we're not going to see it too much this weekend.
I do think that Gambit as well with the Magneto team up.
Oh my gosh,
I mean, if Gambit makes it through the lock and ban phase, and I say that's an if because he likely is going to be one of the preferred bans as well, because Gambit has just been unbelievable, whether it's from the Ultimate or now to the team-up changes, getting the essential card bubble that we know and love, that we've seen how powerful that can be as an AoE damaging and healing ability, just makes Gambit even better than he already was. So I'm expecting Gambit to possibly be banned every single time.
The teams have had a lot of time to really break this down with a lot of these new team-ups. Of course, when the team-ups first came out, a lot of people were looking at the hero in front of Gaskin Thor and were wondering if with that Hela team-up, they were going to be a devastating, basically uneliminatable force. But it's going to be, in this case, as Vodable's mentioned, Magneto has really jumped up. Strange is always viable as long as you have Portal. In terms of the heroes that are in front of us, most of them are still playing.
So I will say for Doctor Strange, just do not run the Gamma team up, please. Make sure you can set your preferred team up when you actually load into the game. So when you're portaling, make sure you have the Invisible Woman team up, please, if you are on my team, because you can actually stay alive a little bit better. You can pull people back into you. So we'll see as we get to the ban draft.
We are heading on in, and so far, pretty expected. We're starting off with the Mantis bans on both sides. You already mentioned how she's just really jumped up in priority. She can even fit into doubles. And a Magneto ban. We were talking about it being protected, but it's taken away by Thieves as both teams secure one-sided Gambit.
Yeah, Reject opts to go for the lock onto the Gambit. I said maybe Gambit doesn't get through, but of course, if you use your lock that way, as we will see Magneto banned on both sides. So opting to keep the Gambit instead. I mean, Vodable, you were talking about a lot of these teams were protecting Magneto instead, but to be honest, with how powerful Gambit has been and how important Gambit is to some of these teams in the back lines, it does make sense on both sides.
I think the big thing here too is like you want to make sure if one team's going to be playing Gambit, it's not one-sided, right?
Yes.
That's the big thing for a lot of these teams. You do not want to have to face off against that, and the Loki will always be a follow-up ban because of how strong double Gambit ultimate is.
But Reject got the protect, right?
Yeah, there's a secure for Reject on the Loki, so they have the option of that double Raging Royal flush with the Loki clone. Of course, Loki with a new team up of their own in particular. They've still got the team up with the group, but they also have the team up now with Hela, where they can quickly transform into their teammates without ultimates, which can be huge if one of your strategists goes down to just copy them if they have a better healing over time than you.
I will say I love the Elsa protect on the side of 100 Thieves, though. I mean, we know how influential Elsa can be to any team, especially some of the best duelists in the game, and we know 100 Thieves are very capable of piloting Elsa to the best standard.
So I'm not too surprised that we're seeing this thing ban. We saw so much effectiveness from TTK specifically using that against YWL. Teams who like to play dive do not want to play against the thing, especially in this meta. One of the few heroes that can actually withstand the push-off effect from the displacement from the Gambit Magneto team up.
There's going to be a thing secure in that last spot. While it has disappeared from your screens, it is still visible on the backboard there. The thing is protected right at the end there. That could be very important. We've been talking a little bit about how important the thing can be, just due to the fact that, one, it's a little bit of anti-dive, two, the damage output is really strong, and he's pretty hard to take down these days. The thing, Benjamin Grimm, has jumped up in priority. I'm just going to ask you both, before we send it over to the casters, looking at those drafts, starting with VOD, one-word answer, who you got?
I think I'm going to go with Reject on this one, specifically having the one-sided thing, the one-sided Gambit, or not one-sided, but having Gambit available with thing. This is going to be an interesting team, especially if they run the Penny Parker Ultron that a lot of teams have been running.
Gaskin, can you successfully one-word answer it?
100.
100 Thieves will do. We're going to send it over to your casters, iRunShip and Dogman, for game number 1 in our playing stage.
Welcome back, everyone, as we dive into the first match here between 100 Thieves and Reject. As you just heard, 100 Thieves 3-0'd them in the past, but this is a different team now, bringing in 2 new players.
Yeah, I mean, this is a completely new squad, like you mentioned, Shib, and 100 Thieves. They've been around the block, and they've been able to make top 4 in every tournament so far. But obviously, in due time, you know, we were talking behind the scenes a little bit with Ryan and some of the Intecher. You know, they've been slowly getting worse, basically, over the course of the past year. But 100 Thieves is still a top team in LAN, and Reject are trying to make a name for themselves for the first time today as we enter Krakoa. And we start off our $500,000 tournament. The play-in stage is now.
I'm so amped right now as we begin. 100 Thieves, pretty traditional comps across the board. You may be thinking group might be tough when you do have Gambit through, but just farming those heals is going to give Gambit out very quickly. TTK dancing in the sky here with Angela taking and owning that space, ready to engage on the backline.
Yeah, we kind of thought that TTK would play more Angela due to the fact that, you know, controller players do better on this hero, and also Luna Snow, so they're kind of on that comfort duo, that tandem, but Invisible Woman on the other side for Sung Hoon alongside Lastro. Curious how that goes with Bulls alongside the backline sort of peel.
Vinny now going to bubble up early, goes down to 11 HP, still stays healthy for the moment, but it's a tough position and is going to fall. Yaki going to take a 2-piece down. Delena trades one with Brownie. That's a big pick on a duelist, but still numbers up heavy for Reject as they take this point.
Yeah, starting off with that triple Vanguard line is something that I think you talked about, Shib, before. You know, that is so strong. Millennium did find that counter onto Yaki as he pushed a little bit too far. TTK trying to come back into it slowly, but there's too much tankiness, too much HP on the side of Reject as they kind of peel off all of that damage output. Alongside playing around that solo duelist in Brownie is kind of nice as they start off the fight with Gargoyle's ultimate.
Yeah, it's interesting to see Piggy here using the Luna team up instead of the Mantis, which gives you some of that overhealth trading. But yeah, the triple Vanguard line with that Vanpool is a huge problem as the fight begins. Brownie trying to pepper some damage in 60% to that ultimate. Delena going to be the closest, though. We might see some snipes coming in here in a moment. That Red Room rifle, but no one falls just yet.
It's to get taking a lot of damage, trying to fly around the back. Same time as Reject builds that ultimate. Lastro trying to dodge and duck around the corner to not go down, but Delena cross map takes down Sung Hoon, losing that backline peel after some of these cooldowns are gone. Lastro might be in a tough spot, but he pops the ultimate.
Region Royal Flush rushing in, but who's going to be the first to go down? Combined here with the Enzar, and that's not going to be getting much value as they retake point. It looks like, oh, there's TTK finding Lastro. First trade comes in now. A lot of commitment from Reject with not a lot of value. It looks like 100 Thieves will be able to get this point back in just a moment.
Yeah, Self going over to the Black Cat looking for the backline, finds two, but I mean, I like how 100 Thieves played it. They played it slow, they waited out the ultimates. Both Gambits just decided to play it, even because Millennia and 100 Thieves had the backline still alive. Losing Sung Hoon was huge in the previous fight, resulting in Reject losing. Upcoming fight, though, Reject and the retake have to find something with Brownie, maybe also bait out Millennia's ult. If they can do something with those two, it'd be nice, but Millennia's on the flank.
I don't always love Psionic Seduction coming in at the same time to Region Royal Flush. It can be powerful, but a lot of time you want to answer with that and force something out. So a lot of commitment there from Reject, but position being held high. Millennia does have that dance floor available. You can see Vinny now with a Strangling Prison. There is going to be a match back and forth. Invisible Boundary in the dance floor, and that's a huge Strangling Prison. Can they clean up anything? It looks like they will not be able to do so, and Brownie is actually able to find the first pick for Reject.
It was Brownie with the Glortrox coming through at the back end. I mean, that could be huge in the long term of it, the whole fight. The Loki team up coming through on the back, throwing it and distracting Brownie for a moment, resulting in Self with the ult to find Brownie, and one more.
Wow, what a turn back here, given that space and then retaking it instantly. Disgusting play here from the Thieves, who are down heavily in percentage, though. 81 here for Reject, who just want to build ults and have an ult fight to take it, as you see the Thieves clean up the rest.
Yeah, I mean, the Black Cat enhancement and also the team up was massive in giving her enough damage to come back into the meta and be relevant. And regardless, 100 Thieves still in control of the point. Reject did build up 81% on that first engage. Upcoming fight, Reject do have some ults to deal with the dive yet again, but 100 Thieves surely know that Yaki is the only one sitting with that ultimate. 100 Thieves also have Delena, who could go off with the new one-shot rework that happened to Black Widow.
Yeah, we can see the setup here, and that could be huge. Heaven's Ascent on that back line. TTK finds Brownie. Another pick starting up here, make it two as Self drops Sung Hoon. It's going to be two numbers up. They're going to walk them down slowly, trying to get a bit of a stagger as they try to take that portal out.
Brownie's going to swap, by the way. He's going over to the Black Widow. Gargoyle finds that Delena pick, but Millennia does trade it back. Vinny trying to go back through the portal.
Oh, no.
And, oh, no. Oh, my goodness. He could not go through the portal.
I think the grounding made it so it should be a portal right there. That was disgusting and huge brain play from the side of Reject, and Yaki, who gets at his last stroke, goes in with a Raging Royal Flush, trying to clean up the rest, get this point back 98%. For the side of 100 Thieves, 99 now as Reject retakes. It looks like this fight is in their favor for the moment, but the portal comes in.
Oh, and Brownie going down again at TTK. TTK's been massive in these fights on Angela, and Self combines again with another.
Yeah, it's really clean play. Self just popping off here on Black Cat. Vinny owning this space is going to find Yaki, and that should be enough here, as I don't think a portal can come in time. And that's going to be map 1, 100 Thieves.
Wow. Incredible round of 100 Thieves. I mean, TTK was insane on Angela. You can look at the stat line below, 11, 0, and 1. That was absolute perfection out of the Angela player. I mean, there's so many heroes that are good right now. I think that was the common discussion we had about this tournament, is that there's so many top-tier heroes. You forget that Angela's also one of them.
Yeah,
I mean, that team up with Loki is disgusting. Just sending out a fake clone can confuse people. You have to still KO it sometimes, and you saw they couldn't deal with it. The backline specifically, Sung Hoon not doing a good job living in that fight. Invisible Woman in that case going 1 and 4, sadly. But that's just because of the pressure that was provided by Self, too, and TTK.
Yeah, I mean, when you don't have that Luna, too, you don't have the cleanse option. Obviously, Gambit, you have that cleanse available, but it's a tough decision. Do you go after the Strangling Prison or the Heavens Ascend? And if they're both coming at you at the same time, next thing you know, your whole team's locked up, and you're going to find those finals. Delena with 4, but you look over, Self has 8. And Black Cat, you talked about the team-ups coming in, but I also think they're just getting better with the hero, no?
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. I think
super complex.
It's super complex. I mean, everybody talks about how hard Black Cat can be to play, but Self obviously has been training on it. He's been practicing it, and a lot of pros are worried this character might be dead in the water. However, that is not the case for sure, due to the fact that they're just setting an insane pace of play on Reject right now, who have not been able to keep Sung Hoon in this backline alive. They go to the Devil Dino, though, and you've talked about that previously against Dive.
Yeah, I think Dino's great in the more melee comps, and you're really only going to have threat from Delena, so not a bad decision here across the board. We'll see how that looks, but as they start up here, Yaki making the switch as well, going to that Daredevil. Here goes that commitment. Bubble goes out quickly from Vinny, like they did not use that heal wall. Aging up what I would expect to see on this map is Delena finds Piggy. Yaki trades it back onto Self.
I think both the Vanguards are playing really good right now. Vinny, using that team up perfectly. Well, until the Jinx comes out as Yaki removes TTK on that backline, going a bit too aggressive, pulled in, I imagine, by Sung Hoon and Reject's backline.
100 Thieves, 9% in climbing, but Reject, actually, they're doing a great job stalling on this point here, as now they're going to bring out the dance floor from Millennia. Hoping the team comes back. Delena with a huge shot onto the backline of Sung Hoon. One of those picks that is necessary when he cleans up Yaki, and well done by Thieves to play that through, even being down numbers.
Yeah, this has been clean out of them. Brownie's been getting shut down. I mean, it's been tough for him on the other side. Maybe upcoming fight, you can find back Lartrox once more. But again, it's Sunghoon that's dealing with so much pressure from Cell, from TTK, and they've tried to switch to a comp that can help peel. Maybe with ultimates they could do something moving forward, but these last fights have been brutal. They did force out Millennia's ultimate the previous fight, so they at least can get that even 1-for-1, maybe Gambit ult, or rather a free Gambit ult later after Sunghoon matches Winnie on the other side.
Fight will begin. Keep an eye open for some big ultimates. Delena going to start off now with the snipe. It gets matched back with the invisible boundary. Nobody has fallen just yet. Keep an eyes on Vinny with that strangling prison, which could be a problem here. Winnie going to engage with a Raging Royal Flush. Are they going to be able to find some off that? And there's the Rampage from Dino, but he goes down quickly and is going to fall. Yaki trades that with Delena, but still numbers heavily in favor of Thieves here.
I mean, this has been awful for Reject so far, and you know, I hate to say it, but it does feel like this Invisible Woman is getting farmed by the backline of Self and TTK on their dives, just so consistent. And that was a really very early ultimate by Sunghoon, forced because of Delena's ult. Now they have to TP back to point in a moment, or rather, I guess, upcoming fight as they have one more. But Vinny sitting with a free ultimate ship coming up, and TTK who's engaged with it first usually.
Yeah, this is that same conundrum we were talking about. What do you cleanse here? You will have ultimate on the side of Lastro to try to answer maybe both of them, which could be massive and a huge swing, but just based on the pacing of this right now, it looks like Thieves are dominating. Self gonna find Yaki. Lastro trying to hold on for the moment, 94% and climbing. Can the Thieves take this 100-0 as they keep this fight going?
And he's slowly taking it down. Lastro pops the ultimate too. They want to disengage it for 100 Thieves. They have so much space. Again, a very early ultimate from Reject is just walked backwards for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and the reset here, nobody goes down, so great job just hiding away from that. Piggy able to find Vinny, though, who again has that ultimate available. Nice find for the side of Reject who want to take this point. Brownie with a second pick. This could be enough here to get some percentage on the board. They're still holding on, but ult advantage heavily in favor of the Thieves.
Yeah, nice little flank by Brownie there. I mean, it kind of saved them as well with that opening pick, regardless for 100 Thieves. They have built up 99%, but they did also force out Lastro's ultimate. Brownie, though, could be the difference maker. You know, able to deal with Delena on the backside. Has been finally kind of showing up towards the very end of this round, but that's when we talk about domination. It could be, you know, very, very quick for some of these teams as Yaki has to force out maybe one of these Stratus ultimates early for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and you see the Widow match back and forth, just incredibly strong after those changes, especially at this level of play. You can see the HP bars just getting deleted. Vinny gonna try to wall off frontline here on a Piggy. There's the focus now. Piggy's able to escape using a diamond form, and that's a huge ult on the back line. Can they clean that up? Self's gonna find two out of Brownie and Sunghoon. The retake might come in here in just a moment. TTK committing with the Heaven's Descent, and all of them fall. This should be it. Overtime ticks down, and the Thieves are likely gonna close this out. They do.
100 Thieves with nearly 100-0 both times. Excellent control on Krakoa. We'll see how it is moving forward. We talked about maybe teams, you know, teams being expecting 100 Thieves to not be so good on domination.
Yeah.
Today they proved that was not the case. I mean, they absolutely looked alive. The Vanguards were popping off. Delena was having a great game, and Self, too, was the star player that we always recognize him as.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to talk about there. Like you said, the Thieves been struggling with domination. I think they actually haven't won Krakoa in something like 100+ days, just according to what the analyst desk was telling us. So that is a tough look, but stepping up here, 15 finals, I believe, there from the Black Cat on Self. That is a problem.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it works a little bit better with the Angela as well, considering that, you know, we could see him in the sky. A lot of the times it does feel like TTK was so impactful at just living. Towards the end, I mean, there was both double hit scans looking towards him, a lot of the times of Brownie and Yaki, but they were inevitably shut down by TTK regardless, and Vinny as well. I mean, people will talk about him, you know, having to improve, and there's this whole narrative about him not playing ranked and stuff, but he's definitely put in the work, it looks like, recently. I think that was a great job out of him in their Vanguard line. Very impressed by those two.
Yeah, absolutely. I think their composition just made more sense to me. I like the Luna in the back line, enabling Cat. I think Luna has a huge place in the meta, great ban out there. I mean, you saw them trying to match back Reject side, trying to run that triple Vanguard front line, which I don't dislike at all.
Yeah.
Just struggled into that composition. The back line was just so vulnerable. There was really no one there to peel from that Cat, which is so hard to peel.
So what do you think about the Invisible Woman stuff, too? Because that was a bit brutal. It was a bit hard for Sunghoon to stay alive there. I mean, what was the overarching reason behind that as we take a look back at the replays? Do you think that Invisible Woman maybe was slightly part of the problem?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something to keep an eye on. I think they're just identifying targets, and it's very difficult to peel the Cat, right? Like, you have Angela consistently in the sky, you pull eyes upward, and Cat does the same thing behind you, right? You're just looking in two different directions. You don't know where to look in terms of heals, self-peel. You're popping your shield left and right, and next thing you know, your HP bar is just deleted. So, I mean, I just think Thieves as a whole, their composition was just too much to handle.
I'm with you on that. They played a slow comp for Reject against a team that's fine with that, with the Luna and the Gambit, you know, kind of maybe being vulnerabilities in that department. But it's, as you said, I mean, the Angela, constant pressure, I guess, compared to Venom, who, you know, has to leave every now and again. It feels like the Angela was always in the fight. TDK, like you said, was just annoying. It was like in the side of your vision, you had a fly constantly flying around you, you know?
Yeah. And it's tricky because I didn't see a lot of cleanses come into fruition there. There wasn't a lot of big cleanse plays, and that's tough, right? It's tough to have good card management, especially at this level of play. And yeah, I didn't see a single ultimate being taken away.
No, I mean, that was clean work out of the side of 100 Thieves. It is a best out of 3, so that puts them on map point already, Shib. To make it to the next round, put them one step closer to getting to the playoffs, which at this rate, Reject gonna have to pick a good map because 100 Thieves, you talked about it, that's not even their best map type in the past year.
Yeah, they're definitely looking good so far. And again, folks, this is the play-in stage. As you had just discussed, if you're just tuning in, these folks are trying to move forward into this tournament for tomorrow. So it's all about the top 2 teams coming out of this today.
Yeah, and I think that 100 Thieves at the moment, they've got the momentum now. That was 2 in a row.
Sure.
And in BO3s, it can be really hard to come back, especially in that ban phase. We talked about that. You can't really, it feels like a lot of adjustments are made on that sort of third map, especially as Convoy and Convergence, you know, are very kind of, I guess, similar depending on the map specifically.
Sure.
But the map that will be chosen, I believe, in a moment will be Museum of Contemplation, which is something that we've been seeing throughout the last year for Team Reject and other squads in general. Everybody loves Museum.
Oh, yeah. Museum is very front to back. It's very brawly. It's tight corridors. There's some off-angle play, but it's a lot of just send it at that line. And you got to love that cosplay. Shout out over there to the Cyclops masks on the screen right now.
You locked in.
What's going on, gentlemen? I love to see it. But yeah, I mean, Museum of Contemplation, again, very brawly. We'll be diving into the bans in just a moment.
Yeah, diving into that ban phase. Sadly, I don't think we'll see any Cyclops, so
maybe not. Yeah.
It's because those guys are reading too much. That's why I'm anti-book, is because it helps the hit scan ability as we enter the ban phase once more. So far, it's been Mantis double-sided again. This time, the Gambit gets removed for 100 Thieves as the Protect went onto Loki, out of all things, for Team Reject on Museum.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Loki shuts down, you know, with those crystals, and especially with the ability to now have damage boost on command with his new team-up system. Loki's a big problem. Using those crystals to just negate ultimates and then turn a fight around is game-winning.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. And, you know, on the other side, we have that Magneto. I mean, people talk about how strong that hero is as well. They go for the Invisible Woman ban on this map due to the fact that maybe they can't dive him as well regardless. I mean, it does feel like for 100 Thieves, actually, they went for the one-sided.
Front to back is why. She's great for the Pierce, right? The Pierce is strong, and this is like a good map for her for sure. But yeah, I thought they might go for the one-sided Magneto. We're going to be seeing a lot of that in this tournament, I believe, as Magneto is just a huge problem with that sword right now. Actually, both team-ups are good.
Yeah, both team-ups are really good, but 100 Thieves at the moment, you know, in this ban phase have changed a lot so far. The Thing ban coming through for Team Reject, Shib. What do you think about that one?
I like that. Yeah, I think Thing is also incredibly strong in this new patch. I think Thing is in a conversation for one of the best Vanguards. A lot of good PO opportunity, but also just brawling the front line, especially in this map where you're playing so front to back. It's been a huge problem, especially with that Torch team up.
Yeah, I actually have a few questions for you, I guess, when we enter the game. But Mag also going to get through on the other side. Didn't go for that ban on the Magneto for one-sided, just went for the Invis one-sided matchup towards the very end.
It looks like they're going to remove Rocket, and Reject really likes that Rocket, so that's more of a targeted play here, just understanding their competition. I don't think that's a bad call at all, but we will be jumping into Museum here in just a moment.
You head into Museum. 100 Thieves now on map point so far in the play-in stage. BO5 is going to be happening in the playoffs, so stay tuned for that. But between both of these squads, 100 Thieves, you know, they have a little bit more, I would say, Marvel Rivals LAN experience, making it far in these tournaments so far. Reject still trying to put their name on the map. So, you know, I think at the moment, with the new players they've picked up, there is a chance there. But for Yaki, I mean, it was kind of interesting to see him play the Thing. And I kind of want to get your take on that triple Vanguard comp they played with one of the duelists playing the Thing.
Yeah, I think Vanpool and Thing are great for triple Vanguard. They just deal a lot of damage right now. So that's where those strengths come into play.
They got rolled on it. Like,
yeah, I mean, it was tough. I just think the composition's all right. I'm not saying they necessarily played to the potential, right? So,
so you're blaming the players, not the composition.
Toss me right under that bus, my friend.
Oh, yeah. I'm driving it. We're on the map with the bus, so it makes sense.
True. That's
true. Okay. You can throw me under the bus later. I bet you will. Literally could just throw me off this ledge right now, and I could crack my skull. But we have a bit of a pause coming out due to technical PC stuff, as per usual at these sort of events, especially day one.
Yeah, some things to talk about. I mean, Gargoyle is getting on the mag. I think that was something that was removed. I also like Lastro on Luna. I don't know if we're going to see that. I think Lastro's been really strong on that hero, something like a 90% win rate on that hero.
Crazy.
So that's disgusting. Gargoyle, obviously, on the mag, very strong. So they have the ability to play these heroes that they are known for. I believe Yaki's thinking about going on the Wolverine. So this composition's pretty threatening here for Reject. They're not afraid of the triple stuff. They're not afraid of some of these more unique attack strategies. I'm hoping they pull it out right now.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people behind the scenes have talked about Penny Parker stuff. You know, who knows if we see that here between both of these squads. I know that there's basically everybody playing it now at this point. It's just kind of been a mainstay in the meta.
Yeah, and I think, you know, Reject has in the past done that like crazy brawl speed boost composition where you run things like Storm and Jeff and just send it at the front line, find the first pick and then walk through that first point for free, get ult advantage, and the next fight's in your favor as well. So that is a potential play at the moment. Doesn't look like they're floating those, as you'll see as we get through this pause. But again, you can show whatever you want. As soon as the game starts, it can be a totally different composition.
Yeah, absolutely. You're 100% right on that, Chib. I mean, always with some excellent ideas and takes on the game. Make sure to follow him on iRunShip. He doesn't like that when I do that. Love you, Shipskis. There's the Lena, trying to aura farm as per usual. You saw him chilling in the chair earlier.
Yeah.
Doing the little JDM rest. If you know, you know.
Layback strategy.
Layback strategy. You said that. You know, you can talk about the mental side of it a little bit, right?
Sure.
Like, I mean, he looked like he was chilling, trying to relax.
For sure.
And it can be tough in the lane environment, especially if your tournament life is on the line.
You have great experience with that. I know when you're in these live events and you're on the big stage, you got eyes on you in person, it's a totally different game.
Yeah.
And it really can get in your head and stressful, but there's an advantage potentially to playing in these playing stages, getting some of that nerves out of the way before you go into the tournament.
Yeah, 100% you're right. I like that. That's a good call. That's a good call. As we'll probably enter the map in just a moment, as it looks like the technical difficulties have been solved and 100 Thieves are looking to close out over Team Reject. And for Reject, they're trying to get that bounce back win on Museum, which could be huge, but this is a good map.
Yeah, I mean, I'm stoked to see Vinny on the Penny. I think we're going to see a lot more Penny in this tournament, and I believe that is the case as we start off our first fight. Vinny set up right at the door, right next to TTK and Self, and they are running that triple defense that's coming back into fruition here.
Yeah, I mean, this has kind of been a mainstay on Museum so far, and, you know, some of the other map types, but specifically this one's been brutal. You talk about that Black Panther team up that Penny Parker has, right? That can be absolutely hard to get rid of this Penny Parker.
Yeah, the strategy now is you essentially, you know, put a Mind Spawner right at the enemy's feet if you need to, and then just protect it with your shield and just use that attack speed to be a huge threat, and has been consistently strong, at least in this current meta. Itself going to have to drive backwards now on the Magneto to match for that triple. Soulbond goes out from the side of Delena, and they are walking back on this point. Nobody goes down just yet, though.
Yeah. Well, they got Yaki's passive out as well, so that'll be big in this upcoming fight. But Self is doing so much damage. I believe we've seen this guy pop off on Mag before, but TTK goes down. Didn't get the memo that we're falling back that far. Also didn't get lamps in time, but the BRB does bring him back.
And the tackle's there, and that's a good start for the side of Reject. As back in the fight they go. The BRB going to bring back one. Number still up by one for Reject as Vinny is back at those gates, and we're going to see Piggy try to get a second onto Delena. Goodbye there as Reject's coming back with a vengeance.
Yeah, this has been clean out of Piggy. I mean, on the last map, he was sort of the only player actually kind of standing out on the Emma, but Rez in front of everybody for Delena, that's interesting, but they come back into it, use him out of his bait. They also use Invisible Boundary to stay alive, and Delena is back into it. They're also building towards that Rez.
Yeah, that's good communication right now. Brownie holding on to this Glartrox could be, right into the trap they go. TTK trying to find one, is going to pull Lastro away. There's that Meteor M, and bang, trying to get rid of the Sia quickly. Gargoyle, as it goes down to half HP.
Yeah, they focused on Lastro in the middle of that fight. They pulled him out of his own Cloak and Dagger ultimate, and unfortunately for him, was being the target of the entirety of 100 Thieves. Excellent work from TTK to kick him out of it. Excellent work of everybody else to force him into a different location through their boops or whatever. We're already at 2 minutes left here, Shiv, and Vinny came back onto the Venom. Out of all things, Reject are switching it up. They want Sung Hoon back onto that Loki to go for that double cloak ult, maybe.
I think the idea now is to use Vinny to try to pull out crystals from Sung Hoon. They've been a problem. They've reset HP bars. Let's try to get that cooldown out quickly. Reject, though, they do have a few options available, but not as much as Thieves, who have Rez, the Meteor M, and that Feast as the commitment comes through from Vinny.
Well, I feel like the crucial part is that Delena actually used the Cocoon, so he's not going to have his team up available to come back into the fight, or rather the passive. We'll see if that actually does screw over 100 Thieves, who will have to go to Dr. Strange if they get picked off here to Brownie. Brownie has to do something big, find a big Glartrox maybe off map, or at least find somebody on the other side, but Vinny goes in first.
Yeah, Vinny did his job there, though. There goes Crystals, immediately going to commit with Feast, gets tackled by Piggy. The Glartrox is out. Is that going off map? We'll see in a moment. Brownie able to find Millennia. That's a backline pick. Self tries to get one, does not work with a great shield placement from the side of Piggy. Delena reses Millennia right back in the fight, and that is value.
Yeah, that was a nice, well-timed flank out of Brownie. Piggy also finds Vinny, but this is a very slow team. You know, it's surprising. I think that people talked about how fast-paced Reject can be.
Yeah.
But it feels like so far they're maybe a little bit nervous, playing kind of slow. But now they have Yaki's ultimate setting it up, force the bubble, and also Invis boundary out. He has to see if all cooldowns are gone and maybe go for the ult.
Yeah, playing for res there as everybody goes down, but comes right back into the fight. No one's out of this fight just yet. Yaki still holding on for the moment. Sonic Seduction finds a few, but will they get value off it? They do not. Good idea by TTK. Matched back by some good kiting from Reject. There's a big tackle. Yaki finds Vinny, who will not be coming back into this fight just yet.
It's a very slow team, and it's, as you talked about earlier, maybe overlaying that Sonic Seduction alongside the See You Later could bite them in the butt 100 Thieves, but they're playing it slow, still waiting for Vinny to come back. That's kind of what the Venom's job is, to stall the payload. And there's only 23 seconds left to go. Reject have the ultimates, but they got to make a play.
Oh, and there's a big last stand. Are they able to get... Oh, no picks off it just yet. Trying to move away. That was insane movement in that moment. Gargoyle trying to find the back line of Millennia, and does. A bit of a nice angle there over that shield.
Yeah, kind of caught out on the right side, but brought back by BRB. 100 Thieves, just positioning-wise, looking so clean. Reject had to use 2 ultimates to only find 1 KO there, and even then he's back.
Yeah, they might get this point at the moment. It's anyone's game. His first position, Gargoyle goes up with that Meteor M, trying to find somebody in a different angle. Oh, what a throw there against the height. That was dirty by Gargoyle to find Millennia. That puts him off the strat. Vinny goes down from Sunghoon. The Glartrock's going to find one off map, and it looks like Reject might be able to do this unless this portal gets here.
Great overtime, yeah, by them, and like you mentioned, portal could not come out at the very end for 100 Thieves as that spawn, the respawn timer overtime, bit him in the butt. Reject moved to second point, and that was close. Towards the very end, Reject, they found the pick from Gargoyle, from Brownie on his flank earlier. Kind of happened basically 2 minutes ago with that flank originally by Brownie, but Gargoyle's Meteor M was beautiful, like you said.
Yeah, that was huge. That was potentially... Oh, and I like the strategy here. You see a lot of these teams try to portal early if they lose a fight to just essentially stall here for as long as possible. Vinny dancing for the moment, holding on to some cooldowns. We see the Abyss available. Reject has nothing on the board, while Thieves are 3 up. This is their fight to lose.
Yaki's been playing very slow. Hit by the invulnerability is Vinny, but he's underground with the piece of the Abyss coming through as well with Self. Meteor M!
That was sick. That was such a sick combination. Feast into Meteor M. Self gonna find a triple. Do we see a 4th here? Dirty work.
Absolutely beautiful from Self, who is, playing this Vanguard, usually that duelist line, but comes through on the Magneto in the triple composition. And so far, makes big plays like that. Same thing with Gargoyle, who made that actual full role swap from duelist back over to the Vanguard. So that's a first, by the way, at the LAN to see Gargoyle on the Magneto instead of something like the Bucky, which was more traditional for him.
Yeah, very, very strong in that hero. So surprised to not see the Luna, but I think I like this composition a little more. Trying to get some ults out quickly from Lastro. TTK has to drop backwards. It's tough to play Strange into this composition. Out goes the ultimate early from Lastro. Gargoyle finds Millennia once again early on, but the res comes back. Number's going to be even still through the Sia from Winnie.
Yeah, Winnie's reses have been big. That's just Rocket Raccoon not being pressured in the back line. Lastro is able to take down Self regardless. Delena and Vinny trade for 2. Also, Delena uses the Self-res, or uses the res onto Self, rather, not the Self-res this time around, to bring back Self into the fight. And again, only 1 res coming through as that. Well, actually, no, Vinny is going to get res too. Very end of that resurrection, the Karmic Revival out of Delena. 100 Thieves, though, still holding close against Reject with 40 seconds left to go. Yaki and Gargoyle are going to have to go big in the upcoming fight.
Yeah, this last stand could be ever valuable. Let's see if this works out here, as there's not a lot answers. The invisible boundary, typically what you're going to want to do is Yaki's wait for that boundary to be committed, try to pull them out as the team will follow up and just cancel that ultimate. But Reject has so much to play with here. Will they make this work out? Sunghoon holding on as well. Crystal's available. So many tools at their disposal.
They're going early with the Cloakle. Copy from Sunghoon. But it's disengaged again by 100 Thieves. This time they actually don't want to try to pick him out of it, pull him out of it. Winnie did get a cooldown force at the very least, but he's got Feast of Abyss on swing fight.
He's going to find one, but it doesn't look like that pick comes through. He tries to be patient. Really good movement there by Thieves to only have 1 get caught. I believe it was Winnie, so really good focus. I believe a bubble came out from Self. Self, bang, right to the head of Yaki. Goodbye here. Meteor M was dirty as it's matched back by Gargoyle, but it gets caught. Self playing lights out right now. And we see the commitment from TTK. He's walking forward. This could be a big Eye of Agamotto as overtime is ticking down. And there it is. Bang! It finds a ton! TTK is able to take out the whole team, and that should be it on this OT.
100 Thieves stop Reject in the second phase of the map. We've seen teams make it all the way towards the very end. It's hard to camp out on offense for sure, but that was an excellent hold by 100 Thieves. That was a very uncommon spot to do it at, too.
Yeah, typically you get closer to the door there because you get heavy spawn advantage on defense as you get closer to that second point, but playing around that natural cover about halfway through is where they elected to do it.
And it's tough. I mean, you could see maybe the nerves that you talked about before are kind of catching up to Team Reject as, I mean, towards the very end, it was that kind of missed large rocks, I believe. It was a bit of a forced one. He kind of was looking towards Vinny, I imagine, who on the movement side on the Venom was looking good. I mean, I know he has the most KOs in the lobbies, but that's kind of your role almost sometimes on Venom in this patch.
Yeah, just distraction.
Yeah.
Right? I pull eyes away, very similar to what you'd see from Cat, who's not elected to be played in this because, you know, like we talked about, just a very front-to-back brawl-style map, and the triple-triple is going to be matched right back here from the side of Reject, who are no stranger to that comp.
Absolutely, that'll be their mainstay, and they're going to have to full hold with it if they want a chance to win this. Obviously, for 100 Thieves, they did play the Venom, or sorry, not the Venom, the Penny Parker first with it, and a lot of teams have been doing that, but I guess in the APAC region, maybe not as much as they come out with Yaki playing the thing yet again and piggyback onto that group for the first time this series. He played a pretty good Emma Frost, right, so far on the map on the first round, but it kind of fell off after a little bit.
Yeah. He's been a very strong. He's been a great Vanguard throughout this so far. I mean, this entirety of Reject, the Vanguard line has looked good. Gargoyle kind of making a switch to Duelist more so to that Vanguard role, but looks very strong in the Magneto as well. I would argue Self match that right back, though.
Yeah, he's going over to the Storm alongside Delena in that front line to get as much damage downrange as possible as a pause needs to come out. I imagine the admins will be on in a moment. But regardless, Team 100 Thieves playing around Self and playing slow around Delena, who is on to the Punisher on the backside.
Yeah, I like this composition from Thieves here. They're going to use that damage boost from Storm. They're going to have Vinny in that front line just walling off whatever Vanguard they can. TTK kind of playing his own game there, and then Self damage boosting the team as the backline of Winnie is just the whole goal of having that rocket is for the infinite ammo for Delena. And into that triple comp, it's going to be tricky to hold on, especially if you can burn some of those mag cooldowns.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. Also, real quick, huge shout out to the admins for pausing so quick.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes online it'll take forever, and
Yeah.
you can get screwed over by a poorly timed pause in a team fight, but that was well played. You know, I got to shout out sometimes those sort of things because they will unnoticed, you know, and 100 Thieves on the offense, they'll have more time to set up, and it looks like they're going to play around the Punisher instead of around that Bucky sometimes on that offense. We'll see how that works out, Shib. What do you think about the tandem of Punisher on attack versus triple a lot of times without the Penny Parker?
Yeah, I think Punisher's a decent answer right now with that shotgun, especially with Unlimited. I mean, you just become a huge threat. Again, like you see the Thing and you see Groot and you say, all right, I'm just going to burn 1 billion holes into them right now with unlimited ammo. And that's the idea. Obviously, it's going to be tricky with Gargoyle there, but we start up this fight once again as the pause comes undone.
Yeah, pause comes undone. Team up with the Rocket, also thrown out. Full enhancement, by the way, Shib, as he just trying to force Lamps out at least early on, pulling back in Gargoyle, but he gets to fall back, maybe?
Wow, Self with some really good movement here, too. Vinny able to find Gargoyle early, and that's going to just unleash Delena to move forward with this unlimited ammo. TTK onto Yaki, and well done here by the Thieves to find a solution into this comp.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, slowly walking a Reject. Maybe they'll swap off the triple at this point because they're not even close in terms of Brownie's ult, but he's going to hold on to that res as well, the self-res from him. Yaki's going over to the Black Cat. I'm curious if they swap everything up besides that, but no, they're just going for the solo DPS, solo duelist Black Cat alongside the triple backline. Nevermind, Brownie is going to go over to the Black Widow. Makes a bit more sense to swap to something more traditional versus 100 Thieves comp.
Yeah, it's tricky. When you see a swap like this, when it's just almost at the point, it looks a little panicky, but we'll see what that looks like. Gonna break that BRB, so they won't have that res available. Self just trying to move right now for the moment, playing off these Vanguards, taking the spaces. Delena drops Brownie. Gargoyle trades it back onto Self. Numbers are even for the moment, and they're still stalling this thing.
TTK trying to wait till Ultimate's come out. There's that Cloak Ult trying to capture him with the Sonic Seduction, but Vinny takes down Piggy as well to see you later. Go through. Gargoyle also falls.
Yeah, well done here by Delena. Is going to find 2, and this should be the point it is, as it looks like 100 Thieves have not stopped this train. They are looking so strong right now.
And again, this to me just feels like Reject playing a little bit too slow. I mean, they're just like trying to set up flanks, play a little bit passive. Obviously, too many ults got built up maybe for 100 Thieves on their side where Reject didn't have a chance to build up any. So it kind of goes back to that first fight when then the triple comp and just not able to get anything done in terms of ult charge. But now, Winnie's going to be over to the Jeff for the first time so far. So we're seeing a ton of different heroes come out to play for the first time at Ignite, I think, for a while. This is the very first game of the series, or of the tournament, and we're already getting a bunch of different hero variety.
Yeah, they're going to make a comp switch here, and that's just going to kind of throw them for a loop. They think they found a solution, but it won't matter as Delena is going to find the first pick out of Yaki. Self on a Sung-Hoon in the back line, trying to find a second pick here. But that's just enough already as they will keep walking forward. What a shot by Self again. Goodbye to Lastro.
They got to see the Jeff NATO come out towards the very end. Gargoyle trying to make something happen. They have to keep on. They have to get that portal in. But is he going to be there in time with 4 meters to go? They have to deal with so much damage, and they cannot. 100 Thieves have 2-0 Reject.
Yeah, 100 Thieves just so dominant right there in this match. I saw Reject coming out on White Fox at the end. I didn't love that. It's a tough choice there. There wasn't a lot of brawl and dive you really could handle. There's just a lot of poke into your face. But either way, Thieves looking lights out at this moment.
Absolutely. You know, I want to see them moving forward. We're going to see them moving forward. Delenega take home your MVP.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for 100 Thieves taking that first win. Huge congrats. Huge congrats at Vinny. My man, come on over here. I'm going to be pulling you for our player interview. You want to come join me? And got to say, you have played in Guangzhou, over there in Atlanta, but this is really a first to go into this play-in stage. Can you walk me through this, the new team-ups, and just how you're feeling at the moment after that win?
I mean, I'm feeling good, and I'm glad I could do it in front of the home crowd.
Hey, I love that. Yeah, we got dads here of the players, the crowd in LA. Yeah, how does it feel? Any words to the 100 Thieves fans as you guys have to get through, one more? Obviously, job's not finished. And again, this LA crowd, I think we wanted to say.
I mean, job's not done. We either get Rad or Chronix next, and 2-0.
Love to hear it, and I'm sure you're happy. Got to play the Groot as well. Did everything go according to kind of how y'all felt in the plan of what you prepped for?
Yeah, absolutely. Every ban, every protect, we already knew what was coming. So we knew exactly what comps we wanted to play, exactly what to counter.
Awesome. Well, as you said, job's not finished, so go get ready for the next one. We appreciate you coming on. Give it up for Vinny again and 100 Thieves. Always great having the hometown crowd win. Again, they've got one more to advance in, but we do have another awesome matchup coming up. And we have an amazing desk that's going to bring it all together, bring in the heat, break down the action. Tetcher, friends, take it away and let us know what we're in for match number 2 in our play-in stage.
Thank you very much, Cozy.
Let's go, guys.
Man of very few words and a man of some numbers here. 2-0, 100. These are the numbers that so far have been pretty impactful as Thieves do take a pretty solid series. But it did look a little bit rough at the start of Krakoa, and Gaskin, we were kind of feeling like the stats may have said some words for us there.
All I heard was a prediction that goes right for me, goes wrong for Vodable, so that's 1 to me, 0 to Vodable. I'm just going to start putting that on the record now. Some success. But yeah, 100 Thieves, you heard it from the interview, they were very well prepared. You could tell that the lock-in ban phase was very structured for them. I think that this is something that we've seen historically in esports in general, from like Western teams over to the Eastern teams as well, the difference in preparation. A lot of it comes down to mechanical skill over on the East, but over on the West, you see a lot more preparation in terms of like, what is my opponent playing and how can I topple them? And I do think 100 Thieves in this meta, the 3-3 hold is always going to be a good thing for them as well.
And Vod, this is a historical match. These teams have played against each other a little bit in the past, and unfortunately, it's not that different.
Yeah, 3-0, like we said in the grand finals in Atlanta last year for Ignite, and now we see a 2-0 come out this go around as well. Which is interesting too, is like we saw Museum be the favored pick time and time again during stage 1 for Reject. It was 5-1 for them on Museum, now 5-2 of course after this loss. And for 100 Thieves, they were 5-2 for themselves going into this as well. So both these teams felt pretty favored going into this matchup, but 100 Thieves, as they were mentioning, had the preparation. They read their team like a book, and it's very similar to what we saw with them against YWL. They had the preparation, they were one of the only teams to scrim them, and they knew exactly what to ban against them.
We're 2 maps down, and let's actually talk about what we have been seeing here. Dan, you mentioned something in the break that I did want to bring up here, that it turns out 100 Thieves, anytime there's an opportunity to triple anything, they do perform.
Yeah, I think at the start of preseason, we were saying, 100 Thieves, triple merchants, right? When triple strategist was there, 100 Thieves, they flourished. But then when we saw a little bit of a demise in triple strat, they did struggle. When we went to a very core 2-2-2 meta, 100 Thieves dropped off a little bit. But then triple Vanguard started to come into things. The 3-3 now comes into things, and 100 Thieves, they look like they are in their prime once more.
I think a big thing to note here, too, is that they stuck with it after point 2. A lot of teams swap off of it afterwards, but they felt so confident. Self with a triple on Magneto seemed like they were just a Vanguard main themselves, but they're one of the best flex duelists that we've seen, at least in the play-ins for now.
And we saw the aggressive portal, not trying to contest with a portal, but if you've already got a portal, what's stopping you grouping up and portaling onto the point just to get to delay even more time?
Because how many times do you see a last-minute portal that, you delay a little bit in that overtime, but then you eventually lose the fight, and then you lose so much more of that progress afterwards. So I do like that. I think a lot more teams may start to go for that strategy a little bit here, and we will see them benefiting, especially going for the 3-3 as well. It's so hard to get through a 3-3, and if they haven't been able to get the Adam Warlock off, then suddenly that becomes into play as well.
I think a good thing to mention here too, while we look at the stats as well, is that we did see the Storm and Jeff NATO team up, which was nice. Storm's really good for spawn breaking, and they were using the Thor team up, which allows her to be more hit scan in comparison to the projectile that we've seen before. So doing a lot of good work there on the attacking side of things too. I really did like Vinny on that Groot that we saw as well, one of the best Groots in the game. But Delena playing on the Black Widow, they even had the Elsa available, and a lot of people say, oh, Elsa's the queen of duelists right now, but Black Widow now is in the meta. Get used to it.
I just think that with the way that Delena plays and the way 100 Thieves plays, Black Widow is far more comfortable for them in terms of being able to output damage as well. Sure, you can take your angles, you can play her on the flank as well, but you can also sit behind the back line, you can poke and play back to front with her. She can do a little bit of everything, whereas Elsa, it's a little bit more difficult to try and manipulate the map in your favor. So I do love the Black Widow. I think that we're going to see a lot of her through this tournament as well. I know we didn't get the chance to speak pre-game, but she's insane with the rework.
Good. We could also talk a little bit about map 1 as well, and Gaskin, you wanted to bring up Black Cat still alive.
Still alive. We spoke to Daze yesterday in the hotel, and he was like, yeah, we've agreed Black Cat is probably dead. Doesn't look like it's quite dead just yet. Still having some like impressive players bringing up Black Cat, and I think for good reason. I think Black Cat is a great character, great hero to try and distract enemy backlines as well. Just make everyone turn around a little bit.
I think an issue with that for Reject specifically is we've seen Yaki play a lot of Black Cat before. We only saw them pull it out towards the end here on Museum. That is their hero that they are known for in these maps, especially during stage 1. They were, or not stage 1, excuse me, preseason. We saw them play it plenty of times before, but even then, seeing the way that these teams were able to adapt to the ban draft for 100 Thieves, it felt like they just had a full read on the situation, playing the triple strategy, or the triple with the one-sided Rocket for Museum and one-sided Luna for the Krakoa map. I mean, having those crucial heroes for their compositions, where the other team was more focusing on like the traditional Gambit Loki, some Magneto or Thing as well for map 1. It just felt like they had more comfortability around the meta and a bit of a better read on it.
I want to circle back to the Storm. Storm coming in here, this is something we saw during the last year around stage 1 time, in particular with one Jeff Nado, at one point the Human Torch team up. True. But in particular, the main reason we did see it from time to time was when it teamed up with the Punisher to just get damage boost and to melt people. And there's something that this patch, this season, where we've got all of these team ups returning, is the ability to loop back to these old strategies, VOD.
Yeah, having the one-sided Rocket on that as well with the infinite ammo is so effective. You have the increased fire rate with that too, so you can just melt anyone on the front line for the other team. And it just felt like not necessarily just a Vanguard diff between these teams, but just so much damage output, especially on the attacking side.
I think it's been interesting to see how these teams have worked out strategies to try and break certain compositions. Like some heroes you won't see at all on any map, but then certain maps they become a key factor.
Like Penny.
You need them. Like Penny, for example, we will see on various different maps as well. Surprised we didn't see more Penny.
You were saying that we'd see so much Penny
I thought we were going to see
loads
loads of it, but yeah, I'm sure we will see more
later, baby.
It's important about the situation as well, like you talked about in some maps, in some compositions, but also what you're playing into. What was the big advantage that Thieves had on their defense? They had that triple, they portaled back, but they did have the res, they were able to delay a significant amount of time with that. How do you stop that? Well, you just wipe them on the point before they get the res charge up, and the damage boost plus infinite ammo is a great way to just cruise on through nice and politely. And Thieves did get slowed down a little. Reject put up a really good fight, and they're still not out. There's still a lower bracket they have a chance to go through. But they really did put everything on the line here to try and do that. We were talking about Magneto. Banned a little bit, protect a little bit. Gaskin, what's the vibe maybe? Where are you thinking he's lying at the moment?
I mean, some of those meatballs, they were hitting pretty hard, weren't they? I like the aggression we saw from the Magneto ults as well, because I think sometimes people will hold on to them to try and counter certain strategist ults, but we were looking at what Reject had and we were like, yeah, what are you really countering here? Be aggressive, try and get the extra player on the board, try and make sure you can win that next team fight. And I just think that sometimes as a Magneto, you have to make sure you're just thinking on your feet. If you hold it for too long, you can just waste that ult completely. So I do like that they were being a little bit progressive about it.
I do want to mention, and a big shout out to TTK, right? Back on land here. I loved how they looked on Krakoa, had the snowflake on them, so they had the constant heals coming through, allowed them to be enabled to go anywhere on the map and just go dive towards the back line. No one could survive. And also the Eye of Agamotto that we saw towards the end of the defensive half for the second point, getting, I think it was like three or four members of Reject, and there was just nothing they could do afterwards. So shout out to TTK, but shout out to the entire team for 100 Thieves. They performed as well as we would have liked to.
there's still so much of the tournament to go. We still have all the teams that came in like the top 2 of their regions, for example, and the top 1 of their regions in some cases. But this is the 100 Thieves we were expecting to see on LAN. This seems to happen a little bit with the America region in particular, Gaskin, where sometimes teams will struggle in their group stages, in their playoffs, but they'll show up to LAN every single time.
It's experience, right? It's what we were talking about before. I think when you get into this, quite clearly Reject are a little bit more uncomfortable on LAN. I think that Reject might do a little bit better in the lower. Now they've got that one out of the way. First game nerves, always very difficult to try and deal with.
Speaking of first game nerves, there's 2 more teams that have to play their first map for the day. So we're going to be heading to a quick break. When we come back, it will be Aconics from China versus Rad from EMEA. Don't go anywhere.
When it's make or break, the Razer Black Shark B3 Pro is a real difference maker. Its wireless connection is so fast, there is zero delay to how I play. With the best mic in the business, my shot calls are always on point. To top it all off, active noise cancellation, so that I can focus on what matters most, winning.
And welcome back to the mid-season finals. And we've got a special guest on the desk with myself and Gaskin. We have Forks from Swamp Gaming joining us. We figured it's appropriate to bring on a little bit of even more NA bias, despite there's no NA team in this particular match. But we can start by talking a little bit about the previous series. You've obviously had a pretty decent rivalry with both TLC and 100 Thieves in your region, and a little bit of, obviously, online Twitter discourse when it comes to that. But let's be honest, face-to-face on here, how'd they do?
Nah, they did insane. Self put up a show. You know, like, at least us internally, we've never thought of Self as like an insane cat player, but he's leveled up on the character. He looked really, really good out there. Him and TTK in that 2-man on map 1, playing the Angela with the black cat, they looked insane together. Just kind of solo carrying the entire, you know, Burn and T'Challa map, or Krakoa, I guess, yeah.
We were talking about just how much of an impact that Angela did make on Krakoa. It was really just being able to just snipe people on the backline.
Yeah, I think that some teams are not as prepared for Angela, and we're going to see maybe some bans come out eventually if people are that scared. It's just very difficult hero to deal with if you're not ready for it. And I think the 100 Thieves were far more prepared. They had put in the research, they put in the time, they knew exactly what they wanted to do against Reject, and I think they caught Reject a little bit off guard.
Very much so, and we were, of course, talking about Game 2 earlier on, where we did see the triple strategist, triple Vanguard. It's something we did see a little bit in Stage 2 and have seen throughout the majority of Marvel Rivals history, especially on maps like Midtown. Do you think we'll be seeing a bit more of that throughout the tournament, folks?
Yeah, I think with how strong all the tanks have kind of gotten with their HP pools kind of getting out of control, and like the sustain tools that they're all using now, and with, you know, Loki having Mantis team up with the larger lamps, it's very, very hard to remove these big HP pool tanks, and the DPS characters just don't do enough damage. So I think you're going to see a lot of teams kind of lean in, especially on convoys, to the triple.
And to be honest, like, some of these Vanguards have become DPS characters in their own. I mean, with the Chaos Swords on Magneto, he's dealing insane damage. The hitbox is crazy as well. Yeah. A good mag can output just damage that probably a DPS can't even touch.
There was also a little bit of paranoia, I think, from a lot of people when the mag ultimate nerfs came in, nerfs, buffs, changes. But they were landing KOs, Gaskin. They were just getting them basically every single time from both sides.
Yeah, I think that as long as you're patient as well and you just scout things correctly, a good mag player should be able to hit their ult. Like,
for sure.
As long as you are targeting, as long as you know what you're going to go for, you don't just aimlessly throw it. You should be able to find at least one KO.
We were able to hold it for so long that you kind of just get to wait out people's cooldowns, or your team gets another set of cooldowns and kind of traps people in an area, right? Or you eventually kind of drift far enough close to a character that just has like no mobility like Adam, and then, you know, that person's just gone.
The amount of cloaks in ranked games that like freeze up instantly, I'm like, okay, buddy.
I'll just wait it out.
I'll see you in about 5 seconds.
It's just like,
it's great.
Punisher, pop it, pop it,
Please,
pop it,
no.
pop it. Let's move on to the next series we're going to be covering today. No America's teams this time. We're going to be talking about Iconics, and we're going to be talking about Rad. We'll start off, folks, here. How much research have you done on them? They're, of course, playing teams. I assume you're probably a bit more focused on your earlier round matches when you go into the main bracket, but how much have you looked up these teams?
Well, we scrimmed around Rad a lot because, you know, we're trying to not scrim the people we play directly on our side of the bracket, so, you know, we're avoiding scrimming teams like TLC and OUG, obviously, but so Rad is a team that would be a great scrim partner for us because they're obviously playing in the play-in, so we're going to get to see them play in the first place, so they're not trying to hide things from us necessarily. So so we've seen Rad a lot. I think they're strong. I think they're probably the favorite team in this lower bracket with Thieves. I think, you know, they've got some nice niche comps that are pretty unique to them, and they've gotten like, again, we were just talking about Self on the cat. They've got probably the best one here at the tournament in Crazy Kitty, and so, you know, that'll be something, right? Like, all the Americas teams are kind of getting adjusted to some of these cat players from EMEA, but on the other hand, right, like some of these EMEA and Korean teams and Chinese teams are getting adjusted to like our Angela players like TTK that you just don't find in their regions, right? So
Days told me yesterday Black Cat was dead.
Yeah, I mean, some teams are kind of opting into the Daredevil. You get the Daredevil with the Luna Flake, and that character just kind of runs at your cat. But, you know, it's not as one-sided as, you know, some Daredevil players like to think it is.
Yeah.
You know, if you're good enough at cat, you can just make it work. And, you know, he's good enough at cat.
Oh, yeah. Crazy Kitty is just, I think, going to be one of these players that we learn a lot about.
Yes.
Not just in play-ins, but in this tournament in general. I agree. I'm expecting them to go all the way through play-ins. I hope that we're not jinxing them here. But, yeah, Crazy Kitty is a very exciting player to look out for.
It's his first LAN. It's the first time for a lot of these players. Mash did substitute for OUG at the Grand Finals last year, so he has a little bit of LAN experience, but Lugia Go, Ducky, these incredible
Smash is sick.
Smashnez is sick. These players have always been near the top and just haven't sniped it. But just as a journey for this team came in through MRC for this year into Ignite and came third in the region with playing with a sub in their final match of the year as well. This team has so much to prove.
I think that's part of the reason why I would like to see them get through play-ins, because it shows everyone at home who competes online, plays in MRC, that you can go from zero to hero, right? You can go all the way and find yourself at the finals. You can compete on LAN against the very best, because who knows how far they might end up.
We also have Iconics, who have really shown up. They won their preseason and have now come into the group stage, and then didn't have as much success. They came second and forced to go in through the play-ins, but they've always shown up.
They have, and I think that I'm a little bit worried for Iconics in that when I look at their stats, they've been playing a lot of Rocket coming into this as well, and Rocket has fallen off a little bit in the meta. Still can be very powerful, of course, but 17 of 22 games they played Rocket as well. I think that is a very easy target ban if teams wanted to go down that route. If suddenly you lose that Rocket, where do you go? So I'm a little bit concerned for their backline, but we'll see how they play.
Yeah, it's unlikely it's going to get banned, but you
Exactly.
know, because it's a little niche. Your teams are priming some other sports a little higher than that, or tanks, right? And so, but yeah, if you are playing it, you know, there's certain spots where you can make it work that are strong, because his ult's still really good in the first couple seconds before it gets broken. So, but yeah, we'll see if...
That's the thing, it gets broken so fast now.
It gets broken so fast, but you really only need it for that first couple seconds, right?
Yeah.
2 seconds, it's up, and you can blow up their front line. So as long as you get a good one and your team's ready to engage off it, it can be really lethal still, regardless of the nerfs that it got.
There is also the fact that Iconics are actually coming in with more of their players than they did through the last Grand Finals, where they did have to have a few substitutions here. They are still, I believe, running with one substitute, but it's one of their main substitutes already. But overall, they're coming in as a strong roster with a lot to prove. We've been hearing a lot of rumors that they could do it. There is a lot of potential behind this team. So we're getting ready to head to the stage very shortly. We're just waiting to hear word that they are ready to bring the teams out. But overall, you already mentioned it, folks. Rad are a lot of people's favorites, but what is the over-under on Iconics going through?
I don't think it looks great. I think Rad are really, really heavy favorites. I think person that people are going to enjoy watching this tournament is Lugia Goat, right? Besides Crazy Kitty, who's the obvious flash pop player, Lugia's been performing really, really well, and he's playing some characters that not a lot of people are enjoying right now. Maybe he'll still play it. And so I keep my eye on him, and Crazy Kitty is the two to watch. Yeah, but I don't know how good it's looking for Iconics. You know, I think this should probably be a pretty clean series for
I think the only thing that maybe gives Iconics a chance is I think we start on Hell's Heaven. They're 7-1, including preseason. It's one of their better maps. So like that should give them a little bit of confidence. Maybe they get those early jitters out of the way. Because similarly to what we just saw from Reject, I think that we'll see a different Reject now they've played their first game. So we'll see how Iconics do here.
This is a redemption run for Iconics as well. We already mentioned they did go to Grand Finals last year, and they did bomb out of group stage without taking a single map. They did have a bit of a rough journey when it comes to it. So this is the redemption run for them. After coming in second in their stage, having to qualify, for example, for Ignite, then qualifying for LAN and immediately bombing out. They win preseason and then come second place to the same team that's beat them basically every single time, OUG. This is basically, they've got nothing to lose. All they can do is prove that they've got better than last time, which is always a delight to see. They'll be ready to jump out on the stage, I'm sure, any moment now, but we've been talking about Black Cat, we've been talking about Magneto, but there's a character over there that I do want to bring up a little bit, especially with your rivals TLC playing in tomorrow. Captain America, what is the state of him at the moment, folks?
He doesn't have enough HP.
Get him out of here.
He's just bad, right? And, you know, a lot of people are going to be, you know, in chat being like, he's just hating on this character because Polly's so good. No, the character is legitimately unplayable. He gets punched by Thing one time, and his HP's gone. You CC him once, and the tanks do so much damage right now that he just doesn't have, like, it's the same thing with Rogue, right? Like, even with how awesome Rogue's team-ups are, right? With having Gambit ult basically permanently, or the Gambit team up permanently, your HP pools are just not high enough to compete with the characters like Thing, Venom, and Groot, and Magneto, right? And so you hit him, you punch him once on Thing, you hit him with one Magneto sword, and he's basically out of the fight. He has to go regen, right? And so even with the regenerative health, it's not enough for him. So yeah, I don't think you'll see him played at all this entire playoffs.
Yeah, and the problem is even if you tried to ban for Captain America, you leave so much other things open that you would just get like steamrolled on the other side. And whilst there are definitely players who can pilot Captain America successfully and probably could still make him look relatively good, and I'm sure there are Captain America one-tricks who can do the same at home in their games as well, when you get to the very best and the very top play, some heroes just don't work in a meta, even with the best players, and it just makes more sense for them to play a hero which is slightly worse piloted for them, but will just be a lot more beneficial to the team.
Well, let's talk about a hero that wasn't played at all and has suddenly come in. We talked about it a little bit on the desk earlier, but folks, the Black Widow. It is playable now. What's the vibe?
She just does so much damage with her primary fire, right? And so with having that consistent, just no recoil, just lasering people, the time to kill on it is extremely low, right? Because Hela's kind of got that tap, tap, tap environment, and Elsa doesn't have the range to be able to snipe you from across the map. But Widow, it just takes your head off wherever you are as long as she can see you. And she's got a really good ultimate now. The Phoenix team up that she has where she kind of just pops a burst, right? It's really good with dive, or if you're trying to 3-2 on a turn, right? So you can really nuke people. So it's great rework by NetEase, right? It's crazy that you see a character that basically goes unplayable, become a mean character in ranked. They give her a swimsuit skin, and now she's the best character in the game besides Elsa. You know, like, I'm here for it. Do it to Scarlet Witch, please, Guang Guang.
It's interesting with Black Widow as well, because you mentioned the ultimate, and when you do hit the ultimate get popped, without giving too much away, I mean, what do you think the best counter is to that? Is it run away and hide?
The Widow?
To Widow, yeah.
A thing.
Is just get things.
Just have your thing just dash at that person and then, you know, just slap her with a shift.
They can't jump away.
Right? You can't earthbound her and then just start punching her in the face. You know, she can't sprint when you're earthbound. You can't run and jump when you're earthbound, right? So that character, a Magneto, those two tanks, very, very good at marking her. That's why you're seeing so much like Elsa specifically, right? Like another character that just chunks tanks. Right, another reason why Captain America is basically unplayable. You hit one elephant gun and half your HP is gone, right? So yeah, you know that would probably be the best, right? You can kind of run away, but then you're giving a lot of map, and the team's going to have a big advantage, you know, when you try and walk back into their space now. So yeah, just try and fight her.
Let's talk about early on in the drafts. We've been seeing a lot of focus around Gambits. We've been seeing a little bit of focus around Mantis, obviously, as like a main first ban in every times. Do you see that potentially changing throughout the tournament, or is that the go-to at this point?
I mean, I could see some teams getting and giving Mantis because nobody's giving it right now in scrims. And so if you're giving it, you're kind of banking on the fact that the coach really has to come up with a comp like that your team's not going to have a lot of practice on. But that character is so ridiculous with how fast you build your ult, the damage boost that you can give to the DPS and tanks now, that also gives you speed boost. She's also pumping out damage. And now with the Star-Lord team up, she also has the most amount of healing every single time. So the character does everything. It's ridiculous. So you might see some teams give it if they're kind of desperate. I don't know how late in the tournament you'll see, probably into the later rounds, maybe in losers bracket.
You start getting target bans in.
Yeah, but right now that character is just the greatest thing ever. It's so disgusting.
I think we've seen it like similarly to Gambit when Gambit came out as well. It was an instant ban, but then some teams were like, well, let's see what you do with Gambit. Like, have you actually put the time in? Are you good enough with Gambit? And some teams weren't, right? Some teams really struggled.
Like, oh, it's just going to be banned.
Swamp, lucky enough, had one of the best Gambit players like in the region.
Shout out Valentina.
But then Valentina, incredible. But then other teams just really struggled because they hadn't put the time in, because they assumed it was just going to be an automatic ban. So I like that point. Yeah. I think that is definitely something that could come up.
Yeah. Somebody's probably going to try and give it to us.
Ooh.
Somebody will probably try and give it to us at some point because we're not known as a triple support team, right? But she's so overstated right now, and she's good at everything, so you can play her with 2-2-2 because she's got one of the best hard CCs in the game with her sleep.
Yes.
Insane damage, insane healing now. She doesn't have mobility, but it's not like she
can give mobility.
Killable. She can give mobility, and she has the fastest charging support ult, it seems like. Every fight you have that thing, so
we keep talking about team-ups like the Star-Lord team-up here. Are we talking about unupgraded or upgraded? Because that is something we do need to differentiate from time to time. Is it worth upgrading, or is it just strong enough on its own?
I don't think there's a ton of team-ups that you're actually like, hey, I need this upgraded, right? Most of them unupgraded are good enough, like Mag's team up with Scarlet Witch. You don't really need that upgraded.
It gets worse when it's enhanced.
It gets worse somehow, right? Yeah, the Mantis team up with Star-Lord, yeah, you would love that to be upgraded, but you really don't need it, right? It does enough in its base form, so that's good enough, right? Same thing with Torch. You know, it's ridiculous. You don't really need it. It would be awesome if you can, but you're really prioing just the strongest characters right now. You're not really going for many team-ups, and if there's a team-up you are going for, like Mag with Gambit, one of those is always gone. So you would love to have that one. That would be like a big one that you would love to have because it's convenient because both of them are so strong, but the rest of them, not really.
We'll be back shortly with the draft, but first, it is time to meet our team. So we're going to send it over to the stage with Cozy.
Well, hell of a breakdown, guys. Thank you so much. Los Angeles viewers at home, how are we feeling for match number 2 in our play-in stage? Match 1 was crazy. We're still cooking here, and we've got some amazing teams coming out right now. Now listen, I think RDJ said it best, right? He said, new mask, same task. This org is looking to run it back for the MSF once again. Hailing from the EMEA, the relentless, the electrifying. Give it up for Rat. Your vanguards, Ducky, Lugia Goat, ready to steal the spotlight. Your duelist, Crazy Kitty, and Smash Nez. And your backline, Mesh and Vertigo. And I'm gonna come right on over here to our first time at LAN, going from what is a dream for a lot of people. Every underdog, every hero needs an origin story, right? This is yours. How does it feel being in LA, coming from EMEA for your first LAN?
Feels amazing. So once in a lifetime opportunity, I'm going to make sure I make the most of it.
Absolutely, and with all the chaos that has come to Rivals, with the new team-ups and more, are y'all feeling ready to get out of this playing stage and get to the big time?
Yeah, of course. We're going to win it all. Quality.
Lastly, anything you want to say to the other 3 teams here before we let you guys go?
I got nothing to say. We're just going to win.
I like the confidence. I like the confidence, Ducky. Well, let's go ahead and meet the opponents on the other side, coming all the way from China. Listen, quiet confidence, loud results. Give it up for Iconics here on stage now to go up against Rad. Our vanguards, Cammy and Hetlot. Duelist, Kinfei, Snake, and Caruso. And our strategists, Egg Tart and Ghost. Let me tell you, folks, this is gonna be a good matchup. I can't wait. Rad, we have Iconics. Fellas, best of luck. Thank you so much for coming again. Let's give it up for both these teams as they lock in first time at LAN versus the team looking for a redemption story from the grand finals as they broke it down. And let's go and take it back to the desk and hear about this electrifying matchup before we take it to the electric casters. Take it away, boys.
Praise Cozy, because we are so excited for this one. We were literally talking during the walkouts. We were just chatting, and folks, you feel really confident about Rad.
Yeah. I mean, this team's probably the dark horse of the tournament. I think they're a team that could possibly. I know everybody's gunning for Liquid probably in their Preds to be #1 in this tournament. They're a team that could take a map off them, maybe shock them. It's a best of 3 first round if they come out, right? And they're the likely opponent for Liquid first, right? I wouldn't be surprised if they win map 1 against them, right? Maybe not because it's domination, but you know, they're a team that I'm really high on. Them and Gen.G. I think people should be not super surprised if you see an overperformance or an underperformance from some of these other teams.
I think that's my favorite thing about international competition as well, is you could have a team like TLC who completely dominate their region, Swamp Gaming, dominate their region, but then you come up and you play against a team from a different region who have a completely different play style. Yeah. They bring out something new that you haven't seen yet. Maybe you haven't even been able to practice against them as well, and it just changes that dynamic. You have to constantly adapt as the tournament goes on. So I'm very excited for Rad. I agree, I do think they are a dark horse. I'm still kind of holding back a little bit. I want to see what happens here in this first one, but I have a feeling they could absolutely destroy Iconics here.
The narrative we have been sort of pushing and have been watching as we head into the draft, starting off with Hell's Heaven, and we've been seeing it since mid-season, going all the way into the grand finals last year, and that is just how China, every single event, just seem on the cusp of being able to start taking series, start making it into the bracket phase, start making real big moves. And a lot of the times that has been OUG over Ultra Gaming, but Iconics have been a team that have beaten over Ultra Gaming in the past, and this is their second LAN. They do have experience as well, Gaskin.
Yeah, and I do want to reiterate, like, this is one of their best maps. On the other side for Rad, they struggled a little bit on Hell's Heaven. They're 2-3 if you include preseason as well, 2-1 throughout stage 1. So they haven't played it a ton comparatively to the amount that we have seen it on the side. And it's interesting because we get the random selection for the first map. There are just certain maps that some teams haven't been able to play just purely out of not getting the random selection on their side. But that's the only thing I've got going for Iconics at the moment. Is it's just one of their better maps. They are going to be more well rehearsed. But on the flip side, Rad would have been able to put in the prep work here, been able to look at why Iconics are good at this one. So that might be to the downfall of them here.
But it's always important to say, and I'm sure folks will agree with me here, if your team is not grinding domination, the one map, you know, the one series, the one map type that you know every single time that you're going to start with, and you're not grinding it as a team to make sure that you get that first win in the series, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's a map type that, you know, you're going to play almost every single scrim, at least try and get it twice, right? But it means you're only probably going to get one or two, right, of the DOMs that you're getting, and you're prepping always for your first one, right? So, you know, we're playing a ton of Celestial Husk because that's the map we're going to play against OUG, right? And then we're playing for our next series against Liquid, which is going to be Burn and T'Challa, but we're not getting as much practice on these other ones, Hells, Heavens, and things like that, right? And so yeah, these teams should be really, really warmed up, right? So I always put less stock into those stats of map stats because I think these teams are kind of repping them, and you kind of add the context of who you're playing against, right? Like, how many times did Na'Vi probably play Rad against on this map? Yep. Probably majority of those wins are maybe VP, right? Or, you know, Team Heretics in the Black Cat meta. So, you know, we'll see how it goes.
Speaking of the meta, we're heading on into the draft, and we're starting off pretty similar so far. The Mantises are being banned out on both sides. A Mag Protect early for Iconics, and it's going to be a one-sided Gambit secured for Rad.
Yeah, one-sided Gambit I think is very important, but for Iconics they have the option to go for the one-sided Mag, which, yep, okay, we're going to see that. So, okay, Fox, what would you rather have, the one-sided Mag or the one-sided Gambit?
Every team is a little different, and I think you're taking it map by map, honestly. It's kind of what you have prepped for the comp, right? So if you have a comp that you want to play on the specific map, Hell's Heaven's a little bit more of a brawl, close range domination point, and so I think a lot of teams might prefer the Mag because it's just close quarters, and you should probably see a Loki ban on both sides, but whoa.
The targeting, the Black Cat taken away
that's already out
by Iconics, removing it from Crazy Kitty. But Daredevil will be secure. They're making sure that Crazy Kitty can go crazy.
Yeah, they're making sure the Kitty's claws, even though they were slightly trimmed, taking away the Black Cat, Daredevil is still going to be fantastic here for Rad, and they are building a composition that could certainly go off.
Ban. I hope this is a Loki ban.
If it's not a Loki ban, I'd be worried.
We're going to find out as we head into
everybody's playing these slow comps, so Loki is so strong.
Yeah,
okay, there you go.
Yeah, that should be expected. If you allow Loki and Gambit to get through, I think you're just giving the game away, and the lock and ban phase is completely won by the other team at that point.
It's the Protect for Iconics, and it's going to be the Elsa. They completely ignore one of the characters who was so important for them during that playoff stage, Gaskin. That's the Rocket.
Yeah, and I think, as Fox was saying, like, we're not going to see much focus on Rocket. They still might play it because of how comfortable they have been with their backline, but not going to be a Protect or a lock. On the other side, though, a Thing is banned away. Fox was saying how annoying Thing is. I know how annoying Thing is, having to play against him all the time as well. So it will just allow to protect that backline a little bit as well and stop the Thing from being able to bully you through.
Rad looks like they crushed draft.
Which side, sorry?
Rad looks like they crushed draft.
Well, I feel like
banning Cat puts you at a big disadvantage, right? They get the Thing and the Loki. It just looks like they kind of slaughtered them in draft.
Well, I feel like this is a superfluous question right now. I'm going to ask you, Fox, who you got?
Rad 2-0.
Rad 2-0, yeah.
We're going to be heading into that map number 1, so we're going to send you over to our casters. Take it away, guys.
The underdog story begins. Iconics yet to get a map win on land, my friend.
I know. I mean, this team, last time we seen them in the grand finals and then also at midseason, I feel like they played well back in the midseason, unironically. And a lot of teams, they look very different than last year. This time around, you mentioned it before, they have the full roster here in person. So for Iconics, that's a big deal. But for Team Rad, this team has been getting a lot of gas behind the scenes.
Absolutely. I mean, the same story, right, with Rad. This is a team that came through the MRC last time, same org, but a whole new team. looking to do the same thing and push all the way to the end. Would be a crazy story as we start up our first fight.
Yeah, starting out, I mean, both teams kind of through the ban phase had a bit of different identity. You pointed it out, and so did the desk. Flawlessly, great job to everybody on our desk so far, and Fox for joining them. So awesome to see that. But for Iconics, they're going to be having that one-sided Magneto alongside the group for a bit of the slower comp alongside Invis and Rocket Raccoon. And meanwhile for Rad, playing heavily around their Elsa, they're going to play Thing alongside the group with a different lineup of the Luna alongside Gambit and that heavy dive. Crazy Kitty, we heard a lot about his Daredevil, a lot about his dive characters.
Yeah, Crazy Kitty definitely a problem on that dive. That's why they had to remove that cat. There's the engage now from Kitty looking at that back line, and they are low. Smash able to find the first pick on a headlock, though. Don't see a second come through just yet.
I mean, Crazy Kitty doing a good job living, too. I mean, knowing he can't get the KO through all of that patty caking done by both strategists. Only losing one, though. Like you mentioned, it's Smash on the other side, taking advantage of the pressure provided by Crazy Kitty. Next fight will still heavily be in their favor due to the fact they're close to that Gambit ult. They can go aggressive once Mash builds it. I'm curious if they're going to take damage on their Vanguard line. Maybe go aggressive with Mash's ultimate.
Yeah, it's tricky here. Iconics really loves this Rocket comp, but I'm just not a Rocket believer in this particular season, at least as much as some of these backlines we've seen. There's a commitment now from the Sia. We'll find out now if it works out. No, Crazy Kitty going to be able to find Ghost there and keep them moving. That's going to be a second now for Kitty. Make it a triple, why don't you? As Lugia cleans up a few, or Mash, excuse me, takes out Egtar.
Yeah, and this is the difficulty about the thing that you talked about before, is that if you played aggressive, you play a little fast, and Iconics seems like they just got rolled over. That B or the See You Later went aggressive. Everybody deleted it so fast. Also, the overhealth didn't get there in time to save Ghost, so excellent job to shut down the Invis. And again, they're going for aggressive play here, it looks like.
Oh, I love that with the lift. A huge backline play. Are they able to find value? No, not just yet. Clartrox, as an answer, Lugia able to find the first pick out of Kurisu.
Excellent engage again. I mean, nice job with the tempo. That's the thing we talk about with a lot of teams, is some of them are a little bit too passive. Not Rad in this case. Great job by Ducky. The follow-up was there. Kenby does find blood with the Clartrox on the flank.
Smash looking to make it work. Good jump out for the moment. There is going to be the boundary from Ghost as an answer. And he finds one on a Smash, and it looks like still the point will be in favor of Rad. 76% and climbing here as Iconics moves forward.
Yeah, Karisu doing a good job there. They actually didn't see the BRB. I don't know if Crazy Kitty saw that, so the Red's still available for the squad. Crazy pops the ultimate. Here's the portal back from Spawn, by the way, for Smash, so they still want to hold on to their objectives. Crazy finds Ghost.
Yeah, good work here by Crazy again with two. Kurisu trades that and takes out Crazy Kitty.
Hear the comms too a little bit by Smash. Let's listen in on them. These are small listeners provided by Razor as we listen to Rad in their comms towards the very end. They win round number 1.
Yeah, I mean, this team just hasn't really missed a beat. I mean, that looked dominant across the board there from Rad. Again, an org that we are no stranger to.
They use Groot?
Yeah.
And Elsa as well?
Yeah.
You can
Oh, wait.
by the way.
Yeah, they did.
No, Dennis. Alright, go cheap, bro. I go cheap.
Setting up here for the next match up between these two teams. Map 2, Cammy with ult available on the Magneto. Again, the one-sided mag has been a big problem in scrims, we've been told. We'll see if it works out here for Iconics. Again, the backline really not making a major change. Egtar loving that rocket, but that Sia, you discussed it. It was just destroyed in an instant. I think there's just a little too much damage.
You can hear through the Razor comms that they generally were very good on calling their dives, setting up the target focus was excellent, and making plays. That's what we want to see at a lot of these top teams, is if they can consistently keep up the pressure. We've seen teams out of the play-ins get really far in tournaments. Sometimes teams back in their home matches, maybe they had a bit of a celebration potentially after getting top 3, resulting in maybe not focusing on getting seeding. And you can see Rad, excellent start so far versus Iconics, making them always on the back foot.
Pressure on the high ground. I like this start here for Rad. This is typically the strategy you want to see. Playing a little slow, not panicking on the point just yet. Using that height to their advantage. Smash walking forward here on the Bucky. Off-map potential is going to be immense. Good wall off there from the front line. Smash forcing out cooldowns. Goodbye to the bubble. The dunk comes out from Cammy and no one falls. The Sia goes out as an answer. Smash now finds Hetlot. And the numbers are once again up for Rad, who are just keeping this ball moving.
And they are Crazy looking at the backline shields. Everybody trying to peel off the dive, but the pressure is too much. Rad's consistency has been great so far throughout. Iconics need to figure something out as well, as that Ghost and Egtar just aren't able to live. We're not able to find those KOs, as Rad are doing an excellent job of living in general.
Can't stop the Kitty right now. It's just too much pressure. There's just no issue way too much forward take. It's like you don't even need the space from the Vanguards. If you're Crazy Kitty, just walking down everybody you see.
I mean, that guy's just unKOable with that Luna Snowflake as well as the deflect. People talk about that difference between him and Black Cat is that, you know, if you have a really good Daredevil player, they're almost impossible to KO. And for Aconix, they do have double Stratus ultimate, or duelist ultimate, and the Invis Boundary again, but Krisu gets frozen.
There's a commitment now. Kraken impact. Smash finds one onto Kenby. Right back at him. Make it a two-piece. Ektar gonna bring Kenby back into the fight, but the numbers are still up. Cammy finds that right back. Goodbye to Smash now, as the numbers are closer, but still in Rad's favor.
Yeah, I mean, slight lapse of judgment in terms of finding those KOs.
Oh! Can they clean up? They do! What a strangling prison here! Just dirty work by Ducky, who's walking them back in a position where they were down numbers, turning that right back at him.
Yeah, I could see why a lot of the EMEA casters, we're talking about Ducky being one of the best group players, obviously in that case got staggered, but regardless, he's been making plays throughout some of the best group plays we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. You gotta love to see those huge strangling prisons. Really can change the tide of a fight, especially when you don't have a cleanse from the Luna or the Gambit. I mean, it just enables them so much more.
Original Flush to start it off, looking for more. Headlock, wait, did he? Oh no, he just got the thing in that Groot ultimate. It's not enough to find more?
Yeah, I believe he's trying to likely throw it over thing. He was using Yancey Street, and that just makes him immune to it. Walks right through it, and then just heads right into him. Ken V trades with the Crazy Kitty. Ghost now gonna find Lugia, who's taking that space. Ghost again here with that Invis, finds Ducky, and now Aconix are looking to take this point over.
Yeah, this time getting caught out with their aggression, you know, kind of getting punished for it. Finally, Aconix can breathe a sigh of relief. They do have, again, the Kraken impact, but you're against so many ults on the other side. Rad with the tempo plays they've made with Crazy Kitty. He's got that ready to go. Same thing with that dance floor. We can get KOs in the middle of this invisible boundary with good enough target focus. We'll see how it's played inside of Rad.
Setting up on the point here. Kenby ready with that Kraken impact available. All it's going to be roughly even as Crazy Kitty with a Let the Devil Out. Could be a problem as well. We've seen a lot of pressure from that hero. Will that be the story that we see throughout this domination?
Playing it back, looking for a bit more, but here comes the dive.
Clobbering timeout. Match right back here with the Kraken impact. What an answer from Kenby. Able to drop Lugia in that moment. Crazy going to stall and just hold up. Knowing numbers are down. Goes with the invisible boundary. Kenby trying to find a two-piece. Does not reset as the fight begins once more. We see the drop back here from Kurisu, who's very low on HP and is going to actually go down from Ducky.
At least the BRB is brought back. Crazy Kitty didn't focus that. Regardless, It doesn't matter. Rad win map number 1.
Pressure. They didn't even see the point. Just way too much chaos going on. Drove them right back, and just like that, that is going to be the first map for Rad.
I'm seeing the hype now, all right? I mean, that was an excellent game from them. I'm curious what happens after this, what maps we go to, but domination, that was absolutely one-sided. Excellent job from the side of Rad, and I think you talked about it too. It's interesting that Rad has been, you know, we're actually the previous midseason champions with a completely different squad, but it's the same organization behind this excellent team.
Yeah, history repeating itself, right? This team, we haven't had eyes on these players in a land like this, and they are showing up. I mean, 8 finals, Crazy Kitty was so dominant. Everyone getting a piece of the action here. From the side of Rad. They all had value, huge ultimates across the board. We saw pacing ults, even down numbers. It was disgusting work. Really well done by Rad here. I'm happy to see it.
Yeah. Well, let's see what map we're taking to for the next map. It is going to be BO3s in these play-ins. So, you know, depending on a few things, depending on what Aconix pick, maybe Rad could be put in a bit of a pickle. But after that, I mean, I would be very confident as a Rad fan.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the answer is, right? You got to think of the ban phase. I think the Luna enabled some of that dive stuff. Maybe you try to take that off the field. I think they're both comfortable on Groot, so I don't think that's going to be a change. I don't know. I wasn't a massive fan of their composition. I don't think Rocket looked incredible there either. Those Sias didn't get a bunch of value, but I don't know, man. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm kind of with you in that department. I think the Luna's a bit of a problem. You know, definitely not an underrated hero. It's just so many strategists are really good right now.
Sure.
You know, maybe I'll see a team with the Invisible Woman do well, considering we saw last map, you know, the pace of play was too fast against characters like that. And, you know, especially with the Luna Snow changes, where the fact that she gets, you know, CC immunity too with the White Fox team up is ridiculous. That character was already good, and now she just has more self-peel. It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, the cleanse, especially into a comp where you're going into, you know, a Groot, is so valuable. I think, you know, a lot of the time you kind of just get confident when you land on Luna just instinctively over these past few seasons. You think it's going to work out for you. You try to maybe potentially burn through any of these ults that come out, but you just cleanse and move on. It's that simple.
And what made, like, because you're talking about Groot a little bit.
Sure.
Like, what was your thoughts so far on Duck? I mean, his timings, he was just consistently hitting them. I know it's team dependent and stuff, But you can see he's in-game leading quite hard there with those ults.
Yeah, I love the ult jump. I like to call them wall jumps, right? Where you just kind of set up in a corner, you get, the third-person peek, you jump up on a wall, over the corner, launch ult. We saw that in the back line, so huge plays.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, taking a look back at the highlights, it was very one-sided, like we mentioned before. Not much else to say besides Crazy Kitty. You talked about him. He was absolutely crazy and popped the hell off. Same thing with his counter ult by Smash. It was excellent team sort of win, right? It wasn't just one player necessarily. Obviously, in the KO feed, it's going to be a lot of that Black Cat or DD, but really everybody was putting in the work for this side on Rad.
Yeah, I like Smash's change there, too. The Kraken impact was ever valuable. Look at this ult. Wow, and that's what we're talking about, Ducky. Great ult there. Headlock trying to match it back, being able to get some value there with those walls. And, it's tricky running Thing into a group, but Lugia is doing a great job.
Yeah, he's kind of tempoing quite fast, right? Like when we saw the last squad with Reject, that's what I was kind of trying to point out, is that they were just like AFK. Like they were just literally doing nothing most of the time. Whereas for Rad, you could see on the opposite side, obviously it's a tighter map when we go to Hell's Heaven on these certain rounds, but I just love how aggressive in on point they were as a team, just committing to every single team fight together. We'll see if that continues, though, as the next map will be picked. It's going to be a convoy. We're headed to Midtown here in Los Angeles. This is our second game of the day, but no team eliminated just yet. Even if you were to lose this series, you would have a chance in that lower bracket.
Yeah, I think they're playing confident. Rad talked about that, in the pregame interview, essentially said this is ours to lose, and they are playing confident. You need to believe you can win, and at the moment, Iconics, they're just not showing me that.
Yeah, Iconics, I mean, they looked good at the last midseason. I think even though they did lose, I mean, they did win a map, you said. But for some reason, it just felt like they were in it this time around.
They did, yeah. It's so funny to say that, right? I'm just agreeing with you fully. Sorry to cut you off. It's funny because they didn't win a map, but every single map, we're like, oh, they might win this, even against some of the best teams.
Yeah, today it's been different, though.
Yeah.
Today, not so much. But for Iconics, maybe the map pick will change that momentum in their favor. We're going to Midtown, and the problem is that Rad is a very good team overall. Like, maybe you wouldn't want to take... I like they didn't go to Museum, at least. Like, I feel like that might be a good map for Rad, considering all things.
Yeah, I missed this map, Bring us back to Midtown here. As we
the
see.
OG Museum.
For real. Yeah, this was the OG Museum. This was always the pick at the moment, but they're going to remove that Mantis. That is something we expect to see a ton throughout this tournament. And then the lock-in here of Magneto, again, something that we would expect.
Yeah, one-sided mag, or sorry, rather not one-sided mag. Apologies. It might not be one-sided mag, rather.
Yep.
As Iconics go for that mag, protect as well. We've heard so much about this hero. He's a pretty dominant character and ranked in pretty much everywhere currently with that Scarlet Witch team up, like you brought up before.
Yeah, I mean, he throws, those swords at the sides of buses. It's very difficult to miss those swords into the back line as we see the removal of Loki. Again, Loki in a very strong space. That team up where he gets the damage boost on all those crystals, the size of the crystals now being enhanced, and always having that despite not having the Mantis really makes him a big threat. But I think he's one of those strategists that not every team has a player that can make Loki work, and the teams that are able to make Loki work really add a huge threat into this ban phase.
100%, you're right. And I know we talk about Midtown and all these Convoy Convergence maps also being very good Loki maps, on top of the fact that if you do allow Gambit to go through, which Rad at the moment are, if this Protect comes through, they go for the Thing ban alongside the Loki ban, maybe trying to prepare for a comp that would be good around Gambit.
Sure. Yeah, there's a lot of strengths to think. I think his team ups make him more threatening for the front line and for peeling, but just having Purple on command is super impactful. As we see the lock-in of Gambit, the lock-in, being able to lock Gambit that late is crazy to me. I feel like
that's what I mean is that Rad's preparing for that. They're looking to counter that comp, but we'll see if that is the case. I mean, I like that thinking personally. Everybody has difference of opinions of what to do in the ban phase. Do you ban the strongest character or do you ban the strongest support characters around, the main character that would be Gambit, the main hero of Iconics composition? We have the one-sided rocket come through at the very end, though, for Rad, it looks like.
Yeah, and the other thing to note, right, is when it comes to Gambit, Iconics just really hasn't been the best Gambit team. I think so. That's doing your homework there for the side of Rad. I'm sure their stats team and everyone behind the scenes is making sure that they're aware of that, but it's just not their strong suit. Let it go if you need to. They don't win maps with Gambit, so why not keep it moving?
You're right. I'm with you 100%. Keep it moving. Going for the Invisible ban on their other side, so Rad cannot play Invisible Woman alongside their comp. Again, focused towards the strategist side, whereas you can see Rad's idea kind of the same, whereas they varied alongside the Thing coming through in the ban phase. But in the last series, we saw a lot of focus towards strats again.
Sure.
This time around, the Thing being removed for Iconics. But this is their chance to stay alive in this upper bracket ship in the play-in. So this is the upper bracket of... so we have like a second tournament that they have to go through, basically.
Yeah, knockout, right? Double elimination. So it's just going to push them down to the lower side. Rad, at the moment, looking dominant. Will they be able to keep this upper? Can Iconics bounce back on the map of their choice and find some sort of solution, as we're seeing here, a potential triple-triple?
Yeah. All I'm thinking about is my Preds right now, Especially trying to get my unstable molecules. I'm thinking, damn, I should have probably put Rad higher.
Yeah.
That's every team right now in this midseason. You know, you could talk to any of the players, coaches. A lot of them very bright. A lot of them have a lot of thoughts on the game and stuff. But when it all comes down to it, $500,000 on the line, you know, what team would you bet on? Is it the team with consistency, or is it the up-and-coming team that looks like they have a chance to win it all?
Yeah, and it's really any given day. I think that needs to come into the conversation too. I think teams are still finding compositions that are maybe not discovered quite yet, and ways to play these different heroes that maybe they're saving for later on in the tournament. But I'm looking forward to having this conversation with you now and then calling that out later on.
Starting out, Shib, we do have, yet again, Mash this time around. People talk about how good his Gambit is on the Luna Snow this time around, alongside that Rocket too. Whereas Iconics on their side actually playing the Jubilee triple composition on defense.
As you can see here, Egtar starting up, just using that bubble. Stay healthy, very good tool right now. Flying blind whenever that's popped, and that is going to be on all of the front line. Good idea. Can they find any value out of it? Looks like not. Egtar playing nice and slow, and kind of on their heels.
Yeah, they're getting some big cooldowns out. I mean, you force the Soul Bond, but regardless, excellent pick by Cammy. Does get brought back by BRB though, so that's another big cooldown by the offense used. However, they're still going to be here as 5. Maybe play slow for ultimates at this point.
Yeah, we're going to start seeing how different teams have that spawn break, right? What their composition is right now. It looks like the Punisher and the Wolverine are getting focused for Rad here, instead of something like what we saw in the past with that Storm for the damage boost with the Punisher and Rocket. It's going to be a little more spread out with the Wolverine. Now, still kind of on, you know, it just feels like a slow game right now. Nobody really taking major angles.
Yeah, they're playing slow, trying to bait out cooldowns or find a pick through Crazy Kitty. This time he gets the grab, or the group walls enough, and the vulnerability on the side by the Thing. Invisible Boundary actually forced out of Ghost.
Yeah, Sia goes out there from Vertigo, and that isn't going to be enough. Match back with the Invisible Boundary. These Sias are getting exploded. Dance Floor out now for Mash, walking them forward, and this could be big here with the Judgment, but the Bond is going to slow up that pace. Is it going to be enough to stop it? No. Smash going to find the first pick on a headlock, make it a 2-piece. Goodbye, Cammy and Egtar, and that should be enough to get them moving.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Kempi not close to that ultimate either. Does have the res available, but now will get shut down by Smash. Excellent work to farm up that Punisher ultimate. He builds the ult so fast at the current moment, as well as he's running that Daredevil team up for the penetration through individuals. We go for that fast portal play, though, on Iconic side.
Yeah, we've been seeing that kind of in a sneaky team up that's looked pretty strong. You think in infinite ammo, just because it's kind of what we expected in the past, but that penetration is really, really good, especially into these triple comps. Kenvi gonna find Vertigo to set the tone back into Iconic's favor. Cammy again onto Smash.
Yeah,
nice start here, and way to get that portal through and kind of play traditional right on this, right on this ambulance.
Try to get the Jet team to go up. Excellent work by you said on the retake for Iconics. Usually don't see teams kind of capitalize in those cases, but like you said, Karisu with a huge ultimate. Mash does get brought back by BRB as well, too, in a fight where they're resetting anyway, so that's kind of interesting. That cooldown will be out in the next fight. So I'm curious if maybe Smash gets picked or somebody, if Kempi can pop off with his ultimate. Still has the res, by the way, because he saved it. I actually like Iconic's chances here, unless Crazy Kitty pops off with Ducky, who has hit the biggest ultimate so far.
Yeah, there's a lot on the field here in terms of ultimates. We'll see what they look like in a moment as the last stand goes up and down. Egtar, oh my goodness, Lugia gonna clean those up. Ducky now onto Headlock off the back of a huge last stand. The res comes out now from Kenby and the entire team back on the field here.
Oh, wait, Ducky threw a Groodle. I think it was eaten by Mag or somebody rather on the other side. Excellent job to get rid of the Groodle. Clobbering time coming out. Everybody's died!
What a freeze! And the bubble was just not quick enough here. Just a back and forth brawl fest on the point in this invisible boundary from the side of Iconics with Ghost. And they're still up numbers, I believe. It looks like Smash is going to try to turn that back in their favor now. And they're still moving forward. Rad doing a great job playing patiently through all of these ults.
Absolutely. I mean, this is an absolute battle at the current moment. Iconics no res, by the way, to bring back one. Cammy gets poked down low. Doesn't go down, though, so this is giving ult charge until the group walls come out. Wow. Nice force physics, though, to bring it back.
Yeah, you're really seeing the power here of the side. Oh, wait, this could be big. Let's see if this final Judgment gets some picks. It looks like it does not yet as the Bond comes out a little late. It finally finds one as Lugia takes out Cammy. Smash trying to find a second and does just that, and it looks like this point will be theirs.
Jesus, dude. Lugia built up those clobbering times so fast, by the way. I mean, he went for one earlier and then comes through. I guess there's Headlock, never mind with that one, but regardless, Rad get it done. We move to second phase, and you know, I think that was a really, really well-timed ult, like you said, and by Smash. It's tough for Cammy right now. On their side, I mean, Magneto, he's just not able to build up the ult as fast as Smash is, and you'd love to have that Meteor M, right, to counter the Punisher ultimate.
No, absolutely. It's tricky, though. I mean, there's a lot of protection, but yeah, they don't have the mag, so it's a little more vulnerable. But I will say, I'm loving the way Lugia is playing Thing right now. It's so aggressive. You know, you think of Thing as this peel hero, but he's just sending it into the backline 24/7, farming ult like you're talking about, and it's looking dominant. I mean, I expect to see a ton of Thing in this tournament.
Let's see if they can continue this. Rad again, Crazy Kitty with the ultimate. They go in.
There was a commitment to Crazy Kitty again. Keep your eye on this last stand. It's going to be happening here in a moment. I believe potentially trying to force something out. Maybe waiting for Ghost to launch out. Now is going to be the last stand, as we talked about. Will they be able to get out of vault? Instead, going to pull out frontline, and that's going to be the first pick on a Cammy. Well done there by Kitty.
Yeah, nice work. Just taking one, taking what you can get. Just being smart, intelligent about it. The brutal available for Ducky.
Yeah, potentially waiting here. Yes, until they're not expecting it, but it gets cleansed instantly. Really well done by Egg-Tart there. So we're talking about and how good Luna can be. Gonna find Smash though, or Mash, excuse me, who comes back from the res.
Yeah, you would think that's a good ultimate, but as you said, Luna's so crazy. Nice pull back in though, get Karisu, make it even. The Black Cat goes down, also very early ultimate by Kenvi. Can they find anybody ringing forward because of the Psionic? They do, find two.
Yeah, Sonic, well done with the judgment here from Kenvi. Is going to look like Iconics will take this back, and this is the most brawly spot of this entire map. Expect to see a ton of chaos in this final minute here. Rad looking to move this forward. Iconics doing a good job right now as they are up the meteor end.
Yeah, so far, Rad looking like a very good Dom team on this map. Iconics looking much improved even with a minute left, and it's hard on attack for sure, as always. We'll see how this kind of plays out as we go down to the wire. Cammy with that meteor M ready to go. Smash as well with the Glartrox available. Same thing with Lugia, has been able to hit some huge clobber in times. We'll see if it's avoided by Iconics, as Karisu also has a Black Cat ultimate. We've seen them pop off before.
Smash drops Kenvi for the first pick. Meteor M goes up. Cammy looking for something here, forcing out potentially some of these movement cooldowns, waiting that extra second, and bang, it does come down onto Smash with some good follow-up there from Ghost.
Somebody capped C9. Is it gonna happen? Are they gonna C9? They see the clobber him? 2 meters? 1 meter? Oh my god, they're touching!
What a last-second touch! The potential sneak almost making it work, but the follow-up is enough. Looks like they're getting there, and the retake's there from Rad, and that will be the second point. And honestly, off the back of that sneak in the back line.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard versus all this pressure for sure, but they do get a lot of, movement forward for that convoy convergence payload. And now you're looking for that Black Cat on the back line. Smash sort of being that spy check. 1 minute 30, pulled in is Donkey. He goes down, but this cart still gets to move forward.
Yeah, shout out Rad making that work. Iconics' defense has looked very strong, but honestly, off the back of just forcing them to turn around, getting the strategists away from that front line was enough for them to take this point and sneak actually through this point, and Kenvi finds the first one onto Lugia, who comes right back with that BRB.
I've loved how Kenvi's been playing these neutrals. Crazy Kitty, though, looking for 3 people, just trying to dive back around. Goes invisible again, just hides, but smashed on 1.
It's just so much, man. It's so hard to deal with. So well done by Kitty and Smash. Is able to take out Egg-Tart, and now numbers are once again up for the side of Rad. We're riding this momentum, find the second pick onto Hetlot, and they're turning this first corner.
Yeah, I'd be curious if we try to change compositions, maybe throw in a Bucky or something. Kempy's been doing well against the Thing, at least destroying him. This is such a disgusting performance by Rad towards this third phase. 40 seconds left to go on the clock, and ultimates have been built.
Yeah, there's a ton of potential combinations here. The Sia might be something to launch out and force out potentially Kenvi, using that final judgment, and then you just follow up with the Meteor M as an answer. Let's see if that's what's going to happen here. Final judgment goes out. Hiding and kiting instead is the answer for the moment. Damage reduction goes out, and there's that commitment of the dance floor. Really well done to be patient on that.
Excellent job. They doesn't get your clobbering. Time goes in, but everybody actually doesn't get. Well, never mind. Crazy got 2.
And Crazy's able to come on through on the backside and just take out 2. And that could be enough for them to get this point here. Stalling them at the door, yes, I do believe that's going to be the case. Can they sneak through? I do not know. Overtime ticks down, but it doesn't matter. That's going to be all 3 for the side of Rad.
Excellent job by Rad to fully cap out. It was looking a little dicey at points, but that's how it goes on attack for sure. Rad, excellent closeout. And, it was like that just constant Black Cat pressure that felt like we saw in the first series, too, with Self. Same thing, right? I mean, Crazy Kitty was just absolutely going insane on the back line.
Yeah, I mean, Kitty's in the conversation for one of the best cats here. We talk about how Cat, maybe took a few hits in terms of a nerf. Yeah. The character is just so complex. They just needed time on the character. You're going to get better and better over these next few seasons to the point where you're going to realize the potential of the Cat, even with some of these changes. Obviously, the team-up's giving her a bit of an advantage, but either way, I mean, Kitty's really taking the full advantage of that hero. You saw how annoying it was to handle.
I'm surprised they didn't even go for like the double hit scan sort of play there. Like we could play the Elsa. Obviously, a lot of strats banned. We maybe in the relegation tournament, I think, saw a lot more focus on hit scan characters.
Sure.
Black Widow's still available. You do still have also that character Elsa. Instead, they just try to go and delete the Thing because of Lugia has been, I guess, a problem. Same with both of these Vanguards. Regardless, it's interesting they did stick with that throughout the entire map, basically, with Kenvi on the Punisher. I mean, he had his moments, but it just felt like in these neutrals, besides finding opening picks, it was very, very much so in the side of Rad.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's fun to see Punisher kind of back in the meta here. Surprised to see this composition for the moment from Iconics. Wondering if there's going to be a change here as they will not have the rocket. And it looks like there is a different comp, but not one that I would have expected. Potentially
Fastball
using
break.
that fastball. Yeah, it's all about the fastball special. Thing no longer has that team up, folks. So it's all about the hold.
See if they go for it. I mean, usually you see like one fight on Hulk or something. Maybe they kind of walk in together as a unit. It's all about forcing out that soul bond first, though. Missing the stasis, though, on Cammy's side. Has to fall back to the main force on the front line as Headlock goes over to the group.
Yeah, as you discussed, it's in an ideal world, you force out Bond, and then you throw the Wolverine into the back line and try to make a play off it, or even the front line here. It's going to be a triple composition.
Mash.
You'll see now as Canby's keeping the pressure up, building that ultimate 66%. Cammy, first pick onto Mash. Self-res will be available, so the number should be even in a moment. They are. Not sure if Bond was committed, but if it's not, then this is really just nothing that has happened so far.
I don't think so. Building up towards that Punisher ult. That's going to be built so fast. They did find Ducky, though, with the claws of Karisu. And can they find more after it? Ducky does get brought back by BRB.
Ducky back in the fight. Again, as discussed, Headlock far more up in terms of ult advantage, but goes down from Lugia. The walkthrough from Ken B with his final judgment, but there's way too much damage reduction. Great peel. Well done to just hide and kite that ult for that moment. That's just, you know, you're looking for those net wins. You don't want to commit anything if you don't need to.
Yeah, the best teams disengage and just sort of play it out, play it slow. You know, not even needing a mag ult in that case. We do have Gambit on this side. Maybe they want to go aggressive finally.
Yeah, Go's going to start up here. It's very low in HP. Kurisu would smash back with the Sia from Smash. Lugia with the clobbering time. Is it enough? Goodbye to the front line. The hook will go back into Bruce. Cammy going to be heading back to the door. Headlock falls from Smash. And really well done here by Rad. They're trying to make this a quick matchup here.
Yeah, this is not going good for Iconics. I mean, I would love if they switch to something else that would actually try to counter this. We saw some Storm stuff before. We saw some damage boosters and stuff. I mean, you go in with the Gambit ult, we can't actually make anything work versus Rad, who have a ton of ults still to work with. Maybe Karisu could get a big ultimate, but Ducky's been big with the Strangling Prison so far.
Yeah, it just looks like they haven't quite made a decision on what they want to run for this spawn break. Kurisu finds the first pick onto Crazy Kitty, though, and that could be enough to get them moving. Psych Light as Crazy's back into the fight for the BRB. Oh, and could the Strangling Prison work out? No.
Smart.
It is going to find Kurisu. Crazy Kitty gets that pick, and it's matched back. See if that Strangling Prison works out in the back line.
Your M2, Headlock does find Vertigo at least. Born Again comes through from Mash, but he goes down in it.
Yeah, that was a little aggressive. Smash finds Ghost. Crazy Kitty now with one. Ducky fine. Oh, and a great hold from Rad, even after losing one.
Well, it was off of the back of Ducky, who just played slow. Knew Karisu did have that last stand available. Gets him, finds the KO, and that shuts down the entire fight for Iconics. I love how Rad are playing it, just so patient, slow. They lose one, but they know the BRB will bring one back, so they bait people in to these Groot ultimates from Ducky.
We're going to see now as the tackle comes in from Kurisu, who does have that last stand. Ducky falls, the Sia goes out, so that's more value as Ducky's back in the fight. So the numbers are even. Lugia onto Cammy, just coming right back in. Great job diving backwards, using those cooldowns to head back to the team, then committing forward with that Yancey. Kenby starting up now with a final judgment, but Lugia just darts through the doorway like a champion. We're going to see if anybody else falls, as now Vertigo walks forward here with Jubilee.
Everybody brought in last stand, does find one on the back, but he's healed up. Oh my goodness, the Adam heals were crazy, but Crazy Kitty does go down on the front line as everybody came back to peel the strategist off. Iconic get a fight win, but 30 seconds left to go, Ship. They still have Portal available too. Crazy goes for that Portal retake.
This is just dominant defense. This is textbook. They're going to go over here and hold at the ambulance, and then they need to walk. They can walk for a third fight. No, they're letting get the portal backwards, so they really just think that they have this. This is a confident play, that they may not need a third fight. We're going to see.
Play slow for Ducky's ult, probably, I guess.
Yeah, I can see that for sure.
Iconics could eat it, though, with Cammy. Cammy has a chance to go off,
That'd
but
be huge.
It would be huge. They also have Shredder's ult advantage.
Yeah, Meteor M to eat the Strangling Prison would be lights out. That could be the play that makes Iconics push through this first point and keep this series going. See if that works and happens here. Cammy holding on to that Meteor M, ready to hear any sort of I am Groot, but takes a ton of damage, and the I am Groot goes out. Goodbye as they fall, and it looks again like Rad will not stop, and they are just a dominant team in this matchup.
That was crazy. We'll look at that at the very end, but it looks like Rad capped the point. Overtime ticks down. Karisu swaps the Strange too late. Magult being saved for the next map, maybe for the next tournament, as Avatar can't touch, and Iconics are shut out by Rad. Off of an excellent freeze from Mash. Rad, what the crazy consistency out of them.
Yeah. I mean, it was just really clean play. There was not a lot of mistakes being made. They knew when they could quote unquote lose fights. Maybe the aggressive res was the first real mistake we saw from the team, but either way, they were played confidently. They didn't even need the third touch. I don't know. I'm with you. I think that hold of the Meteor M in the final fight was a huge mistake.
Yeah. Rad get it done, though. They 2-0 and move on to the next round versus 100 Thieves. So we get to see the EMEA versus NA matchup already. Looking back at the stat, Shib, what are you noticing overall?
Oh, Lugia, 13 finals, 37-4. Come on now. I mean, just so much aggression on the thing.
Yeah, I believe on the stage we'll have an interview in a moment with Cozy and one of the winners from Rad. Excellent work by them.
Can we give it up for the first time winners at LAN for Rad, everybody? Let's make some noise. Viewers at home, I want you to clap too. I'll be welcoming as they are giving their great good games at GGs. We'll be pulling in Ducky because again, the dream, I think this is the perfect story of what Rivals is all about. Going from essentially couch to pro, going from a dream, getting a team together, and then making it all the way to what we have as our biggest stage. Ducky, we had you whenever we pulled you into the original lineup. Congratulations, good sir. Gotta ask you, I want to hear the story from your point of view, going from MRC, being the only MRC team here, and making your way all the way to this stage. Walk us through that.
I mean, when I got with this group of people in MRC, I already knew that we would make it to LAN. Like, I was so confident in us from the start, and I'm just so happy to like be here and play in LAN and to win our first map. Like, I had a few like jitters, you know, it's the first time playing, but like now that's out the way, I feel fully confident. I don't think there's anyone that can beat us.
Yeah, tipping emotion. That's what I want to hear. Let's give it up for Ducky. Now, Ducky, listen, on the other side, 100 Thieves, they're anything but inexperienced. They've been to now every LAN that Rivals have had. I think you're the perfect person to ask. Any words you'd like to say to 100 Thieves, any players, anything at all? I'm going to give you the floor.
I mean, again, there's nothing to say. It's just play the game and we'll see who wins, but I'm confident it will be us.
Love it for our humble king. Give it up again for Rad and Ducky. Again, congrats, my friend. We'll see you. Job's not finished. Yo, and not for us either, as we have more matches to go in our playing stage. We get a little bit of a better view of that upper bracket, and we have more action to break down. LA viewers, we're going to give it over to the desk to break down the next match ahead of us. We'll see you on the other side.
Thank you very much, Cozy. But first, let's talk about the match that just happened. You called it, for starters. Both of you immediately called it. Rad putting on a performance. And I want to weave the audience a little bit of a tale here. This time last year, mid-season finals were happening in Guangzhou, China. And at that tournament, a team called Rad, that is now Na'Vi, but for the sake of it, a team called Rad played through the play-in stage, where they made it to the upper bracket finals of their play-in stage and lost to an American team. They then went on to win the whole event. We now have a situation where in the upper brackets of our play-in stage, we have a Team Rad and an American team. Gaskin, is history about to repeat itself?
If you listen to the confidence of Rad, I don't know about that. I mean, they seem like they can take on the world at the moment, and I really appreciate what he said as well. He got rid of some early jitters. I think acknowledging that, being aware of those early jitters and how they are very prevalent in the early games, but being able to get past that, because now you know what that feeling's like, you know you can play through it. It's going to be a very different experience against a very hard-fought 100 Thieves roster, right? Who are going to come into this all guns blazing, very prepared, know exactly what they want to do to approach.
Folks, in this series in particular, Rad, you talked about it beforehand, they're looking strong, but they looked so strong.
Yeah. I mean, they've just got more talent. It's hard for these other regions to compete when they don't really practice against us as much. You know, Rad's just playing faster. I think their players are just overall better. So, you know, they did what they should have done and they executed well, and, you know, it's kind of obliteration, what can I say?
Yeah, Gaskin, you were talking a little bit in the break about just, it comes a lot down to polish for individual stuff here.
Well, with how good all these players are, mechanically, everyone shoots well. You know, everyone knows how to play their heroes at this point. So it comes to the team fights and the execution, like Fox was saying. And there's just minor moments, for example, the Strange ult, not getting bubbled, not waiting for that bubble, or not communicating with your team that you're going to Strange ult. Those small things with execution just allowed Rad to just run over them a little bit. Not to mention the one-sided Thing in the end was just a complete bully show. Rad showed us why Thing is so powerful in this meta at the moment, and I think that teams are going to learn that you can't really allow one-sided Thing to go through like that.
Rad very much kind of looking at one-sided stuff from one side or the other. We saw one-sided Thing, one-sided Rocket. They even lost the one-sided Gambit at some point, but it didn't really seem to matter to them, guys.
I think that Rad can play through anything at the moment. They have just been able to work out the meta, work out what the counters are, and work out where they go if they get targeted at all. I did like that they did focus on the Rocket. We mentioned that in the pre-show, like, are we going to see Rocket get banned because of how prevalent it is in Iconic's lineup? In the end, they noticed that perhaps it was a weakness. They did take it down, and also on this map, one-sided Rocket can be very good for you.
Folks, looking at these two teams at Rad and 100 Thieves, which is going to be our next series for today, I believe. What are you thinking? Now you've had a chance to see both, what are you thinking about?
I mean, we kind of saw they play a similar style, right? Self looked insane in the series versus Iconics, or not Iconics, pardon me. Reject, yeah. And then Crazy Kitty again looked insane versus Iconics. I think Reject is definitely the better of the two teams between those two. It's a really good meta for 100 Thieves, though. You know, like they are one of the premier kind of front to back slop teams. You know, they're Vanguard players. They really like playing slower comps. They don't like playing dive as much, you know. And so when you're able to get Vinny and TTK on Groot, Thing, Penny, Mag, those types of characters, you know, throwing in Angela too, right? It's a good meta for 100 Thieves. I think it's going to go 3. I don't know who's going to win. We haven't scrimmed 100 Thieves a ton. I think it's going to come down to does TTK get Thing? And if he does, I think it's going to look really good for them. And if he doesn't, are they good enough to handle what he's going to look like on Angela? Because they don't have Angela players that look like him in EMEA.
Well, there's only one way to find out, and that is to get ourselves set up for that next series. So I'm going to say goodbye to you all for the moment as we're going to head to a quick break as we get set up for our third series of the day. Don't go anywhere. We still need to find our last two teams for that main bracket starting tomorrow. So tune back in just a second.
Armed and dangerous! No mercy.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Los Angeles for the mid-season finals! We just had some incredible games come out for you today. I am your other host, Tetra, and we have a couple more for you. As such, it's time to find out our first team that will be making it into that bracket stage coming in tomorrow. So we're heading to our upper bracket here between 100 Thieves and Rad. I'm gonna say hi to some of the players here very quickly. You've had a little bit of practice. You've had your earlier matchup coming fresh on from it. How confident are you feeling?
Feeling very confident.
100 Thieves, how much have you seen from them? You've been watching them all year, I assume. It's your first LAN coming in here. What are you thinking about them?
I think they are favorite for sure, and I respect them. I think they're a stronger team, but we're gonna clap them, I think.
Some confidence from Rad. Let's see if it's mirrored on the other side here. 100 Thieves, your third LAN, as you've been mid-season finals, you've been Grand finals, you came third and then fourth. Now is your chance to try and surpass your previous results. How are you feeling about it?
Feeling good. I mean, our first game went pretty well. Take this one as well.
How much have you looked into Rad?
Sorry?
How much have you looked into Rad?
We scrimmed a decent amount. It's off and on, kind of, but I mean, looked in as much as we can.
What's your prediction for the score?
Score? Hopefully 2-0. We don't.
A 2-0. Don't want to play another third game. Thieves are confident. Rad are confident, but only one can go through to that bracket stage. In this series, the other will have to fight through that lower bracket. So let's find out about these teams a little bit more as we head over to our analyst desk.
I'm the host now. Welcome everyone to the analyst desk here. Vaudable, of course, and then we also have Dogman and Ryan Central joining us for the breakdown and analysis and everything you need to know about these two teams. One hopeful will qualify for that main stage spot tomorrow, and they're already guaranteed on who they're going to be playing, right, Dogman? We have, going into that bracket, if Rad wins this or even makes it out of the qualifier, guaranteed to play Team Liquid Citadel. And on the other side of things, 100 Thieves, if they make it out of this or the lower bracket, guaranteed to play Na'Vi. I mean, these teams are probably shaking in their boots of thinking about that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think, you mentioned it, obviously. This is a tough situation to be in. I mean, you make it out of the play-ins, and I think you guys talked about a lot behind the scenes. A lot of our fans noticed that you're just going to go against one of the best teams in the world, whether it be from North America or MEA.
But I would say for Rad, I think there was another team similar name that went for a play-ins for a mid-season finals, and then won the whole damn thing. It was a different team. It's the same organization, but you would expect maybe that they feel a little bit more warmed up for the occasion, but 100 Thieves is a tough opponent to go up against in this kind of game.
I mean, speaking about that, our first series of the day, 100 Thieves, people were, myself included, kind of hesitant to say that they would quickly 2-0. I mean, I did get the prediction wrong, I gotta say, and own up on that one.
Shame
unfortunately.
on you.
But it's okay.
Happens.
It's okay.
Happens.
I still had them coming out of the play-ins. But I mean, why did 100 Thieves look so good during that first series here, Dogman?
Hey, a little bit of column A, and that reject played terrible. Just to be honest, like that was. I mean, a lot of it. 100 Thieves playing good. Like I was surprised how well they played in that series. But I think it genuinely was if you looked at the pace of play. Once Ryan talks about Rad. Rad was actually using the comp to its fullest. They were always pressing the gas pedal, whereas Reject, they were just AFK with that triple tank comp, triple Vanguard comp, and I don't know. I feel like you need to play a little bit faster than what we saw of Reject.
I think for Reject against 100 Thieves, it was like you could almost just see that's where the series was going, right? Domination is pretty good for Reject, but it's in a whole different region, and then you sort of know that Museum of Contemplation is like the Pacific map to go to, break glass in case of emergency, and it's just another break glass in case of emergency button. Like, it doesn't offer too much. So 100 Thieves almost felt like they could have predicted exactly where it was going to go. Rad, even though they look dominant against Iconics, they did also struggle a little bit on that attacking side of Midtown, going up against the triple-triple. And knowing Rad, they're the kind of team that, like, if they do struggle in these instances, especially against a good team like 100 Thieves, they end up losing games and they're like, how did we lose that? We shouldn't have lost that. That's where they can get a little bit of their own worst enemy.
So we're going to Celestial Husk for this map. We've seen that so many times during the group stages, preseason, what have you. What can we expect here? I'm going right back to you, Ryan, because you got the stats and everything pulled up for this.
So it's a weird, like, domination, I think, overall for 100 Thieves just hasn't been amazing for them, but to be fair, like, they go up consistently against the likes of Swarm Gaming and Team Liquid Citadel, who are monstrous on domination, but they've got a 4-win streak on the likes of, like, FlyQuest. They were able to beat Nightmare, Sentinels twice, but then you go over towards the likes of
Rad, and they've lost to Na'Vi twice, and then also alongside just being able to lose to Shikigami.
Yeah.
So it's one of these cases like 4 wins for 100 Thieves in a row on Celestial Husk, and then 3 losses for Rad. But it's different opponents, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what stats kind of throw out the window sometimes. I mean, we saw 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
You were talking about it before. You did a lot of you guys did a lot of the background research. I know you and Vaude about how they didn't win Krakoa forever, right?
Yeah.
Like that was.
It was like 116 days or something like that.
Yeah.
April 4th. That it had been since they had won one. But hey,
and they won it.
It's a different region, so
True. Yes,
it's a
you're
big
right.
thing to talk about.
That's what you guys said. I mean, it's a different region for sure, and that was my main point with the 100 Thieves. They beat a team that didn't look very good, sadly. And I do have a lot of faith, I think, in Aconix and Reject to get better and improve. But it's as you guys talked, as you mentioned, it's win or go home now at this point for them in the lower side, and they might still have to play one of these teams. And you talked about it. I mean, Rad last time made it through the play-ins and won the whole damn tournament. It's really a huge shout out to Rad's scouting team, first of all, as well. But to maybe focus back on 100 Thieves, I feel like. Yeah, against Reject, they just kind of had their way with them. It was a lot of the Angelo looked really good. So I'm curious if we'll see more individual bands come out as a nice little cute thumbs up from the team of Rad, who all look very young. But again, I think that's a big thing about Rad. They just have a really good scouting department or something.
That's a good point that you make, too. It felt like the Vanguard line has leveled up for 100 Thieves. That was the big question for, Hero Pool for TTK. Vinny, people were questioning his ability in the game, too. But they have silenced the doubters, at least for now. But you were saying it's against a team who might not have been performing as well as they could have. So this is their first true test. Same for Rad in this instance as well. I mean, composition-wise, what can we expect here, Dogman?
I mean, I think we'll probably see some of that Groot, some of that thing. We might see Think Band even.
True.
But if we look back at it, too, I mean, Mag's been super impactful. A lot of these sort of... I think Luna Snow might be touching the band phase depending on things, but obviously...
TTK for the Snowflake,
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy as well as how good that is, but... I'm curious if they do want to mess with that, because that'll be later on. I mean, every team seems to be first banning Mantis. It doesn't seem to slow down. When we watched the relegation tournament, there was, I think, a team that did let it through, and then they still won.
Yeah.
Because the team that played Mantis...
It was Dreamland.
Yeah, it was Dreamland. Yeah, they did not play the Mantis good, right? It was just a very poor game of Mantis.
Play what you're comfortable with is what it sounds like.
Exactly. Play what they're comfortable with, and I think 100 Thieves are going to follow your advice.
I think that's the one thing about the team ups that's done quite a lot is it's given a lot more agency to all of the different roles. Like, sure, it's still Mantis versus Gambit of like who's the main ban, who's the main enemy, villain in the draft, right? But the Vanguards have a little bit more agency on what they can play. Like the Angela pick for for the likes of 100 Thieves, it's not really a crutch that they rely on, but they can get a little bit extra out of that knowing that there's a good team up behind it. Yeah. It's not like, oh, I'm the anchor, I have to play this character and they're not going to be provided too much. Everybody is a little bit more source to work with. And I think for 100 Thieves, in a game like this too, they're expected to win. As an organization, they're expected to be one of the top teams in the region, right? When you got like Sentinels and stuff and Team Liquid Citadel, they're big organizations that expect to do well. For Rad, this is not only just one of the youngest teams by face, but by nature. It's such a green squad that they need to get a bit more LAN experience against one of the teams that has consistently been around.
Only one member on their team has actually competed in LAN before, and that was a sub-in for OUG with Mav. So this is a completely new territory for this roster. They were so close last time on Chopped for the majority of this team. So, I mean, kind of going back to you on this one, Ryan, what is the secret sauce for Rad to potentially come out on top here?
I mean, it's not even a secret. It's Crazy Kitty.
Yeah.
Like, I think he is just one of the best players in the world. Like, when it comes to, like, passing the eye test, even going back to, like, Blood Carryoda with him and Leolus, like... That was such a duelist squad that ended up going in different directions rather than Shikigami with their own little rivalry, I suppose.
Yeah.
But it's just... This was a team, when Black Cat came out, they were not even prioritizing Devil Dinosaur, who was like the big bad of that patch. They wanted to try and protect Crazy Kitty's Black Cat to make it work, when so many other teams were like, it's okay, but we need to put more time in, because it's such a demanding character, right?
Yes, absolutely, you're right. It's one of the hardest characters to play from, according to you and a lot of the pros that play that character at a very high level. And I like what you said, too, about protecting the Black Cat, protecting the Daredevil and stuff. We saw teams like, we lost even do that with Jitward. Vaudable mentioned it, whenever they
didn't have it, they had no hands.
Exactly. And that's the thing with a lot of these teams. I feel like their ban phases are a bit slower to adapt to the, not one tricks, but people that are really strong on certain heroes. So I would like to see maybe even more first bans focus on that. I know Mantis is super strong right now, and it feels bad when you do give it up. But still, like, there's so many characters.
One team's going to do it.
One team will do it. I'm just curious about how fast, because there's so much money on the line, $500,000 as well as the play-in spot. It just
and the
feels
league
like
points too to try and even make the grand finals eventually in the fall. So there's a lot on the line for these teams, not just making it to the main event, but placements and everything else. And I mean, You know, talking about the Black Cat specifically, Self actually looked really good. That was kind of a question mark going into this event. You know, how practiced he's been on it before, especially after having a patch where it was irrelevant during the actual playoffs itself. Some people tried to play it, but I digress. But, you know, talking about these teams specifically with Crazy Kitty versus Self with the Black Cats, I mean, how do you feel that's going to go?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Crazy Kitty. I know Ryan mentioned a lot. You mentioned a lot, too. And then, yeah, Self has looked really good. I think even I was at the caster booth, and we have a nice VIP section up at the top where a lot of the players are hanging out with their family and stuff. So huge shout out to all the family members that have come out to support their young players. Like
Great community.
Awesome people. But Self came up and chatted with us at the booth. It was awesome. I think one of the coolest experiences because, I mean, back a while ago, he just wasn't having the best Black Cat performances. Now, it's a very team-oriented character for sure. But, you know, I feel like early on in the group stages, it looked a little bit you know, tough. He's just showing up in the KO feed a lot, and it's tough because we don't know exactly what happened there. Now, definitely opposite side of the spectrum. Now, I'm curious to see. This will be the first time we do get to see that Black Hat versus Black Hat, like you said.
I hope so. I hope so.
I think Self can compete with Crazy Kitty. Crazy Kitty looks insane, but you know, it's a matter of the fact that what happens with Luna Snow, what happens with that backline, because this is gonna be the first time that Millennia and Winnie are going to be pressured by one of the best Black Cats in the game, like you said, and it's the same thing on the other side.
Ryan, do we see the Gamma Fastball team up from Rad? We haven't seen it yet. I mean, we saw some Wolverine from them before, but is this the time to pull it out?
Potentially. I think it's just the fact, like, we saw Rad be able to actually pull out the thing, and it looked really good against, like, Iconics. But I just remember all of those times that watching Rad on Domination that they would come out with, like, a non-meta tank line, going for like Rogue for Lugia or something like the thing, and it just never seemed to work. It never seemed to gel. So they're going to feel great that clearly it's something that's well versed and well practiced with like the front line going for like the weird Vanguard options. That they did it on LAN and it went better than it usually does in officials. Even though you could say like the metal of the team is a bit different with Iconics, maybe not looking as good as the likes of Shikigami or some of the top teams in EMEA. It's hard to get a gauge. We'll have to see with the elimination game after this one. But yeah, potentially for Fastball, it's just now that it's sort of more limited towards Hulk, right, as opposed to like, the thing that
no
like
thing availability anymore.
You don't get that anymore. So it's one of those things that it's like the Mandela effect. You just kind of have to get used to it. It's like, okay, thing, throw me, and he's like, I don't have any hands on this case. Like,
he
sorry,
can throw
but
hands, but not throw anyone else.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, on that end, he could get thrown too with the new team up with Human Torch. I mean, we might eventually see that depending on certain compositions once we get to that main stage. I feel like a lot of teams in the plans are, you know, tempering their expectations on like, okay, we're going to play what's comfortable but somewhat meta, but not give our entire hand away because there's still so much more competition to go from here on out. And both these teams fairly confident that they should make it through in their own right. Talk to them during the breaks and stuff, and they're like, yeah, we're both going to 2-0. Someone has to at least give us a 2-1 in these best of threes. These are so much faster than the best of fives here, Dogman.
Yeah, I mean, great point. I think that BO3s can be really tough to come back from, and that first map matters a lot. You know, I'm sure if you look at the win rates, and maybe if it's going to be hard to specifically pull it up, but I'm sure it's like 95% of the time in BO3s, whoever wins map 1 is going to win.
Same for domination, like for the first fight. Once you get the first fight, you typically take it as well, so it's very similar.
It's very back and forth, and that's why, I mean, early on, I know a lot of the players were talking about
we do have the ban draft here finally for these teams. They just had some things that they had to sort out and get ready for this one, but some very expected ones coming through here, Ryan.
Yeah, from seeing the brief glance overall, just on the shoulders. But yeah, Protect for Gambit, so it's the Mantis bans, like the Magneto bans. So far, this like first phase of the draft is going to be mirrored. This is where I imagine some changes have to come in. And like from seeing it from like playoffs, a lot of teams are very reserved with what was meta, what they wanted to go for. It was only till those big games that you saw some crazy stuff. I think you have to see the crazy stuff now, especially when Plains is on the line, to just get yourself across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think back at the ban phase, as it kind of continues, we go to the back round. It's, yeah, the Magneto bands coming out, Gambit being allowed by both squads. And
it's like a 50-50 trade for the most part.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, I feel like as we have the double Loki bans out to get rid of characters that are crazy with Gambit, Thing Protect comes through. Yeah, we got to play the Thing once more. And, you know, I think that'll be good for the side of Rad because of how they play that character for sure alongside the Groot. So I'd be curious if that's touched, considering we don't play Wolverine on the side of 100 Thieves. I want to see if they make that adjustment, if Remix does it in the background as both coaches are going back and forth with their team captains on what to ban and protect next.
Trying to figure out what the best options are for them, I think, at this point in time, too. And it looks like there's Elsa save and one-sided coming out here, Ryan, as well.
Yeah, I mean, she's like one of the top duelists to go for. I think a bit underrated, even like when she was like gutted from going for preseason into stage 1. Still one of the stronger options. That team up with Deadpool, getting 4 instinct means that she's basically as strong as she used to be with like a 2-second cooldown and stuff like a dash. But I think that's still part of the plan. You sort of expect that these duelists have to do work. Another thing when it comes to head-to-head, whilst the draft is still building, like, you got Delane that's done a lot of damage but doesn't get those final hits versus Crazy Kitty that doesn't do a lot of damage but does get those eliminations. So it's a complete difference in style.
Yeah. There's the Luna ban, as we were talking about. I mean, I didn't want TTK to have that snowflake.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think I didn't think people would go for it this early, but I love how Rad's banning already. This is like, from what Ryan told me and what you guys were talking about, this to me seems like one of the better ban phases. I love when teams do specific bans when they're allowed to, when it makes sense in terms of priority. You know, if we take a look at, like, I don't know, sports drafts and stuff, there's always like value in the spot. Like, I think that's really good value for the ban slot.
What's interesting, too, is like we've seen Elsa saved by 100 Thieves, and they did not play it, really, during their series. So this is just their ace in the hole if they want to use it, and also just remove some of the hands from the other side as well. I mean, Ryan, like, looking at, it feels like America tends to prioritize Elsa and more duelist protects compared to some of the other regions, too.
Yeah, it feels like it. I mean, because so much focus has gone on to the strategists, really. It feels like one of those moments, but it's like you have the one-sided Elsa, you have to make use of it if you're 100 Thieves. Otherwise, it's a complete waste.
Well, we got Cozy and Gaskin on the cast to take us into our qualifying match. Take it away, gentlemen.
Alrighty, folks, welcome from host up here to cast another multiversal variant here, and Gas, good to be with you, my man, as we open up the match to get to the main stage. And right away, we looked at those bans. What'd you see, Gas, that you like?
I mean, I like the fact that we get the one-sided Luna again for 100 Thieves here. We saw that in their previous matchup against Reject, and they were able to really capitalize on it. So a lot of advantages when it comes to those ults, being able to counter as well with that Luna. So we'll have to see whether they can take down Rat here.
For sure, and Lugia going on the Hulk here, I love, because you have Delina on the Widow. They ban the Elsa, so force it in the face, right? Domination already a little bit of a smaller map size, all the constant chaos. So when you don't have the Elsa, put the pressure there on the Widow and the hit scan guy we know as Delina. Looking right away at that point, obviously not going to go to either side, as Ducky in the fight for the Vanguard spot can go down first.
Yeah, Self gets the win in terms of the duelist versus duelist. We were wondering who was going to be the better Black Cat, but Self says, I'll play Daredevil instead. And we know Daredevil runs very well into that Black Cat, so does Kitty switch off eventually?
Absolutely. As a big Black Cat player myself, I hate going against Daredevil, so Self just going to elect to go on the counter side rather than the mirror, and right off the bat, 100 Thieves going to get that first claim of the point. It's all about momentum here, folks, as we have Delina standing in that nice healthy range, going to go and pick off Bruce Banner. Oh, he gets a grenade off, but not in time, as Self gets the second.
Self again onto Kitty. I think there's going to be a lot of focus onto Smash as well. Playing on the Elsa, it's a one-sided Elsa. They did manage to ban it and keep it on their side. We know how impactful Elsa can be, but Delena at the moment doing absolutely terrible things to the other team. And we know Black Widow is just one of the best picks in the game at the moment.
Yep, we got both Gambit bans on our ults on either side, right? So at this point, looking pretty healthy on the ult economy side. We'll see how Delena uses this Widow ult. Each kind of use and elected at different times. Self ready for the dive, love the stance, and ready to guess exactly that entrance point for the next fight.
Now, 100 Thieves, they don't need to pop it just yet as well. That's going to be the exciting thing for them. They can save it, they can wait, see what Rad have to offer. At the moment, Rad have to try and break, but now they've got Gambit all of their own. The Raging Royal Flush will come out, but you can already see Vinny slams down Kitty again. He can't find any room in the map at the moment.
Yeah, that was massive to go in and match blow for blow. And Delena finds himself with that ult. The pick there on Smash, so even the odds, and now tilting it over to their side. Absolutely beautiful use of the surprise there. Millennia still able to have the fate of both worlds as well, man. I mean, this is looking confident. 100 Thieves, 70% up already.
Very much on top here, and yes, okay, you're going to have the Gladroids coming out of spawn here for Rad. Vertigo is going to have ult as well to work with, so the invisible boundary is pretty good maybe just to keep you alive, and you're going to need something here because 100 Thieves are holding so strong.
And don't you love how Crazy Kitty went over to the Daredevil? Now you have Self more on the aggressive offensive side of the Black Cat, make it some more distraction going as the points tick up towards that first zone. Smash needs to nail the Glartrox. It's going to come up hungry. It is absolutely trying to feast. Self now going in for the quick hit and pick, but does the job at Black Cat. Just be that distraction.
It's going to be eyes on Kitty now as well. Can you make the difference as you switch over to the Daredevil? Lugia Goat also very close, playing on the Rogue at the moment to the ultimate, but you've got to try something here. Someone has to pop. Otherwise, you're just going to go down in the neutral and struggle a little bit, but Ducky doing very well on the group to just force people away.
The land bets are looking like bets here and comfortable as Self just going to get in and out and force that Vertigo ult now. That's going to give them plenty of space to move in. It's going to be blow for blow as both strats hold it and pull itself ready to go once again if needed. Gets a pick on Vertigo, that's a big one, but Kitty to the match.
Kitty gets 2, but Vinny is able to respond onto Ducky as well. So 100 Thieves still have players up, but the Glartrox does manage to connect, but then you go down as well. The card bubble is huge as Rad really struggling to hold on to this one at the moment.
Yeah, somebody get glasses for that Glartrox. Nothing coming up from that, and quickly time is fading over time. Ticking, it's going to be the fight on 1. Crazy Kitty gonna go ahead and get the Lina out of here, and that first cap is going to Rad's side. All it takes is a chance. You're telling me there's a chance here, Gaskin.
It did eventually just allow Crazy Kitty to have a little bit more freedom on the map with Self switching over to Black Cat. An interesting switch, it has to be said, considering Self was doing so well previously against Kitty, had forced Kitty off the Black Cat. He even went to Torch for a little bit as well. Now he's gonna have Let the Devil out. So this is gonna be concerning for 100 Thieves. Their backline are gonna be very vulnerable here.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at that last fight, the way Rad was able to use the ults that they had, and 100 Thieves kind of left empty now. Delina, though, did get value off Smash that last ult. We'll see if we get the Sniper ready to go again. You know, change of a kit, but still there, and lethal from afar. Crazy Kitty gonna go ahead and let that Devil out and try to find some value here, folks. And it's only him to find the spawn room as the Devil sent back to hell.
Yeah, great response from 100 Thieves, and now you've got Delena popping it as well and popping those shots. He's popping, he's looking, but does get shot down by Smash immediately. 100 Thieves applying a lot of pressure here, but Rad trying to hold up.
Yeah, that ult gets a lot of respect now, and just absolutely putting the pressure whenever you pop it is the way to go. Vinny finding Vertigo from this is going to open up the door now. Can they close it as another look for TTK on Mother, looking for more. Crystals at max at 100% and lethal. Ducky up in here playing up high on the advantage. Crazy Kitty keeps getting these picks, though, to even the odds here, Gas.
Wrangler Prison's going to be there as well. Bubbles at the moment to protect himself does Ducky. If you've got to remember, Millennia on the other team can negate it with CC, but Ducky slams home onto Winnie. Millennia goes down as well. So Rad are holding up to 70% now.
Absolutely, and if you look at it, I mean, Ducky's ready to go with that group picture and get everybody in one, and they don't have a lot of answer to that. If you're on the side of the strat line, got to stay alive here from Millennia. Got to get that show on the road and get Coachella rolling here live in Los Angeles. We've got ourselves 83%. You said all you need is a chance, and look at that.
Both teams are just so good at holding. That's the problem. But now 100 Thieves have started to build up some of those ults. Vinny's going to have clobbering time available to him as well. So that's going to be able to CC quite a few players, be able to get them up in the air and allow the damage to come out from Self, you'd imagine, to try and find those picks. But it's going to be eyes on Ducky. This strangling prison could be huge for them.
I love the aggressive play they're going with. Oh, finding TTK in early. Delina, though, finds the pop in the finish there on the Rogue. That squishiness in health, they're wanting that back for the last batch, man. If you look at time ticking already, this is it, Gas. What do they got?
Big chance there. It's going to be the opportunity now. If you want to pop it, Glartrox is going to eventually get put out here, and it doesn't find anyone just yet. Finally does connect with Winnie. Millennia goes down on the backside, and all the meanwhile, they were off the point. Rad hold on, and Rad take the first round.
Who needs the Glartrox when you got the guns to do it? And that is just so unfortunate. It's 99% up and out, and that does not happen often here at the top level. Absolutely huge from the newbies to land, Gaskin. We're in for a show. I'm already feeling no 2-0s here.
The newcomers are definitely showing up today, and we heard from the interviews, right? Yes. They were feeling confident. They think they can take down anyone in the tournament, not just 100 Thieves. I mean, even Forks on the analyst desk was saying he thinks this one's going to 3. Rad are an underdog. They're a dark horse in this tournament, and 100 Thieves just learned that the hard way.
No, absolutely. I mean, hey, if you look at it, it's crazy. We've heard so much about one Crazy Kitty, and it's showing up to the maximum degree. You know, we've heard and said one of the arguably best Black Cats. Well, I can tell you that is being said here, not only statistically, but right in front of your eyes, folks. Taking a look at it, what do you want to clean up for 100 Thieves? I mean, just finish strong. You said to the self-change earlier, I mean, they're going aggressive, but then maybe they try to get ahead of themselves, yeah?
Yeah, I think it was a strange swap from Self. He was doing so much on the Daredevil, then switches up to Black Cat, starts getting beaten by Crazy Kitty. I feel like they gave them the game, gave them the round a little bit there, because he 3 1v1s. He had one previously when he was on the Daredevil. I understand the change. You mentioned it as well, a little bit of a distraction when they were close to getting to 100, but in the end, it just allowed Rad to take that point. And once Rad did have control, they did not let up pressure at all.
Yeah, frontline playing strong too for 100 Thieves. I think they're doing a well job, Vinny, for sure. Millennia loves to play aggressive, right? Like going from that duelist into the Luna, how perfect there. As we see, having a bit of a match game here on the ult economy. You look at it, you got the Fate of Both Worlds ready to go, and we're gonna have to use that to kind of counter the Gambit most likely if they want to go on the aggressive angle themselves. Jeff making an appearance. There it is. The cards are folded, buddy. Here we go.
Crazy Kitty also gets that first one for them. 100 Thieves are already gonna be down, so they just back off. They're gonna give this one up. They're gonna allow the point to be taken, you would imagine. You don't want to give up too many KOs as well. As Self just says, all right, I'll go back to the respawn screen with everyone else. Ducky's still holding on to Strangling Prism, by the way. It feels like he's held that on for like almost an entire round.
Well, no, you got to know when to hold him on the ult side and know when to fold him whenever the fight's lost, right? Like if you're 100 Thieves, get out of there, don't overcommit. We see a lot of teams do that, especially as we were trying to get some qualifying into this match. Again, folks, whoever wins these matches are going to be going into the main stage here. It's the best down on our first day one. Luke and Goat now going to back up. Big pick there. Once again, Delena opening the door. We know the damage is there from him, but showing up here on the final hit side, and on their side, they've got the cards folding. Got to win this fight here as quick it's Jeff ult. Tries to find the value, gets nothing.
Yeah, do you connect with it? Do you even survive is usually the question, as we're going to see an early portal as well. It would seem to try and re-engage and just stop this point from being taken. I love an early portal, especially with how well Rad have been holding. They're saying, let's just make sure we keep control of this point, but you can see KOs just so much. Delena has been fantastic on this Widow.
You know, Strange sees a million outcomes. I don't know if you saw that one, going right out that portal, and that was it. But either way, they needed to win that fight in the neutral if you're 100 Thieves. Still don't commit too much. I mean, Ducky, the master at it right now, has had that check mark the whole time, folks. Ready to get that picture rolling, and at that, Self back on this cat. Let's see if we can get that value. Playing with the team a bit right now here. Just kind of getting a little bit of an eye of where Rat might take.
I think Ducky's very worried about the Luna. Wants that Luna to be taken down before the prison comes out, because otherwise it just gets negated so easily. But now you see ultimates popped on both sides from Daredevil and the Black Cat here. But can you convert with anything? Maybe you can. Self does take down Smash.
That's 3 ults there for Rad. They got to get something from it, but it is Self being himself and showing why. He's got everything they need, and it is now 3 for Self and falling, but definitely proud from it. Crazy Kitty going to go ahead and get the best of that matchup, but did set Thieves up for success, getting a little bit of an opposite of what we just saw from map 1.
And even though Crazy Kitty did manage to get KOs in his favor, it was the more impactful one from 100 Thieves to get them out early. Game control, continue to hold that point, and now Rad, they have to back off. They have switched over as well. Luke going to be playing on Hulk here, and Mash almost has Raging Royal Flush. But you can see there are going to be responses on the other side for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, you know, we'll see if they kite or they just decide to go with the Luna. They've had that for a minute, right? And they didn't need it for that Ducky ult still won because that's the power Self and get all those picks on it. Now we've got the cards folded out. Can they get this value? Have to find it as the show is popped. The colors are flying, folks. Who will get the first value? Got to stay as one team in this circle. Nash going to go ahead and show why Gambit's so dangerous in this game. Up goes the Hulk, the Game of God, looking for some distraction. No one getting any value. This is a win for Thieves in my book.
Yeah, good use of the fate of both worlds from Thieves to make sure they just had that counter. Delena again gets the pick onto Crazy Kitty. Now it's a 6 versus 5, and 100 Thieves can start to press with Thing here.
Yeah, you can take that Elsa, but you cannot get rid of those red bullets flying. TTK has a trance ready, both Vanguards ready to get this thing ended as they're going to go ahead and throw up the ult. Get everybody eyes there on Emma. 99% down. Slow it down here as we are close. TTK finds Ducky. That's a big pick to open up the door.
It is a huge pick because TTK is still controlling this after the Psionic seduction, but Invisible Boundary comes out. A last-ditch play here to try and survive for Rad.
I don't love that, right? I mean, it's a tough call because right now, 3, 2, 1, it's going to 100 Thieves to tie this up. And, you know, it's a tough call because you have to know, again, when to hold them. And they felt like they had the advantage there to maybe get the momentum to swap. Instead, now going into map number 3, down a big ult.
Yeah, difficult pill to swallow when you hope that maybe that Invisible Boundary can just do enough, but the early picks that came out from TTK on Emma at the moment, just dominating, manipulating the battlefield in his favor, being able to pick players up, throw them across the map at his will has been very difficult to reply to from Rad.
Yeah, big thing to highlight for me is Delena's always been great at the damage, but again, it's getting those final hits. It's kind of the same story that we're now going for Smash. 20k damage, doing well, but you have to secure those finals to get the job done. Self saw what we highlighted on Kitty's side to match that. Other ways around, I mean, frontline-wise, I think Thieves are really impressing me with the space and the pressure they're making.
I mean, that's what Thing does, right? Thing, the best thing you can do is just bully your opposition as well, force them back. The CC that he provides as well, very difficult to play against, and that was exactly what Rad struggled with. You can see the switch as well, off of Elsa onto Black Widow, trying to answer the damage output that we're seeing from Thieves at the moment from Delena, who has really been running the shop with damage output.
And this is a Venom map. Any Venom players that love to play some domination, you can run merry-go-rounds up here. We're already seeing Vinny do just that and find that target, be that distraction. You know, Venom and Black Cat kind of play the same role a little bit, be that distraction and waste those cooldowns. Hard to deal with both here, but that's going to put a lot of pressure on Delena, who's been answering the call.
Answers the call, can self-answer one with an early pick. It's just going to be distraction, as you said, but maybe going to be hunted down a little bit. by the opposition. Black Cat, Crazy Kitty versus Self. This is the matchup that we want. Both locked in at the moment. Speaking of locked in, Delena popping off again.
Absolutely disgusting. Just getting those opening picks, making it a 6v5, and instantly using that valuable res at that. I mean, Self insert all the praise for the kitty and showing just how perfect these rotations are on the Invis crown, getting out and getting dangerous. Smash, though, going to even the odds. That's what we needed to see, is that match on the top duelist.
And that's been the difference maker, really, is just having that Black Widow. Now Smash not playing on the Elsa, not focusing on the backline. Instead, it's the damage output of this left click. There's so much now from Black Widow. It's such a different hero to try and play with, and Rad will take this first point, and they will hold.
Rad did a good job getting Vinny out of there as Venom. They didn't really have a lot of damage as Hulk was going down. I was kind of thinking that Vinny would be able to stall more, had to get out of there, got the first cap. That's so important. As you know, Melinda going to go ahead and get that pick, and there it is. They've got match with the ult. But TTK, it's such a good answer to a Gambit ult. You're able to just slow down that fast offense. Melinda going to go and pop that as well. Got to get the value, but Lugia is going to get the Winnie out. So just like that, favor to Rad.
Yeah, 100 Thieves have committed a lot to this fight as well. Winnie has gone down. Delena is able to find a pick, though. So with Mash now falling, they are going to be down one strategist. 100 Thieves should be able to just bully them away and take control of this, a point you would imagine, especially with Vinny also finding Smash on the back line. A little bit of Venom on Venom action, but both can shield and both can get away to rejoin their squad.
Yeah, Noel is clapping up there as a god of symbiote, seeing 2 Venoms added, but either way, big advantage for Winnie having that ult ready to go. And when Delena is just rolling, folks, there's no ultimate popping off. That's just a clear-cut red rifle getting it done, and just the queen of 40 meters and back. You can just get so much, and out of all the Dom maps, this is probably the best favorite for Widow.
It just offers so many different angles as well, so much elevation that is there for you as a Widow. You've got so many possibilities to try and catch the other team off guard, and that's exactly what Delena has been doing. But Smash has been answering back. In terms of ult economy, no. Now they do have reasons to try and push in here. Vertigo is going to have Sia available if they want to try and use it here alongside Venom.
Yeah, and the big thing about this is it's going to be a tough point to take when you've got the Venom there ready to stall for days. Now, when you're going to go and pop the cards up, Smash, can you hit it? Can you land an ult that's going to make that difference, as you already used the sub ult on your side? And there's Crazy Kitty getting Luna out of here, making the odds in their favor. Vinny to match it as well. And oh man, this is going either way here, but they're able to stall. Delena gets the pick, and now going to get that point up more to their favor.
Oh wow, yeah, it goes back again because of Delena, who has really popped off. Still has ult available, by the way. And then alongside Self, they are terrorizing Rad at the moment, and Rad have to drop off. Yes, Mash got one onto Delena, but is it a little bit too late here?
I mean, Delena just making up for the year plus of stats we haven't seen from Widow on their side, and now we'll get an all-one game as Self finds another pick. It's these kittens getting it done in the back line, and it's all about this pressure, and that's what you often see in the pro scene. It's the 2 best hit scans. Who's going to go? You have to engage. Can't give them any confidence there, as we see Delena trying to find that angle. Just get the Venom down while you can.
And TTK almost has Psionic Seduction back again, by the way. It's going to be, I think, the 4th use that we've seen from him. Ult economy definitely favoring 100 Thieves as they tick over to 80%. So for Rad, they have to try and fight in this neutral, but they are in dangerous territory of potentially losing the next fight because of ult and losing the entire map.
Mash has to stay alive here, as now TTK going to pop that ult and try to get that secure for the hometown team on domination, folks. It's coming down to the wire. Ducky going to try to kind of use that bubble to success. Waste that cooldown, at least getting the value and burning what you can. TTK just being that big defensive babysitter of the point, if you will.
Raging Royal Flush coming up for Rad, though. They survive the Sonic Seduction, but Delena getting the opening pick. They do have a 6 versus 5. Raging Royal Flush has to come out now, and it will from Mash.
Yeah, that's a good pick to get, and the res is out as well. And either way, it's Delena just getting all the pressure. They know and they understand the assignment. They've seen the Olymp feed as well. Smash getting Vinny. We got both Venoms out, but one back quick as Self gonna pop the ult, gonna find his value, folks, and Vertigo getting that out of here quickly, finds the next strategist, Gambit. Trying to find some safety. Mash and Smash get it done.
Yeah, Smash has done so well. Switching back over to the Elsa, by the way, just applying a little bit of pressure to Self. Those traps have been deleting as now the Gladrox comes out, but Delena on the other side still finds 2 of their own.
I mean, Lucas just trying their best to get in the face of Delena, and he is not scared, and we're not seeing much of those abilities, just the red rifle, as we see now. Vinny getting himself another pick, 64% and up, still plenty of room to work with, and that's where you want to look at the ult economy for your 100 Thieves. Don't play too fast, just secure what you need to, as Crazy getting a big freeze, Millennia showing up huge.
Huge freeze as well. A lot of this is going to come down to Raging Royal Flush for 100 Thieves. When he's at 88%, should build up for the next fight. Rad have won this 100 Thieves have to back away, reset. They have time to walk in once before they have to start thinking about a strange portal.
I mean, all Spider-Mans in the universe are clapping for that. Black Cat on Black Cat, just getting the job done on the pick side of things here. Delena going to go to the portal play, 89% and up. We're going to get our view here on how they want to take this. Good idea for Thieves to kind of back up, allow this for the last final fight, folks. This is what you want to see to get into the play-in stage. Tide and Tide, portal play, Gasket.
when he has to stay alive, does get the Raging Royal Flush, so now they're going to pop this one, you would imagine. If Rad can potentially use the scenery to their advantage, maybe they can avoid some of this gunfire.
Now Winnie gonna go and throw up the cards, and this is how they lost the first map, just getting out a couple picks. Self needs to find that value, and getting just that on the res beacon out here, that's as good as a elimination. Gonna try to stay alive through it here, and just like that, not getting any value from that vertigo ult of the Rocket Raccoon and the see up, but Smash finally gets those final picks. Smash finds another.
2 are going to be down, make it 3, and 100 Thieves falling away from the point here now as Rad surely and will take the first map.
I mean, could you ask for it any better? That's as close as you get in a domination map, just coming down to that final fight. I thought really, I mean, listen, we can point out a lot of things. Crazy Kitty getting on lock and what we needed to see from the rest of Smash to get those picks when needed.
The fact that Rad were able to just survive a Raging Royal Flush and Psionic Seduction there, no picks found at all from 100 Thieves. I think that Rad are doing very well to communicate what they need to avoid, where they need to hide, have one person just stepping in the point to make sure they don't lose it as well, as Rad take the lead now over favorites 100 Thieves, of course, with Rad being slight underdogs just because of their experience here, Coach.
Say hometown favorites, but yeah, no, I do agree. I mean, it's definitely land buffs exist, and if you've been used to them, it's going to give you that advantage. Again, I think if you look at the stats, there's plenty we can highlight, but I would say most roles did the job right. The big difference to me, Delina getting those picks on those first 2 maps, more important heroes. It was Lugia, twice? One was the res. Venom could get back in the snap. Just didn't seem like they could close in when needed. But man, that's what we want to see here, right? To get into that Infinity War that we know as the main stage.
We want these closely contested games, and we know 100 Thieves are going to bite back going into this next one. It does allow 100 Thieves to get the pick going into this second map as well, so they'll go for something that is more comfortable for them. And I do think they'll be a little bit disappointed because it did feel like it just came down to the execution of ults there that really favored Rad.
Yeah, for sure. For me, it always feels like with 100 Thieves, you got to keep the mental strong, right? Because yeah, you're right. I mean, whenever you have something like that happen, it can deter a little bit from what you know you can do. You're that close to have it, especially if you're looking back on how they lost map 1 on that. It was 99% and up, and kind of just slipped through more and more, and they were looking for the heist. But no, security showed up, shut that down.
Similarly, though, it was just how Rad were able to play around that point. They were able to just hide away in the shadows long enough, wait for those ults to just deteriorate, and then they re-engaged. It was just such good execution from them.
Yeah, you have to wonder if the getaway car was started up and ready. 100 Thieves thought they were, kind of running away with that. I will say Self is definitely playing to the level that I've wanted to see here at LAN. We've seen, different Selves play throughout getting up to this moment, and, the kids got everything they need to have that clutch factor, that it factor. Crazy Kitty, though, showing the same.
Yeah, Crazy Kitty is unbelievable. Let's be completely honest. I think we're going to be saying Crazy Kitty's name a lot this tournament, even if they weren't to win this one, right? Which, there's still a long way to go. They could still drop down to the lower bracket. They could still qualify through into the main bracket through here, this one. And I'm highly expecting both these teams to be there. No disrespect, of course, to Reject, who is still in here as well. Iconics on the other side. But I think we have 2 clear leaders in these play-ins.
Well, listen, I mean, fans of Rivals that watched the last midseason finals over there in Guangzhou, one of the teams from the playing stage in Envy made it all the way to the grand finals, right? So it's one thing getting to that playing stage, but you also get a little bit of a buff because you're warmed up and ready to go throughout the rest of the tournament, right? So have to remember, there's just so much to play for here. Of course, if you lose here, you're not out, but definitely puts that pressure on even more.
And I wonder now, looking back at the lock and ban phase, whether 100 Thieves feel like they could have targeted a little bit more. They would have learned a lot more about Rad now going into this second map as well.
Yeah, for me, if you look at that pick ban, it was Mirror for the most part. And, I mean, listen, Smash wanted that Elsa. I give them that. I don't know if that mattered too much. In fact, I don't even know if they're going to go for the ban on the Elsa this time around because of how well Delina was able to execute the Widow, especially on a different game mode. Going to give them that much more leverage, angle, and poke. But either way, I think there does need to be slight adjusting to what you thought was the biggest threat. I mean, do you even give the respect and the tip of the cap to Crazy Kitty and ban the cat? Or is the ego too big? It's like, nah, leave it available.
I think Kitty looked better when he switched over to Daredevil,
yeah,
to be honest. So I think that it's rough to try and use that as one of your bans because it feels like a little bit of a waste. One point of contention would probably be the Luna on the 100 Thieves side. The fact that they banned that away from Rad, did that make as much of a difference as they thought it may have? We did see a few times, like for example, we saw the ducky hold of the ult forever because he was worried about Luna on the other side, just negating that ultimate completely. But in the end, Millennia and the dance floor didn't really help them as much as they would have liked. the build-up of that ult was a lot slower than some of the other strategists that we saw.
Sure, one thing that makes me nervous too, I mean, you know it's with anything outside of even esports, the more comfortable you get, the better you are. And we kind of saw some of the nerfs, right? First map there, a little bit for Rad. And then more and more comfortability comes into play. So I would not want to be too confident if I were 100 Thieves going into what they, they're used to it now. They're land vets. They've got two maps and 1 win under it. So looking forward to it as we'll be locking here shortly. Where do we think we're going to take it if you're Thieves?
I mean, Museum of Contemplation is often where we go. I can thankfully see it on my screen, so it's a little bit cheating, but we've already seen 100 Thieves be able to take it to Museum of Contemplation a lot throughout the season, and of course we saw it earlier on today as well. It's just a map that they can play their 3-3, right? This meta of a 3-3 hold is just so much of what 100 Thieves want to do. If you think back to the 100 Thieves of old, we used to say they were trip-strap like merchants, right? And then when that dropped out of the meta a little bit, they did struggle when it went into 2-2-2, but now we're seeing the resurgence of it once again. Yeah, I think this 3-3 hold is good for them here.
Yeah, for me too. I mean, we've seen so many 100 Thieves on Museum of Contemplation, and really what makes the biggest difference is all about the gates of point 2, right? As soon as they make it through that, I think that their record at that point is almost undefeated when you get through what is one of the helms deep of it all. And for 100 Thieves here, it does lean to their favor. Now, itself, flexing a little bit of the Human Torch gets me excited. I don't know how much we'll get it on this. There is some good dive potential, maybe. But yeah, we're going to match the same bands outside. There's that rocket coming from the top of the Rad band there.
Yeah, Rad just taking away the rocket. I mean, the BRB is going to be very important in the early stages, so I don't blame them for getting rid of it as well. And the Protect onto Magneto makes sense, as both feel like it's going to be such an important factor in this game. And what we saw earlier, you speak about the point 2 as well. We saw an instant portal after point 1 was lost to just re-engage with that 3-3 from 100 Thieves and say, look, let's just continue with this comp. Let's try and hold them here and not give them any more space and have to switch off our comp.
Yeah, sure. And I mean, when you get rid of the rocket, I mean, this is all about 2 Rams going at each other, especially on that point 2. So that 1 extra res can just give you that small bit of momentum that you're going to want there. And they're going to get the save, make it a one-sided affair, right? And that's huge on these kind of off bans that you see sometimes. That's a lot of the strategy that we like to see as the band's coming out here. This is a big decision for the coach there in Remix. We'll see what he's cooked up. 100 Thieves ready to go. The band looking at the Invisible Woman, which I thought they did a pretty good job on most parts there in our first domination map.
Yeah, but this is similar from Rad, what they did against Iconics, right? They had the one-sided raccoon on their second map, and it really benefited them as well. The BRB was huge, but the Seer, usually the Seer gets deleted so quickly, but with some of the positions that these players have been able to put that ultimate, they've made it a little bit tougher to try and eliminate it instantly. And really only need it for those first couple of seconds, right? That instant bit of damage boost can make such a difference, especially when you provide that to Crazy Kitty. The damage boost, you get that pick, and you're able to benefit off of it.
Sure, and I mean, we just saw them go through every single strategist there to pick their last save. You can tell they were trying to decide what route they wanted to go. And listen, they wanted to save the Atom potentially. Both the Lina and Self could play that to great success. I think the Loki, though, very smart save, given the fact of what just happened on the dive front.
Yeah, Loki has just been such an influential hero as well with some of these compositions.
Sure.
We'll have to see whether it can be the same going into this one. It does look like an interesting lock and ban. If I had to say one team who's on top, I don't know, Rad just seem more comfortable with what they've been able to play off the back of it.
So, I mean this with all respect, yeah, for sure. I think Loki and the save for a lot of teams would be a lot bigger. Yes. I need to see how 100 Thieves utilize Loki to the best potential, because we say this all the time. We talk about all the best strategists in the game. There's those that play Loki and those that don't, because the list is smaller than you think. Loki's such an important hero, so good against anti-dive, one of the best abilities in the game as we know it as the thing. We'll be ready to charge for them. And I gotta say, I mean, how do you want Thieves to approach this first offensive attack? I mean, we've seen a lot of strats kind of getting formed live here. We know to expect the pinning.
Yeah, you've got to expect something to break here if you're on the side of 100 Thieves, because if we get the penny on the other side, someone needs to be focusing on taking down those nests. You can't just allow the penny to run rampant. And we are going to see Lugia setting up shop now and making sure you can get those nests down and try and be as comfortable as possible. But what you are seeing as well is the team up, which gives you the shield rather than the second nest, which is a massive point of contention as well. And controversy, some might say, but the shield is very important.
Well, the perfect way to deal with it is get Self on the storm and absolutely push forward that pressure. And right away, folks, the gates open up for our second battle here between Rad and 100 Thieves. Rad win, they're in. 100 Thieves trying to steal this one from us. That, as you just said, that Penny Mine getting quick work of the X-Men.
Keep an eye on Crazy Kitty on the Ultron as well. It's going to be a very different role, but we have seen Kitty perform excellently, went up in the sky as well on this trip. well, actually, it's going to be a 3-2-1 because they have the Bucky, and we know Bucky can be such an influential hero as well, especially if you hit one of those grabs.
Yeah, and I expect Self to switch here somewhat soon. I do understand what they've got as Winnie being on the Loki as well. So just trying to get that damage and that pressure right off the bat. Don't give any chance for those nests to do much. But I mean, Penny on top of the nest, just such a good counter right now to most of the meta between the entire kit. Self up in the air, looking for more. Big thing to kind of call out here is going to go more for that Thor team up.
There's that break that they were looking for. And just being able to get past this corner is always a huge point. The BRB will come in, so that's going to be the advantage of Rad having this Rocket Raccoon now. But Self looking to try and eliminate as Mash gets taken down and Kitty follows as well. 100 Thieves will get their break.
Yeah, around that first tough corner, and on top of that, you look at the straddles. I mean, we got both Loki and Luna ready for more, right? So going to give them a ton of advantage. We expect the Strange Porter to come. Ducky, get that magic rolling for the team to jump out their Avengers. Any other changes? No. Well, it looks like we got the Venom coming in, so maybe a potential stall. 3, 2, 1. It's getting low. There's the portal. The magic. Can you body block? No, 1.41. Here's the fight.
Just about getting the touch, but now Delena's going to have ult as well as Winnie. And Delena will pop it and lock it, baby, as 100 Thieves take the lead. Rad are dropping like flies, and 100 Team will get the first point.
We're in Hollywood. You expect to see some stars, and Delena's one to circle on the roster, just throwing everybody's nightmare paralysis demon of the again and again. And we'll see it again now as the first spawn opens up. Delena going to swap over. Love the idea here for Widow on this point, right? Get a little bit more of that space, and we're also going to see in return Self on still that Storm has the Omega Hurricane.
Well, as the game slows down a little bit, but ultimates are there. We're going to go to a Razor listen-in with 100 Thieves and see what they're thinking.
I'm not walking, I'm not walking. Bait the hit, I'm telling you, just bait the hit. I'm amping, I'm amping. Comes out, walk, I'm speeding, I'm storm ulting. Rocket, they're gonna rocket ult. Rocket on burning, break it. Horrible. Come back. Just go. They're gonna try to trade our little. Kill Venom. Top left, catch top left. You can go back and swap, so. Yeah, I'm swapping.
I think you stay with Storm. Stay with Storm. We stopped them. So
Swapping.
No.
It's too late. Swapping. I'm going Widow. I mean, Didi. It's perfect into their comp.
Are we walking? We stop? Are we here?
I'm back soon. I'm back soon.
All right, a little bit of that, back and forth there of what you want to roll with. Self wants to go on the Storm, but we saw, hey, no, DD is perfect here and perfect indeed, trying to counter Crazy Kitty. 97 up and ult. Look at what they both have. This is the toughest corner, folks, to cross. You get through this, and it's victory bells ringing usually. Speaking of the revive coming in big, as Vinny finds Lugia. Now at this point, Smash picking up where they left off with the important pick of Winnie down.
Yeah, Smash taking down Winnie is huge for them. Millennia's going to pop Fate of both worlds here just to try and stay alive. Vinny does have clobbering time available. He is bullying them off the point in the moment as well. Got to be careful as Magol. Can you slam it?
No. Slam dunk out, and the rim shakes, unfortunately, but Kitty continues to pick up the scraps and gets the alley-oop. Who needs a slam when you've got yourself the quick three-pointer? Done, 2-point on the point. Winnie and Vinny find more. At this point, it's looking Thieves, and the aggression is there. Luga trying to do their best to hold, but TJK finds a Symbiont down. It's 2. The gates are so close, but they are open, and that is a huge win for 100 Thieves.
Winnie and Vinny, baby. Winnie coming back just in time to assist Vinny, keep him alive. And again, the 150 extra shields you get on every right click is stupid, by the way. And Vinny is showing exactly why Thing is a must pick in this meta.
Winnie and Vinny got Mash and Smash and Dr. Seuss book out here at the MSF. Love to see it. Again, the duck float. If you're new to Rivals, you might be looking at this and saying, what is going on? This point's a lot different than a lot how they work in general to push through. We often see teams use that bridge for that first second fight, but it's going to be aggression right away, and Rad has it. Guys, well, Smash has the ult, pops the ult, but it's one sniper getting it done. It's Delena.
And even though Smash is going to get brought back, maybe the damage already done by Delena as he's just sitting amongst the ducks as he is comfortable as well. As now Self going to take down Mash. Lugia follows afterwards. 100 Thieves are running rampant right now with Kitty going down as well. They're going to push this quite a considerable margin through this final point. And Rad, they don't really have much to work with. They have a Seer coming off spawn, but 100 Thieves, they have answers. Delena not only having ult, but Winnie can pop the God of Mischief as well to copy whatever you want here.
Yeah, for sure. Just a bit of an awkward angle there for Rad, in my opinion. I like the fights more towards the bridge. It does give them an extra fight for the most part, because you're always going to have the third one, so I agree there. But there's Delena popping, ready, all that red room trading, as we've seen in Marvel. Once again, goodbye goes the Luna, and that's a big pick at that. Forced now to rotate out, right? You can't do any more. Third fight, final fight, and guess what, Gas? 2 minutes, 37 seconds. some of the most time we've seen here at the pro level on third point.
Yeah, this is going to be a frustrating one for Rad because they would have wanted to get that Seer out a little bit earlier, and now it's allowed 100 Thieves to also build up even more responses. It's going to be Winnie who pops first with a Seer of his own. A counter Seer comes out, so now the damage is going to be there. Millennia gets the opening pick onto Smash.
Everybody getting a piece of the buy here now is Self. Gonna throw it, do it by himself. The Devil's let out. Ducky was unable to slam. It's Lugia now gonna get his chance, and nothing coming from it once again. The clutch factor, mental is high. TTK, Vinny, the front line, get it done, and 100 Thieves get the duck through. Point 3.
With 2 minutes and 6 seconds left on the clock as well, it is not often you see a push like that dominant. As 100 Thieves, they just seem to have the answer every single time for Rad, and it was just some of these early picks that we were able to see from Delena, but you've got to go back to Vinny and Winnie combining to make sure they were able to push that over point 2. Had they not won that engagement, it could be in a very different game.
It's all about point 2. I mean, they did a great job to, I mean, even the odds, Crazy Kitty coming off 2 and then able to just quickly flip that to their favor. And I've got to say this, at the very minimum here, I mean, 2 minutes is kind of crazy. But I've got to say, 100 Thieves to lose the Dom like that, right? And come in here and just quite literally fists out, thing and storm it and get all the aggression you need. So we look on the defensive front. Let's see how they want to take it here. And we've got a similar look to what we did see last when they ran something just like this.
Yeah, this time they're going to go the 3-2-1. They're going to play Delena over on the Bucky as well, similar to what Rad had just done. Now, I think the advantage 100 Thieves had there is 100 Thieves are so good in this position when they defend. They also know what counters it. They also know what breaks it, and that's why they were able to force out with that Storm previously. And now for Rad, can they do the same?
Yeah, and we got the double nest on the side here. For, oh no, we've got, oh my gosh, I love this for Vinny, right? Because this was what we were talking about with 100 Thieves. Who's going to kind of rise up, be that penny player? Because trust me, not shown a lot of it. Actually, they've fallen to it, right? When we go back to the group stage with something like Sentinels. So now picking it up, getting those reps in, and we're seeing just that now as they're going to try to take a bit of that high ground ramp, maybe get that cap on the bus to slow it down, see how they choose to take it. And just like that, you've got the Wolf, Crazy Kitty, going to try to get the kidnap going on as the X-Men Logan, angry and dangerous.
Vinny stay alive! The rest of the team trying to keep him up, but they can't. Ducky gets the pick in the end, and that's huge now because 100 Thieves, remember, they don't have that BRB. They do not have the Rocket Raccoon. It got banned away from them, so it will allow Rad to step up a little bit here. Smash also gets the pick onto TTK.
Yeah, one big thing to highlight, Mag is available, right? Feels like the old MSF here with TTK able to play the hero. Self does get the match and the trade, but slowly but surely, both teams trying to even their odds. Right now, favored 100 Thieves, but Ducky getting Self out past still. Oh, Ducky just having the exclamation point on this first fight.
Yeah, Self wasn't able to build up the ult too much, only 36%, so they will try and hold, see if Self can get up to that 100 and make that Karmic Revival the difference maker going towards the end of point 1 here.
Big difference, though, is if you're on the 100 Thieves side, you had 80% on both straddles on that next fight. We have 40 and 60, right? And obviously Vertigo and the Rocket ult, it's a little bit less effective than something like Loki. Loki builds up quick, 70% and up. That's going to give them plenty of favor, but Ducky is slamming with the sword now, slices through TTK, getting that mag out of here. The variant wins the battle as Mash finds more. Smash, everybody getting a piece of the pie here, and these gate ones are going, the gate is going here to Rad.
Yeah, Self does cocoon himself back into the game, but again, only at 53%, so it might be a switch off to Adam unless they want to go for a portal back into this one like they did previously, but it looks like they've given up on that as well because too many people died too fast. They weren't able to re-engage and stick with that 3-2-1.
And how many times do we say it really doesn't matter how much time you have here on gate 1 to gate 2, right? You've got 5 minutes, seems like an eternity, but that can vanish in a quick moment. A lot of these teams choose to take this differently, as we'll see how 100 Thieves wants to approach. For me, it's all about the value you get here in that neutral play and kind of who's forced to pop. Vinny getting low, Vinny out.
Vinny's out. Self has switched over to Black Cat as well. I think that's going to be the big difference here for 100 Thieves. But look at the economy for Rad at the moment as now clobbering time comes out as 100 Thieves should be falling, and they will be. Rad are bullying them at the moment, and they say, okay, you did it in 2 minutes. I think we might be able to match you with this time.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Job's not finished, but they won 2 big parts of the battle. Either way, looking at it, still plenty to be used. TTK is going to go and slow down a bit. No Res going to bring back the thing, but we'll be quick here as we've got what you want to go with. Probably the Winnie ult quick to try to respond. I mean, on the other side, they only have Mash to survive what is going to be the quick onslaught here from Thieves.
It's what Winnie uses that ultimate on as well, right? You try and copy the Seer like you did before to give a little bit of a damage burst to Self to get that early pick, and then you can take that engagement and be out on top. But you will see Meteor M now coming out from Ducky. Can you connect and get that slam dunk? No, you do connect, but you don't get a KO.
That's like a search and find book, trying to find where's Waldo. It's like, which one is the real one? And you got the crystals to boot as well so far. The Rim has not seen a swish yet. TTK in that front line, but we continue to see stand strong and slow them down. This is exactly what we're talking about, folks. The wheels on the bus do go round and round, but up this ramp, it's a lot harder to find that momentum.
Yeah, Mash pops the fate of both worlds as well as a response, but that's just giving ult advantage back over to 100 Thieves. Self waiting to pop his as well, as they are able to get their first hold successfully.
And they just did so much with so little, right? I mean, I said I wanted to see Winnie first, and they capitalized off it and went from there. Obviously, getting Ducky's ult out of there as well. You're going to have to see the two greats, Smash and Crazy, find some insane value, but Millennia getting the job done, shutting down the cap. Back to the
where
spot.
the Luna has a lot of responsibility on that backline. You can find those picks. Vertigo is going to get brought back. Sorry, Lugia brought back by Vertigo. As again, the Bucky is such an influential part of this fight. If you can get any sort of pull and the damage output as Ducky finds one onto Self.
Ducky's neutral has been impressive, but on the other side, we have the slam down. TTK finding Smash and more. It's that front line once again. 2 minutes left here on the clock for this gate 2. Now the bus going right back down. Spawn is so close here, Gaskin, and with the ult economy, it does favor Thieves right now massively going up, because guess what? The Glartrox, it's hungry, it's ready. The summon is coming.
Yeah, Delano will want to hold on to that, I imagine. If it gets a little bit tight, you could lose it aggressively if you wanted to, but Self is probably going to be the focus point for them. You've got the fallback of Millennia with Fate of Both Worlds as well. As for Rad, it's all on Crazy Kitty, baby. If you can try and pop something and maybe get away with it, Vertigo going to have Sia available as well.
And that's why Millennia is so dangerous, right? Because Thieves, I would say, they do lean so much more towards a bit more of those damage side of the strategist, but there's the Self ult looking for more. Kind of get what they can for the reset, but 1 second goes down and no value town for Self. So still plenty up in the roster to go. Delina looking for more.
It was an answer back though. Crazy Kitty popped it first, Self did it in response. Neither Black Cat's able to find that pick, but Crazy Kitty's still being a distraction at the moment. There's 100 Thieves though. They are capitalizing on the position of some of these players. Glartrox now does come out. Vinny gets a pick on the Vertigo. Lugia goes down, and Rad will have to back away from this one, you'd imagine.
Yeah, I mean, we say this all the time. You don't have to get the whole team like you see in a rank. Just get the one big value pick, and that was just that as Lugia go now on over to that Magneto. And I think you said it great. I mean, watch his Black Hats and how quickly they use the iframes right to the invis, and then they get the funds back instantly to continue that barragement. But yeah, Crazy Kitty, we're not getting that same impact value there, at least in the final hit side.
Well, Smash does have a Glartrox of his own. TTK at the moment applying a lot of damage with those Chaos Swords. That Scarlet Witch team-up is insane, and we know how powerful you can be when you get put in that position. Glartrox does come out here.
Two. He has two. Millennia's got to stay safe through that and unable to connect. Oh, Ducky throws the ult down as well. It does find two. 49 seconds left. Up goes the meteor, slams down his TTK. He's no best for it. He connects. Goodbye, Vertigo. Gets the swish that we see and know from TTK. Finding more. The Chaotic Great Sword is out. Mash finding more. This is all about momentum and keeping it up because you can get the elimination, but it doesn't matter. It's a short walk for them. Long walk back for Rad. But it's closing distance is there.
Hold on, they are pushing this. Someone has to touch here from 100T. The portal's going to come in. Do you actually find someone? Okay, there is a connection there. Portal comes out. 100 Thieves will hold for now.
Oh, that's brutal if you're Rad. It came down to 2, now 3 meters. Now on the ult economy side, they do have plenty. We'll see how they can connect. Oh, Crazy Ducky get it done on the neutral. That's exactly the answer. Self-finding Vertigo and more. The battle clashing. Infinity War in front of her eyes. Both teams, one main stage. Self tries to do it himself. Finds another with the quick whip in the dash of the Black Cat. Smash, I mean, this is back and forth, Gaskin.
Oh, they get the point as well. They might be stealing away. 100 Thieves just unable to hold on in the end. They bullied them away thanks to the Magneto Meteor M. Just allowed them to apply that pressure. And Rad can now march towards this third point. But you look at the time, Cozy, only 1 minute 15 on the clock.
Yeah, you got 2, 3 fights here on top of that. I mean, this is the second time they'll go to Dom now here. It's like mid-fight, have to back out, which, you know, you want to kite well, but you give up the objective. And we've seen that now from 100 Thieves and the pause coming in. But listen, I mean, what they have available, 40, I mean, there's not a lot of time on the clock.
The clock is against them, that's for sure, as we get the pause. But 100 Thieves, I think they might be a bit frustrated that they weren't able to hold on to that point. They had the extra players, and even though the ults came out from Rad as a desperate attempt really to stall for the Strange is what they had done previously, in the end they didn't even need the Strange portal.
I think that the difficulty there, right, is when no one's there to touch, you don't have the traditional, like, stall of Venom or back in the past, Captain America, someone's got to do it, right? They were getting the portal out there, and typically what that leads to is a 6v5, right? That person that stuck their neck on the line, going to get another, mark on the death there. But either way, I do think getting a little bit more of that time, they waste another 30 seconds, I would be blown away if Rad is able to make quick work here because you just have so much going against you, especially not only on the economy side. The distance is great.
And that may have been a consideration for 100T as well. They may have said, hey, if we throw too many bodies towards this to try and block it, we also give them the ult economy build up because they're probably going to get a lot of KOs here and they're going to be able to build up to an advantageous point as we move over towards 3. Let's just give them second a little bit here. Let's back off. We have a better ult economy, we feel, and they have so much time against them here.
Well, you can waste a lot of time, too, with Winnie just having that ult in general. I mean, you're able to essentially, just with that, suck up the rest of the time there. So then it's just perfection at play. And for land newbies, that's a big call and a big task, my friend. But hey, if they could do what we just saw there in Celestial Husk.
It made me laugh. Vertigo made the same mistake that I see Cloaks making all the time, hitting that freeze instantly with the team up, but then still dying to the Magneto ult as well, because it doesn't last longer than the Magneto ult. You have to wait a little bit longer. Vertigo, he temporarily switched over to Jeff as well, but then came back realizing that Jeff was doing nothing for them. Now we'll have to see what he does here.
Yeah, you know, Jeff's had better days. Obviously, you know, does things that no one can. It allows you to play fast, which Rad loves to do. But in general, in this patch, has just been a bit rougher there on some of the more fast gameplay outside of what we've seen from the Storm and more. But either way, yeah, no, I think that's a great point. If you look at what 100 Thieves can do to close out the deal, you waste with Winnie, you build up Delina and Vinny, and it be done.
You waste with Winnie and you slam with Vinny, just as you had previously on the second point before. TTK has been very good on Mag as well, just being able to apply that pressure and bully the backline at times. Delena is going to be a focus point too. Always going into the end stages of this third point, Glartrox can win the game for you. You can push people off the map, push them off the point. You mentioned the duck being the cart that you're pushing here. You kind of have to stand on it. If you try and stand on the edges sometimes, it doesn't really connect and convert, so you can easily be pushed off it.
Yeah, I want to give the edge to 100 Thieves, especially on the ult side, right? I feel like a lot of the value on the ult side is going to 100 Thieves, but guess what? What this point does allow is a lot of angles, doors, hidden ways of someone like Crazy Kitty just getting those picks in the neutral, which has been what has kept them afloat, speaking of the duck.
Yeah, Crazy Kitty has been fantastic. I think regardless if they lose this match, Crazy Kitty can still hold his head high going into that third. And remember, Rad would have choice of map going into third as well, so they would still hold the advantage.
Yes.
But how do they deal with a loss as well? Because they've, at the moment, throughout play-ins, clean sailing, you've been able to get 2 O's. Losing that one, will it take away the confidence from you?
Well, folks, here we go. The battle is on, and there is just a minute as we don't have strength, but Crazy Kitty summoning the portal as we're trying to find a nice vantage point for either the quick pick or the team. Either way, 54 seconds left here when he already built up close to that ult we're talking about.
And even if they are able to push this all the way, it's going to be such an advantage for 100 Thieves in OT if we get there, of course, as Lugia at the moment trying to connect with some of those Chaos Swords. Vinny has to retreat, but has been able to get away and stay alive.
No, absolutely here is Crazy Kitty going to go and get those cards out on herself, trying to find that target. Does run into the treatment. Oh, does the combo, but unable to secure that there on the Luna. Melinda doing a great job in awareness. They do find 3 as Ducky and more paint the Limp Feed blue. But at this point, 23 seconds, Thieves did a good job not using any of the essential resources they have. But this is exactly what we wanted to see from Rad's point of view.
Ducky able to get Millennia in that ult, which I think was what's important as well, because then it's, you're not able to counter it if Millennia was able to be a little bit further back and hit it with the CC. But now Winnie itself and TTK all have ults coming off the back of it. But Rad, they've got plenty of their own. Rad have the capability of pushing this the whole way.
Yeah, I actually love the cloak ult here. I mean, it's definitely going to line up well, but guess who's on the other side? That TTK looking for that smash that all Cloak and Dagger mates know so well. And here it is, as Self going to try to do exactly what Kitty did on the side. And Winnie ready to pull the trigger themselves. And there it is, Delina and more. The Glartrox is out. It's hungry, trying to find the edge. And there it is, they're off the point. Rad gives it to 100 Thieves as we find ourselves in match 3.
I said the Glartrox can make the difference, and it did exactly that. Sometimes it just rips you off that point. And sadly for Rad, they are not able to hold on. And 100 Thieves answer back here in map 2.
Yeah, I mean, talk about just calling that story, right? I mean, you don't always have to get the big, spicy value of the Limp Feed. Just get them off that point. And that duck is so unforgiving. There's not a lot of radius to keep that point yours. Great just awareness from Thieves, too, to take that back their own as, you know, looking at the stats across the board. I mean, just color me impressed, man, because every part of Thieves that you needed to kind of rise up to the levels that we know they can play, it's a land buff.
It is a lamp buff. I mean, you look at the final hits being high for the likes of Delena, we expect that. TTK, 12 on the Magneto, we expect that. I think what actually I'm looking at is Millennia with the 5 final hits on Luna. A lot of those KOs were so important for their fights.
Yeah, no, without question. And it's so important to all of these audience members that, again, the hometown team comes away with this one. It is 1-1. We're going to take it on over to the desk to break down all the heat we just saw.
Thanks, Cozy. That was a very intense matchup so far.
Oh, yeah.
Finally, we got a map 3. 100 Thieves were very close, though, in the first one on Celestial Husk. I mean, let's start with our most recent map, then go into the Celestial Husk that we saw as well. Museum of Contemplation, it felt like both teams were trying to find their identity throughout this. 100 Thieves, specifically known, Ryan, for playing this map so often compared to other counter picks that they like to go for. And it felt like this was their comfort zone. Had so much time remaining after reaching all the way to the end, which a lot of teams struggle to even get there.
I'd say that's pretty much like a death sentence if you do have a team go all the way on the attacking side of Museum, then that feels pretty much done in that case. But you're right, it's 100 Thieves. They've played this map 11 times, they picked it 10.
Yeah.
Which is more like, we sort of joke about like, yeah, it's the Pacific region like Asia, Oceania that really like playing this map. 100 Thieves were really keen on going for this. And when you play this well and you have 2 minutes still to spare by the end of the map, that's the prime reason. And it didn't seem that Rad were really that prepared for a dog map.
Absolutely not. I mean, you can see back in the replays sponsored by Alienware, this was pretty extreme by 100 Thieves to cap out with 2 minutes. It was, very one-dimensional, very one-sided on this last map. But Rad with that last nod touch was kind of a big deal on Museum. Regardless, this is a good series, Audible. You kind of called it. You said, we want to see our first 3 mapper. In BO3s, it's tough. But now we're there because these two teams are very evenly matched, and I think that's a bit of a surprise probably to our viewers and a lot of people at home that were either fans of North America or EMEA, because they're going to be, seeing different things and not understanding that the third seeds for both sides are contenders at winning this whole thing.
Very strong. I mean, 100 Thieves, I think the worst that they've gotten out of LAN was like top 4, so they're looking for a similar performance if they can repeat that as well.
That's what I'm saying, Vlad. Like, every time, and I was warning Tetcher about this before, I was like, you can't, every time you doubt 100 Thieves, they play well. It's very, very weird. Their fans are very well aware of how underrated their team is. I will get an earful from them sometimes. So 100 Thieves definitely never count them out at LAN.
I think an interesting thing, too, is like the compositions that we saw here, right? We finally saw the Penny Ultron that was promised. It didn't really work out too well. Ryan on the attack side or the defensive side, for Rad. But the beginning for 100 Thieves was decent. It just doesn't seem like these teams feel super comfortable with that. I actually like Delena, though. He swapped a lot from the Black Widow to the Bucky, the Elsa. I mean, the versatility from this duelist player on 100 Thieves seemed to be able to at least allow their team to feel unleashed in this map.
Yeah, and when you've got Self just actually really going toe-to-toe with Crazy Kitty on the Black Cat, it does provide a lot more space there. Like we saw even on Celestial Husk, because we didn't really have like a chance to touch back. We did see this head-to-head of the Black Widow between Smashdes and Delena, and Delena was just completely curb stomping Smashdes. They went back to the Elsa. Sure, you've got a one-sided Elsa, you want to make use of that, but when the other player is going on Daredevil, you can use that team up, for example, with the Cross. It really did feel like 100 Thieves, duelists especially, are showing up a lot stronger, and it's a bit more rickety for Rad, which is expected. This is like their first LAN, and they've got the weight of the EMEA region, because it's the first EMEA versus America's game that we've had this year in Ignite. It's all on them to be the debut to start off well for our region.
Well, we do have another map coming up at some point here. I mean, what are we feeling, Dogman, we could expect from Rad on this one? Any good guesses that you might think?
I mean, if we're going to a convergence map type, there's a lot of different choices you can go, right? I mean, I think that back on Museum, this was a solid map even for Rad, I think it feels like just based on how they like to play. But I mean, we can realistically kind of go anywhere. I mean,
so many options.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of teams, maybe take us to like Hall maybe or something like that, or I think that's a good option regardless. A lot of people like to play on that map too. And I feel like Rad, they have a really good roster at playing around Crazy Kitty, like you guys said, around Smash as well sometimes, but it is kind of going back down to those ban phases where, sometimes we're just giving over, strategists, and it's like 4 strat bans is very interesting, right? I mean, that's like the first time we've seen it so far throughout the, even the playoffs, right, on stage 2. I imagine even EMEA, right? So it just feels like it's a big change of pace, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because we've had Dino be really meta, so you have to take out some of the Vanguards and then obviously Duelists. But yeah, for a choice of Convergence, because it has to be that for Rad, you've got them playing and picking Central Pack mostly, but they're 1 and 4 on it. They would just commonly go there and it would just never work out.
True.
But then again, you're going up against Virtus Pro that were very good on those maps. And in those series, like we sort of saw there, Rad are prone to making these mistakes. They could be in a really good prime position to win a map, but then, for example, a push in overtime finishes the map, for example, or a C9 like we just saw. Rad are prone to making these egregious errors. The problem is that you're on LAN now. You have to quickly reset. Usually Rad are good at doing it at home, but here you just feel a little bit more embarrassed because everybody's here physically to point and laugh at you because you jumped off the point. Now you have to be able to bounce back and try and win it against the team that is in this region that everybody, I'm sure in the audience,
and
wants
experience
to win.
too. I think it's
For
a
sure.
big thing for these teams, right? Rad, they are pretty much, except for MASH, very new to LANs in general, whereas 100 Thieves, as an organization, majority of these players too, have made it to every single one in Ignite so far. And they've been boot camping for like a week and a half for most of them, the longest out of any team, because of course they have the 100 Thieves compound locally just down the road. So going into this next one, I think Hall to Jalia, this is going to be a good one, Dog
There we
Man.
go. Yeah, I guess. Well, everybody just loves this map. It's kind of like Museum. It's kind of like these maps that everybody loves playing these days. So makes sense, I guess, that anybody would go here. It feels like every region just has, understands the most fun maps to play. That's just kind of about it, right? Like as you're a pro, you're always biased towards the maps that have maybe less cheese going on with the portals, for example, on Kokoa or on Araco and stuff like that. It makes sense. For the domination, too, that could be a bit RNG, so you just want to play whatever. But yeah, I mean, you talked about VOD, the experience. As we look back, I imagine one of the players is going through some PC stuff, trying to figure
How
out
it goes.
Yeah, how it goes.
We could speculate about some composition stuff. We haven't seen Hella yet, and Hella Namor pretty good on this map. We've seen in some of the scrims and other competitions, promo relegation. A lot of people playing it there as well. I mean, do we expect Ryan to see that at all from these teams on this, or maybe something else?
Yeah, if we get stuck on that second checkpoint, right, we have a little perch of high ground to work with, but there seems to be like a lot more options going in, and I think everybody, there's multiple teams that are in the playoffs that are watching this, keeping an eye to see what, because everybody has their own read of the meta, being like, oh, these fools on stage don't believe that Mr. Fantastic is the meta, just like twiddling their wine, just, oh, these fools would try to get into playoffs. But for here, it's like 100 Thieves just want to try to go and put their duelists in, they don't want them to warm down. That's the problem with like these tech pauses, is Delaney and Self are looking so good, and Rad can certainly get in their own heads thinking about it, just being like, oh, this could fall apart very quickly.
And that goes back to the experience that Vaudeville pointed out. I mean, I think that 100 Thieves, that's their one strength here, is that you mentioned it, Ryan, this team of Rad, very green, 100 Thieves, they've gotten top 4 multiple times now. And I mean, just to maybe speak about my own experience in these moments as a pro player, I was talking to Shiv before about this. We had a sports psychologist for the team I played on, and I had a problem where I would be too nervous sometimes on LAN, and I'd see through my monitor because this is their first time playing with a crowd.
True, yeah. Different setup as well.
Yes, so they recommended, it didn't really help me, I'll be honest. But the point of psychology, I guess, is to give you tools and to react to yourself.
Coping mechanisms.
Yes, well, and especially in mouse and keyboard games, online competitive games, it is more mental than people give it credit for. Well, I mean, yeah, duh, but like, 'cause we're not a physical sport, but the point is that they were basically saying there's been a nice little wave from the Rad guys trying to chill out, relax. That's the big thing, is being not under pressure, just being chill in the moment. And that's what we see Delena earlier, is taking a nap, because like I said, I could not see my monitor sometimes because I was so nervous. I imagine a lot of these players are in the same boat.
Yeah, I think it's like, for Rad, it's the first time. For 100 Thieves, it is just that expectation. Like, it's a massive org, right? And I think, I wake up every day when I lived in the UK, and I'd wake up and I'd look at Reddit, and it'd be just like, what is wrong with 100 Thieves? Right? Like, what is going, like, it's just like, just running into, and everything's on fire
like
every single time.
Put the fries in the bag jokes.
Yeah,
With like the
it's
coach
just,
and stuff.
I get tagged because Ryan gets mentioned, which I assume is Ryan Amazing for Sentinel.
Yeah.
Like, what is Ryan doing? It's like, I don't know, I just woke up. Like, what? Like, so there's just these kind of moments, right, where it's like, for 100 Thieves, there's a lot of expectations for you to at least get out of this stage.
Yes.
And if you can actually come out as the first seed, even though the matchup is pretty much set in stone because you can't see the same regions matchup in playoffs, 100 Thieves want to go off on the right foot, right?
And on that, I now am expecting, whether it's going to be Rad or 100 Thieves, that's going to be an insane game one, right? The team that makes it a play-ins, you talked about it. Rad made it and won the whole thing before. That's not going to be a cakewalk in round one, right?
No, I mean, even then you saw Rad, which is now the RV team, get knocked to the elimination bracket, and then Royal rode it that way. So there has never been a team other than Virtus Pro that have done something dominantly, which makes me more excited to see them tomorrow because they don't look as dominant as they did. But for Rad, there's just not as much expectations on Rad. I think speak for the majority of like the EMEA talent, is just we know how well they can do when they're drilled in. When it feels like it's a 6v6, they look solid. But when there's a little bit of an overstep, whether it's Crazy Kitty that gets caught or Lugi or Ducky, and Ultimate doesn't go well, you almost just see the mental breakdown in real time when they're in the server, and that's when they lose fights that 100 Thieves are very good at winning.
And sorry, Bob, but I do feel like to add on to that, you're right, because they have, it seems like, a lot of plays that are designated based off of just reacting to each other. So the moment that one person is not getting their value, it's kind of like a domino effect where they're all sort of slightly behind tempo. Like we saw in the series before when there was a crazy play, I was talking to Vaudable about it, with the Luna Snow Freeze right into Ducky's Groot ult.
Yeah.
I was like, that was just such like a mind, they're both reading each other's mind so well, that it was beautiful.
I do have to mention, like, some of the ults that we have seen from Rad, a bit shaky. I feel like that's part of the reason why they struggled to get all the way to the end on Museum of Contemplation. Could be those nerves, as we talk about as well. So I feel like, yes, it sucks to have, these technical breaks for them to fix any issues that the PCs or whatever are having. But I think the big thing is, like, take your time, calm down, feel in the environment,
Yeah.
make some gestures to the fans and try to get them riled up as well, because there's still fans for them, for both of these teams. 100 Thieves, of course, because it's local, but even for Rad, there's a lot of people who came out just supporting. Like, people even flew in from, like, Frankie Boxing we saw.
Oh my
actually
gosh.
flying in all the way from, like,
Hello,
Iceland
Frankie.
and stuff, so.
That's hilarious. I mean, like you said, like, about the tech pauses too, like, I don't want to like go back to the experience too much, but during these tech pauses, you don't want to overthink too, because it is such a mental game. Yeah, you don't want to, start to question what you're going to do or whatever, and sometimes you just sit there quiet until it's about time to go. Like you said, just sit and chill out, and you can see kind of like the difference in almost what they're doing. I know that the ref is talking and whatever. Sometimes you're not allowed to talk, I think, during these breaks, but
yeah. Well, like my PC doesn't work. Can we help you with that? You just, I can't talk. I'm sorry.
They tape your mouth.
More for like the team, just like strategy and all that stuff too, because it's not like a technical like timeout sort of deal.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool if we had something like that in the
Well,
future.
because like, yeah, I mean, like you do take advantage of it. I mean, not to say people were cheating or anything like that, but if there's a lapse in some area, maybe they don't catch you. Maybe you like whisper to your team, "Oh, I think we're gonna play this comp or something. They're gonna play this. We should do this together."
Yeah.
I mean, listen, you gotta, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. That's what I say.
You start thinking about just the small stuff of like, players, is my sensitivity okay? Especially if they're like prone to changing
I would tell on it here.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen this in other games, right? Where it's just the typical, just lay back, close your eyes, just try to get away from it, right? Because you're just overcooking if you're like thinking in these instances. And I mean, he has showed up massively, I think, on the server so far this series. So
best Black Widow we've seen so far.
Yeah, but how many Black Widows have we seen so far? Ever? Just full stop.
True.
Just ever.
That's
How have we
true.
got into this situation where Black Widow's meta?
We can talk about that even, like the rework that came out. A lot of OTPs that we saw, of course, not as happy with the changes because it's no longer more of like a sniper, more of like, you kind of have like an automatic rifle, the Red Room rifle at this point. But I think the changes are for the better, right? It makes it a lot more approachable for fans of Black Widow in general, and a lot easier to hit your shots too, right?
We're entering the Zaza redemption arc. That's what I've been saying, dude. Kingsman's about to be wrong. All right, that's all I'm saying. Maybe Magic's going to be out of the meta forever. And then Zaza's going to pop off
Pro
on
player
Black
now,
Widow.
by the way, made it on in Dreamland as a sub, so shout out to them.
He didn't play.
Yeah, it's a little different than Sunmyo IBN out of EMEA. That's Necros' team who qualified as well from promotion relegation.
He's got a lot of fans.
He does.
All roads lead back to Kingsman, I think, even on the esports scene, who just end up talking about him.
Yeah, that's what happens, bud. Creator tournaments. The Boger Bash just finished, right? Shout out to Boger. He's probably doing a co-party, co-stream.
Yeah, definitely is. J3 as well. Space, I think, is in the building or was going to come one of these days, too.
I don't want to see Indy.
For Remix.
I don't want to see Indy. He's using like AI of my face in his chat. I'm like, I didn't consent to this. This is ridiculous.
Oh, man.
I keep telling him every time I see him, I'm like, stop using AI, dude. He's not going to listen to me.
Yeah, it's hard to get Space to listen to, the casters sometimes.
Yeah, that's why he lost so much when he was a pro.
That's exactly why he doesn't listen to us.
Oh, man. Can't BM him too much.
I think I always beat him. Somebody pull up the stats.
I think he did like a review on that. Like, you guys actually faced him.
Yeah, we cooked him every time.
Before.
He was good. He always rolled me, but I had better teammates.
I think in these instances, we need to, I've said this so many times, we need to do the thing boxing club in...
Yes.
Oh, like the clobbering club?
Yeah, clobbering club.
The clobbering club in real life?
Yeah, just like a head-to-head, you in Space, like just settle it here. Like
it's a nice little mini event.
That would
have
be.
giant fists, like a giant Hulk fist.
Like
a
the
giant
Hulk
thing
ones,
fist.
yeah. That'd be amazing.
1v1.
Speaking of, though, like we have a lot of the voice actors that'll be coming out on Saturday that'll be showcasing, their talents, doing some signings, things like that for the fans that are in person. We might get some of them on the desk at some point as well. There's going to be musical guests that'll be happening too, musical performance. So a lot of cool stuff coming out for those who are here. Also, like the memorabilia like pins for people that are in attendance, which is pretty awesome. There's
You
like
get
the
yours
Luna
yet?
Snow. I haven't gotten mine yet. No, I'll have to hit them up later. But
I can't lie, the FOMO would be real.
Yes.
If I was not here,
go to the next Ignite LAN is all you need to know about this.
I mean, we've been to every one so far, and like it's just they've been great. But this one specifically, it feels like the venue is just nice. It just feels like a good venue for Marvel Rivals. It just
I like it's our thing, you know,
Yeah.
like sort of previous events have been alongside, like DreamHack, for example, with the grand finals in Atlanta, like that was sort of in extension with them, but this is our own, like people are here to see Marvel Rivals esports specifically. They bought tickets, so it's like we actually get our own little watering hole, I suppose.
Yeah, it's a lot more like cozy, you could say, for the fans out there as well. And
favorite streamer.
Yeah, it's nice to see like everyone coming out for this event too, either casual fans or people who have been involved.
Yeah,
in the
we're here on a
scene in
Wednesday
Ignite.
and people are showing up.
Exactly,
Crazy.
it's like half full from what we've seen for the most part. It's only going to get more full as the weekend goes along too. So it'll be interesting to see how people show out. Probably more cosplays come through as well from some people.
I saw the Christmas Daredevil.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
That's awesome.
It's everywhere.
Not Daredevil.
Sounds like we're getting band drafts, though, if my audio cues have told me anything, and that is correct. Mantis does come through on the bands. No surprises there. And Magneto going to be saved by Thieves.
Yeah, it makes sense for them. I think every team so far, you guys talked about it, Magneto's been crazy. That allows the Gambit band to come through. But on this map specifically, Magneto can be pretty rough to deal with. And that's definitely a sign of what's to come, is that I think Gambit maybe less prioritized on this map somewhat compared to the Magneto, but this is what I was talking to you guys about. I feel like these Strategist-only bans, to me, feel like a comfort thing, But like, I think at this level, at the playoffs, we don't have many really weak Strategists.
That's very true.
Most people can flex, basically.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. But again, it's swapping on the other side. So Loki bans coming out from either end here. It looks like that was a Luna save from the side of 100 Thieves, which I would not be too surprised if that does come through based off of the indication. Yeah, so I mean, we saw Millennia be the Luna OTP is what you're talking about here, Dogman.
Oh, yeah.
So not too surprised by seeing that save. They probably were expecting the ban to come out on this one, Ryan.
It's just one of the more common things, especially when it has just been Black Cat versus Black Cat consistently, other than a little bit of Daredevil that we saw from Crazy Kitty.
Yeah.
Ooh, double Luna saves here, Dogman. What are we feeling about that?
Double Luna saves, huh? I mean, I like it. Luna's strong. I mean, it makes sense with how the ban phase has been going. And especially because I think Invis Woman, I prefer if we sort of force somebody on that hero. That's why, like, I don't know. I would have been okay with even, I know it's crazy to let Gambit through, but okay, Venom ban coming through at the very end, that's the difference.
We let TTK have Angela on this map. I don't know what we're doing, but either way, it seems like these teams are getting as prepared as they can for this matchup. I mean, I feel like that Venom ban is just to make sure that the Venom's not going to get snowflaked as well, kind of carried a little bit on the dive angle for Rad. Maybe.
Well, how is the Venom player of Team Rad from what you guys saw in EMEA?
I mean, Lugia's pretty solid from what we saw.
Oh, that's not really great.
Both of them could do, but yeah, Lugia, really. Like, Lugia is pretty flexible with some of the Vanguards that he's able to pull out, but it's like I said with Domination, it doesn't tend to go well. Now it's started to sharpen up a bit more, but I think it's just like the Vanguard lines, they've been together and tenured for so long, but one of them has a lot more LAN experience than the other.
That is true. Well, we are going to get the best experience that we can for our third map here between Rad and 100 Thieves. A spot in the main event is on the line. Who will rise to the challenge? It's Cozy and Gaskin to take it away.
Alrighty, fellas. I mean, we got ourselves a good break there to, get these teams locked and loaded. And some love it, but the others want to keep that adrenaline, right, Gasket? A couple things to highlight we were seeing is Angela to TTK. Yeah, definitely going to be interesting on the off map here. Might even get a self-torch, very favorable map. But as the doors open up and are ready, again, it's going to be on the side of the offense. Rad, defense here, 100 Thieves. And we were saying this in the break. We feel like this is a great Thieves map.
It is a great Thieves map. Thieves have done pretty well leading into stage one, coming to this point. It's one that's comfortable for them. On the other side, for Rad, though, they chose this map. They obviously feel like this is something they can bring themselves back into this series. And remember, this is a big one. This is the third and final map. Winner of this will progress into the main bracket as we get our first big fight underway. Smash gets the opener, Kitty gets another, and there's no response from the side of Thieves.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many respawn pickets you had there. I mean, you had 4 go out quickly, and what an opening statement from Rad that took every bit of that break to lock in and be ready for what is one of the biggest matches that they've been through on their first land. Already just pushing back that aggression. No portal to be had. It is Rad that gets point 1.
Yeah, of course, Rad are attacking, ignoring the icons at the top of your screen there. 100 Thieves are on defense, but they have not been able to hold. The first fight went Rad's way so comfortably in the neutral. And 100 Thieves, even though they tried something a little bit different, they've got the Angela. They are going to stick on said Angela. And TTK needs to start finding some picks here, or at least getting some grabs to try and give them an advantage in this fight.
Yeah, slow things down. Obviously, 5 minutes is an eternity here, but the momentum can swing. And definitely going to open up the doors here for Delena, who's been doing such a good job there on the Avenger of Widow. Trying to find that value town now. We saw some great hold play from Lugia on that domination and getting that pressure on what has Delena been able to do. Gasket, I mean, the aggression's all the way on. Pedal to the metal here for Rad.
They went for a Venom ban as well. Maybe to protect self a little bit on this Black Cat, so you're not being hunted down by Venom constantly. Delena is going to have ult available as well. Maybe you can get some picks on the back line here if you want to use it, and Delena will pop it. Can you connect?
And you know, Angela's great on this point, but really a lot of the favor comes from point 1 that didn't exist, right? So at this point, just going to have to, as I speak, there's a Caster's Curse coming at it as Crazy Kitty. They understand the assignment, the assassin charge, being the assassin there on that backline.
And similarly to why they saw the Venom ban, right? TTK knows his job can just sometimes be to catch Crazy Kitty off guard, give the team an advantage in a 6v5. But they are holding for now. Are going to see Meteorium available for Vinny. Might hold on to that to potentially try and counter Mash's fate of both worlds, if you can connect, of course, with the headshot.
Now, we haven't seen a lot of great Galardroxes there from Smash, so we'll see if the connections come. This is probably my favorite Widow map in terms of the distance that you do create. The Res going to break Delena right back into the action. Either way, Smash getting low. Can they get the secure? No. It's now going to be an ult show coming at you here from a Rad's side. Delena getting that pick on Crazy Kitty. Going to give them the advantage. They're going to get the Sia up and ready. Gaskin trying to flip this momentum up and down. We've seen plenty as both Mags throwing up the show. One gets the dunk. Can Vinny do it as well? Ducky, only one coming away with points there.
Yeah, Ducky popped it first, but still got the KO and is able to just allow Rad to push forward a little bit. Fate of Both Worlds comes out from Millennia just to try and hold and stall a little bit for 100 Thieves. But Rad are going to have replies here, and you're going to see Lugia now going to get in the face of them, try and bully them away from this second point.
That clap almost ended Delena. The second one gets the job done, and just like that, point 2 coming to a quick close, and they're doing exactly what you want to. Vinny, not a lot of mag, as TTK usually loves that, but with the Angela play, this is where they have to adjust. Now, Meteor's coming for that second point. Everything being let out. It's a color fest on the Rad side, and you see it on the Elim feed. Show blue.
Let the kitty out instead of the Daredevil as he takes down Millennia. 100 Thieves now have to back off. They give away the second point. And Smash also have been able to apply so much pressure as well with this Elsa, and just being able to leave those traps behind just to see if you can catch a wild self who's trying to approach from behind.
Meow, man. I mean, we've got ourselves 4 minutes left to push through this. A lot of that advantage going on over to Rad, even in just the pure neutral that they want to go through. And look at Go playing a great job, showing the bigger man. The thing's a big one, but one up is that Gamma God, and just like that, trying to close in self. I mean, just so much attention grab there from Lugia.
I think the Hulk is a big surprise. I didn't know how much Hulk we were going to see at this tournament. Has certainly gone down in the rankings with this meta and this patch, but Goat may be changing people's mind. One of the best vanguards in the game, that's for sure, is Lugia. And now Rad, they can start to push and apply that same pressure to 100 Thieves here, giving them a little bit of space, but now finally they walk up.
And we saw all the changes we wanted to see from 100 Thieves. Yeah, TTK back on over to the mag, Vinny's on the thing, just able to kind of answer what we just saw, not only on the Hulk, but Self going to that DD as well. So kind of all the chess pieces have been played out and ready. Just getting this one stop here on this fight would give them a massive swing back where they're looking to go. Millennia has the show ready to go. Winnie as well. So they've got what they need on the defensive side of things. Kind of a stalemate right now. You don't want to give too much time over to Rad to allow Mash then to be able to equal the odds.
That being said, 100 Thieves, they are stalling enough where they're building up ultimates as well. They have the advantage though. I like what you're saying. Be proactive, maybe try and get a little bit of a KO. TTK is going to pop it as well. Does the extra damage onto Sia. It's not great, but it is something. And you see the mirror on the other side. Both Sias eliminated.
Shout out observers on that one. Yeah, no bodies, but it's going to be mechanics going down, and that's essentially as good as one. As TTK and the Vinny in the front line hold strong once again. Delena going to get the rest of it as LA is ready to cheer on this hometown team once again. Mash holding strong and Millennia, right? So if you look at the economy-wise, definitely a fair fight on both sides. Everybody using what they needed to in that fight, but 100 Thieves steal it.
TTK again taking down Lugia as well, and they were able to just stagger enough to give them a little bit more of a time advantage. Boy, did they need it, Cozy, because like you said, they have the whole 4 minutes, 2 minutes and 30 still left. Rad have got plenty of time.
It's the Hulk effect, right? You're a big monster, but it's pretty easy to let Bruce Banner kind of live a little longer and take their time back, but he'll be jumping to the action as we see going up on the high ground. Self understands as well. Getting quick pokes there on the back. Crazy Kitty taking that back lane as well. They're going to try to get the, nice eyes there on the respawn. It's Hulk and Kitty in the back line.
Did Delena get anything here? In the end, it's just going to add a little bit of damage. Notices a giant Hulk marching towards you.
Oh my!
The no-scope onto Smash in the end. Smash does get brought back from the BRB, but Delena at least makes the ult count here.
Boy, MLG days, the 360 no-scope. I mean, with Millennia now putting on the show first, I mean, that's a big play on the ult. They have to win this fight. They are. It's going to now have Mash in response as well. And Smash find that value more as the Glartrox once again coming up hungry. I mean, this Glartrox not getting the value on the side of Rad. TTK throws it up, slams it down. Goodbye, Smash. See you in the spawn room.
Rad running out of ideas a little bit here. As I said, they did have time on their side, but that is starting to dwindle a little bit. 100 Thieves will now begin to force them back, chase them down here, and again, try and stagger a little bit. And that's exactly what they're getting. It's just more time on their side with these staggers. And you look at the ult economy, they still have things to work with. They still have Sia on their side. Kitty is going to get Let the Devil out shortly, though. So again, a lot of eyes over towards Daredevil. Can you manage to break through that back line?
Sure, this is one of the harder points, too, for those that are watching map 3.3. This is not exactly easy stuff if you look at it. And having only the Devil, not a lot to go. You got the Snowflake ready. Again, getting rid of that Venom has proved to give more of that space you're looking for. Self, though, finds it. Letting one Devil out is just Self as what the ult is used from Crazy Kitty. No value to be had.
None at all. And yes, the BRB is there, but now Delena's already got the ult back, and a Raccoon gets sent back to the spawn. And another one onto Ducky, as 100 Thieves showing just how impressive they can be when they get structure, Cozy. Yes, when they are falling apart, when they are letting another team push through, but once they actually lock down a position, they are one of the strongest teams at holding.
Oh man, fans coming in, it's been a while. They come back, and did I just see a Widow get a 3-piece? What are we watching here in the Big 26 for the mid-season finals now with time ticking? 22 seconds, 5 minutes evaporated just like that. Ult's ready, Infinity War to come. TTK getting low, backing up. Love the angle. Crazy Kitty taking that top angle once again. Self got the best of it last time. The last Devil let out, went quick to hell, but it's going to be Self pulling up the clutch factor once again. 6 seconds left. There's a good old Ducky trying to find that value. Does get Self, but res back to action.
Again, Let the Devil out, just not converting into anything, but the BRB does help out now. Meteor M, can you slam it? No, TTK doesn't connect with anything. Now you see Fate of Both Worlds on the other side. Finally, Rad create a little bit of space here. This is what feels like last chance for them to try and push this point.
Yeah, great dodge, dip, dive, duck and dodge there from Mash. Being able to stay alive is huge for the Factor, but Vinny gonna get Lugia out of here, and that is gonna make this 6v5 go to 4, and just like that, clean up the rest. Overtime ticking. We do have what you would think is gonna be the strange from Crazy Kitty. Yellow bar is down, portal not out, body blocks will do enough. It's going to be 100 Thieves holding strong. Point 3 still up for grabs.
That being said, it was still an impressive push from the side of Rad. It is a particularly difficult point to try and get to, as you mentioned, Cozy, so I don't think the Rad will be too disheartened, but maybe a little bit frustrated after the time in which they had available to them. They weren't even able to throw a fight or two to try and get an ult advantage. Every time they tried to get those picks, whether it was through the Daredevil, which just completely flopped, 100 Thieves always had that answer. And now 100 Thieves, they will be very confident going into this next stage, but we know full well that first point sometimes, if held correctly, can be a demon to try and break.
It can be a time waster at the very least. And you know what impresses me? We say often in just all sports, especially esports, it's a game of inches, right? One thing to highlight on point 3, it was a pretty shallow push. I mean, they really didn't even get past that quick corner. As again, looking at these stats and kind of who put on the show across the board, anything stand out to you? Because once again, Smash in the damage department is there, but it's just getting those cleanups. It's the ult advantage constantly. But before I ask you that, Gaskin, I'm just a little excited because I see myself, the Human Torch, ready to go the best map for him.
Just as you say that, it gets removed as well. Just a little bit of.
I hate it here.
Well, when you have potentially a Daredevil on the other side, right? We do see a few switches of the hero just to try and get a little bit of a telltale sign of, oh, am I going to play that hero or not? Delena has been one of the key factors for me on 100 Thieves. Just playing that Widow has been amazing. Being able to hit some of those shots with the ultimate is massive as well. But it's just the damage output and the angles that Delena is taking.
Yeah, we've always talked about it, right? Whenever he was the kind of 1B to Terra back in the day of who we might go up against, you had to step up and rise, and the spotlight is not too bright for Delena. got one of the best mechanical players in this entire game, and given the red rifle is going to show exactly what Widow can do. Taking up this high ground, bursting through the walls, nice. Setting up the game plan needed. No one can do it faster than Rad here on point one, but they're looking to make no mistakes. That's what's important. You've got the res to worry about as well. But what happened with Rad was the snowball of the limbs. There's no answer to it. Here we go.
Remember, Rad won this fight instantly on the other side, but 100 Thieves, if they can't replicate it, they will lose a lot of time. BRB does bring back Delena, so it's still going to be a 6 versus 6. One of the big factors, Kitty still on Black Cat, Self going to be on Daredevil. That is a matchup Self maybe can win if he can find himself in a 1v1.
For sure, and point one really favors the Elsa here over someone like Widow, but Millennia getting the job done. We continue to see as that duelist strategist, the Luna, you know it best. Some call her a duelist as TTK in the front line, finish off the rest. Portal going to be tough here on Rad's side. Ticking up time. Vertigo gonna try and see if they can get a stall. There's no one near the point at this point, and it's going to Thieves. So they steal that. That's the time they're looking for. Match nearly the same, Gas.
Question is, did you actually activate the portal? Have you wasted it there from Rad, or is it something you can use potentially on this second one? As TTK again deletes Kitty, who really has not been able to capitalize on that Black Cat. An instant switch over to the Daredevil, which makes sense.
Yeah, that's gonna be most of the Scarlet Witch you see at play, and that's giving Dad the chaotic great sword. And if anyone played the alpha here, you know how dangerous it was. And it's back again on that low cooldown of 12 seconds. TTK now on hunt mode. This is how 100 Thieves play best. When they're feeling ready to go and hold for the W key broken on the keyboard. I guess at TTK's sake, the stick on the controller. Either way, looking strong.
And that's what you have to do as a Magneto. You both have to protect your team, but also apply that pressure to the back line with those Chaos Swords when you have them, because you can snipe them a little bit as TTK just gets around the corner. Protected by Delena in the end. Sia comes out as they apply even more damage here as Rad have to back away because Smash gets removed off the map.
Oh, I mean, shout out to the 7th player of 100 Thieves there of the, guard there of Panther, blocking that Glartrox, cutting it short, and just like that, Thieves is just picking apart one by one to show they deserve every piece of this play-in stage. Just like that, 4 minutes, 3, 2, 1.4, they do touch, we do have our final fight going. Gamma God Hulk coming out, Monster Hulk looking for Ducky falling low.
Gets the freeze, and the freeze was enough really to not allow the Hulk to jump onto the point. 100 Thieves, they get across the second. They have 5 minutes and 30 on the clock. They said, yeah, sure, Rad had enough, but maybe we can just push this a little bit further. We've got the extra time, and they've been able to find the KOs.
Yeah, it's the definition of cool. Now watch this. I mean, you've got both the Luna show ready to go as well as just what Delena's been able to do in the neutral. I think that's why Widow has been so impressive. I mean, obviously the ult that's there, the snipers, it's great, but it's constant pressure. We don't see the batons ever in this thing at the pro play when your mechanics are that good.
Just so much damage output, and it's very difficult to try and deal with now as we look onto Self as the Daredevil has the chance to really not just win this map here, Cozy, but potentially win the whole series with Let the Devil Out if you can find the KOs here.
And honestly, I mean, what they were doing in domination so well is, and that's just the neutral we continue to see as the tank goes down. They do trade the odds with the res, so they're back in advantage, but just like that, doing the same. Crazy Kitty getting the best of Self. So right now, the defensive side been able to get it done. Gotta look though, what is had for Rad? Because when you go over to 100 Thieves and how they played this defensively, they just did not have to use, the biggest part of this game, and that is that ult.
100 Thieves did back away. As soon as that first pick happened against them, they backed away. Now they start to plan their attack, and they have every ultimate in the bloody game they can use. Delena alongside the Sia, tagging the Magneto as well. Haven't found the KO initially. It's a good response here from Rad.
Absolutely. Now just quickly getting that Widow's Bite to dive out of there. Vinny going to stay in that front line and smash. Getting Delena slows things down. And this is how you can see time tick away. Now 4 minutes, still an eternity in Rivals time. But if you look at 100 Thieves, they've committed pretty well here. 3 check marks. I mean, that's not exactly what they're looking for. Rad, though, only having the show to go.
Well, that was attempt 1 at the break, but now they have clobbering time into Let the Devil Out. If they want to use that, you've got Fate of Both Worlds as a response in case it comes out from the other side as well. Plenty of stalls still available here for 100 Thieves. Tools, excuse me, not stalls. Rad are the ones who need to stall right now. And again, it's going to be what Self can do here on the Daredevil.
They got about 2-3 battles. A freeze coming there from Mash, trying to make things difficult for the Devil. Now with the quick combos and the Devil's Cross, finds success, but that's going to waste one of those important ults at the back line. Both shows up and ready. It's painted now, blue and purple. We'll see how they quickly swap to that damage boost. TTK now ready for the meteor imp. Going to show patience with it instead here. Interesting move as he's got to throw up now on the Q. Can he land the connection? The dunk is made. The Laker getting a Crazy Kitty.
Kitty is down, but Vinny also falls as well. It's a 5 versus 5. Rad's still in this one, and Slash is deleting on the Widow. Both sides, Widow have been so impactful. And again, 100 Thieves will fall here. 3 minutes now on the clock as the time slowly but surely dwindles away from 100 Thieves' chances of winning this match as Rad are holding
Yeah, I mean, and the scales are tipping back on over, right? We're going back and forth with the old economy, and it's crazy. I mean, talk about ice in the vein, showing the sniper. And speaking of ice, Delina on the freeze there, 80% up. And Delina's been able to push this team that much farther each and every matchup. Can they get the job done? Smash could be the first on the ult quickly. We'll see how they choose to use the Sia. Do you want to go aggressive here, Gas, or do you think they're holding back?
I think they're holding it back for now. Maybe use it as a response to this one. Vinny has got the opener onto Ducky. Now here we go, because Sia comes out from Winnie. Delena also pops the ult, finds 2, and maybe this is the chance here for 100T.
Gotta keep the aggression on as the meter goes up. Ducky has not been able to land in the deflect. Hello! Self sent it right back to the maker of the X-Men. Just like that. Meteor in finds nothing now. Self going forward more. Gonna try to get more of this backline. Time's ticking. Meters are falling. 100 Thieves can see the main stage to try to steal this win on the reverse of what they've had. Both tanks front lines ready and healthy. TTK pushing forward. Lugia goes down. It's Ducky to hold strong for this first land dream from the MRC. But it's Crazy Kenny that finds 2. Rez is up. 1.7. Crazy's going crazy.
Crazy popping off. We know what the kitty can do, and Mash is now here as Rad will hold. 100 Thieves were right there, merely millimeters away, and they have to go back to the drawing board somehow, some way. The switch over to Thing was massive for Rad, and now 100 Thieves, they have to reassess this situation.
And that's why the time bank's so important. Mash did use that ultimate, right? That's going to allow Millennia to just have the complete advantage. If these can play as one and show all 100 of those Thieves, they can come around with this main stage. But the land dream is still alive for Rad to get to the main stage. Vinny gets frozen middle. Clobber in time, no more. Time's out. Iced out as TTK slams up. Now connection on the Crazy Kenny, the MVP, to get the dream done. Comes up with the res. Mid in 7.
Both BRBs used here as well. Rad now trying to push up, have to try and hold on as they approach here. 100 Thieves, 3.72 meters, but again, it's Lugia on the point. Ducky's alongside him, but 100 Thieves, they let the devil out, and they are applying the damage.
The clutch factor is here. Vertigo's looking low. TTK finds the slice, the dice, and the sword. It's all the legends of 100 Thieves showing why they're the icons here in LA. The hometown team find 3 and find their way into the main stage as the crowd goes wild in LA and find themselves against their former captain, Terra of Na'Vi.
Questions were asked of 100 Thieves, but the answers were there time and time again. And speaking of time, it seemed like it was on Rad's side finally. But 100 Thieves will convert and find themselves into that main bracket once again on LAN here, Cozy. A 3rd place on LAN, a 4th place on LAN, and now they qualify through the play-ins to try and beat that here in LA.
This team, this org, no matter the players, we always say, I'd say new mask, same task. They've done that. I mean, how they play at LAN, when everything comes, at stake, they're able to just keep calm, cool, collected, and ice. Going all the way back to year 1 of the interviews, they were always calm, right? Even after the biggest wins, showed it right there. And who else can you give that MVP to? I mean, listen, I know duels get a lot of love. Gotta say, very impressed with who we always highlight on this team, Delina TTK.
Delena and TTK both working in tandem, but I want to give a shout out to Vinny as well. I think there's a lot of responsibility as the Thing player to give that space to the rest of the team, bully your opposition, and to be fair, when Lugia switched over to Thing, he was doing a good job as well. But in the end, there was just too much time for 100 Thieves to work with. All they had to do was realistically get one clean fight in their favor, and they found it.
And can I say those 3 final hits from Millennia were 3 big ones every single time? It was so important when they had it. I have to highlight, I think you said it great, because listen, when it comes to the Thing, if there's so much coming at you, you can just take constant damage. Vinny was alive forever, folks, as once again, 100 Thieves make it through. Let's hear from Tetra in the stage of the reaction from himself.
I am in fact here with him himself. 100 Thieves. They have come 3rd at LAN. They've come 4th at LAN. This time, you had to fight your way through that play-in stage, but you are through to the bracket. How are you feeling?
We're feeling good. It was a close match, but it was really, it must have been fun to watch. It was good.
It was insane to watch. That was definitely the furthest you have been pushed so far from the teams. You absolutely popped off on the Daredevil at the end there. What are the comms like in that high-pressure situation?
Well, it's really chaotic, but it's just about listening. Listening to your teammates, knowing your job, and what to do, to win the round.
So you're now through to the play-in stage, to the actual bracket stage. Who are you looking forward to play against the most now that you are through to the games tomorrow?
I think we want to play Na'Vi and Liquid, obviously. We blatantly think they're good, and we think we can beat them,
You're performing in front of a little bit of a home crowd here with the 100 Thieves name, who have been very vocal in supporting you guys. Do you have any words for the gathered audience here?
We appreciate the support, all 100 Thieves fans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Self. Congratulations again to Thieves for moving on to the games tomorrow. We're going to send you over to the analysis desk to break it all down.
No self-glazing needed for Self on that one. But we got America Man here, to spread the gospel of how good the Americas region really is. And I feel like 100 Thieves and Self specifically did a great job at that.
Yeah, first of all, got to get rid of that guy, Dogman. He is a loser. We all know that, right? America Man, though, myself, I am not, right? We have two EMEA, I'm going to say casuals, okay? You have you, Ryan, British. Doesn't matter.
Last time I saw you, you ate dog food on stage.
That doesn't matter. Don't worry about that. Anyways, guys, the point is 100 Thieves, best team in the tournament so far. Every American team is God tier compared to the EMEA crap that you've been putting out.
I mean, if it's all crap, then at least we're starting with the freshest of them, I suppose. I don't know where I'm going.
I somehow made Ryan nervous, and that is a compliment for me.
Like, it's like for Rad, it's just a baptism of fire, right? An international event, you have Iconics to start with, and then you go up against 100 Thieves that are just very good on LAN, has that experience. And honestly, for Rad, it was a perfect start. Really fast first point take, really good push for his second, but as soon as Delaney could get set up on these angles with a crossfire on the Black Widow, it was perfectly set up. It was so hard for Rad to actually get any further into second, where usually you want to be pretty much right before the end of the map. Like on this first corner where it got stuck, just isn't enough against teams like 100 Thieves.
Delano was just stuck in the red room in between Stage 1 playoffs and now, and they have been fine-tuning their Black Widow play, and it seems like they are the best, at least from what we've seen so far.
I saw Delano practicing for this match by playing with me, by the way.
Oh, yeah?
Tic-tac-toe.
Oh, okay.
We had a Cats game, and I think that motivated him to play well today. Right now, you can see Delano is the best Black Widow in the tournament. We saw in the relegation tournament in America region that double hit scan is very good. Nobody's banning it. They're banning all strategists because, like I said, Ryan, the EMEA scene doesn't know how to ban, and they're all incredibly dumb compared to the American region. That's why we're going to have top 3 America. It's going to be all of the top American teams. 100 Thieves are going to make it. Team Liquid City are going to make it. Swamp Gaming are going to mop the floor with the EMEA talent.
Okay, we'll see if that happens.
It did feel like that ban of the Venom on the top left of the screen right at the end really threw Lugia through a loop.
It did.
Because he wanted to go something dive, I guess, to jump in with Crazy Kitty, whether he's on the Black Cat or the Daredevil. And, like, Hulk is pretty good in those instances, but then when you've got, like, the Thing on the other side just holding W and punching you, it felt like it wasn't quite connecting. And when we see Red have to go off the beaten path a little bit more, especially in an environment like this, it puts so much pressure on them, and those mistakes start to, like, really flounder a lot more often.
Well, looking back at the series as a whole, right, we saw how things started out strong for Rad on Celestial Husk, but it was very competitive all the way down to 3 different sub-maps.
Okay,
yeah, I mean, give or take. 100 Thieves, though, bounced back very heavily on Museum of Contemplation, and it just felt like the momentum was in their favor from then on out. Didn't matter that this counter pick came out, and it didn't really feel like too much of a counter pick in favor of Rad, unfortunately. It felt more like this was the 100 Thieves show from the get-go after they were able to get back in the saddle from dropping that first map. But we finally got a 3-map series. Luna Snow, how are we feeling she's looking in the meta, America Man?
Well, of course, whenever Millennia's playing, it's the best character in the game. Obviously, when you have MASH feeding his butt off on Luna Snow, not going to be the same in that department. As much as Dogman will want to probably praise MASH because he's a very good player. But obviously, in my case, no. I mean, it's obviously full Delena show on the Luna Snow. And I think you brought up a good point, Ryan, about Hulk and how it's a bit underhanded. It makes sense, I think, for Europeans to go for some weird, cringe, cheese strategy. Playing Hulk for Lugia, it makes sense he would go that because he can't match Vinny on the Thing.
I remember you asking me this morning whether you should bring out the American Man, and I'm now regretting saying, yeah, why not? Like, if it's a close series.
What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, it's on
different
your
people,
soil,
different
I think,
people.
to be fair.
Yeah, I know that there's a guy named Shrek that's banned from this tournament. I thought I was supposed to be banned, but luckily it threw.
Yeah, well, we'll see, like, how have you got anything else on today afterwards?
Nope.
American Man?
He's gone forever. I mean, actually, Dogman's gone forever. That's the point.
Right.
Anyway, the freaking 100 Thieves look so good right now. Compared to every EMEA team I've seen in scrims and whatever, it's ridiculous how good 100 Thieves and the rest of the North American talent are at the moment. Really another level. This might be the first tournament we win. It just will be the first tournament we win.
Yeah, I think like they're going to be very happy with how today went. Like, sure, they drop on Domination, but Domination historically hasn't been that good for them statistically. And even then, it was a really close map. Like, the ones that they won,
wasn't close.
A lot more dominant. I mean, like, the win that Rad got, you were throwing me off way too much. I'm so not used to it at this point. But it's like, For Rad, it was a very close win on domination because 100 Thieves pushed it, and then 100 Thieves, the 2 maps that they win, looking a lot stronger as a team.
Well, we have the updated bracket that we can show for now for the play-ins. We'll talk to America Man a little bit more down the line, but Reject and Iconics still fighting for their spot after this, and winner will face off against Rad for a spot in the main bracket. Ryan, I mean, looking at this win that came through for Rad and 100 Thieves, I mean, it was expected to go this distance, but were you hoping to see a little bit more out of Rad?
I like the little zoom in as well. Like oh, we're moving down. This is
production.
Yeah, this is the rest of the day.
That's where the losers are.
Yeah, it's a long way down, I think. But Rad has a bit of time to like recuperate and play up against either Iconics, which they just played, or Reject. And Reject, I think, were looking to try to do a bit more damage to 100 Thieves. I mean, I was the one that had Rad and Reject qualifying, so I'm immediately wrong. For one, everybody else still has a chance, but I think it goes to show that, like, even with form or how people view these teams, it doesn't matter what you get on land. Like Na'Vi for grand finals, 20% win rate in scrims, second place. Could have very much won some of those maps and made it a lot closer against First Pro, but there are some teams that can just show up and surprise a lot, especially when so much has changed around the game.
Well, America Man, what do we feel about the Asia versus the China region?
It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Like I was thinking while you were talking, Ryan, of course, like we should just find a way to disqualify every team that's not 100 Thieves right now and give 100 Thieves 2 slots.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because
2 teams.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter at this point.
Gotcha.
Like Rad is terrible. They're just not going to do anything at this point in the tournament, and pretty much every other European team, like I mentioned, might as well give 2 slots to 100 Thieves because why not?
Or 1 to FlyQuest potentially too.
Oh yeah, bring FlyQuest and fly them in.
Well, yeah.
Except not their European players because they don't matter. Same thing with Pauly.
They have to play on ping like they did in like stage
Oh yeah,
season.
Not easy.
Oh man, but going back to talking about the series specifically, like Self on the Daredevil felt unleashed, and a lot of people going into even this tournament itself were thinking that we're not going to see too much dive. It's not as effective. Maybe Black Cat specifically, but Daredevil, like with the Luna Snowflake, felt like Self could just be fully unleashed on that hero.
Absolutely. I mean, yes, like you mentioned with Millennia, best Luna Snow in the game for sure.
Yeah.
Same thing with Self on the Daredevil. I mean, this guy has been locking in every single day, wearing blindfolds to scrims. It's insane how much work this guy's done on that character.
Well, we're going to be headed to a quick break. After this, we do have Reject versus Iconics fighting for survival in the lower bracket. Only one can stay alive. We'll come back after this with that matchup.
When it's make or break, the Razer Black Shark V3 Pro is a real difference maker. Its wireless connection is so fast, there is zero delay to how I play. With the best mic in the business, my shot calls are always on point. To top it all off, active noise cancellation, so that I can focus on what matters most, winning.
What's going on, folks, and welcome back. Yes, another you know what? After that game, I can barely even talk. Another variant of myself, going from Gasser here to Descos. I am joined once again by the amazing Vaudeville and, man, I run Shib. What a matchup, obviously, that we just saw. The stakes were high, but now we've got something a little bit different. Shib, we've got an elimination match.
Yeah, first one today, right? That was exciting. We got our first team that moved forward in the tournament. Now we're going to find out who gets eliminated from the tournament. Iconics Reject. I'll tell you what, haven't really got a ton of time watching them. Like, Iconics just was not up there for long, so I'm looking forward to seeing more from them.
I mean, Rad really seemed instrumental. Like, they were just destroying them in a lot of instances.
Sure.
But they had their trepidations in terms of just overextending in ultimates. I feel like that was a big issue for them. Like Ducky, we saw in this last series, right, against 100 Thieves, was kind of struggling on that end too. But I feel like Iconics, you know, now that they have their hardest match out of the way, this is their time to potentially shine. Get that first map. We didn't see one from them in the grand final, so this would be a huge accolade for them.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. When you look at the big picture, too, a lot of teams just play other teams different, right? Like, some handle dive different. I mean, obviously, having someone like Crazy Kitty constantly, you're not going to have a lot of chances to shine when half of your team is spawn room 99% of the time. Either way, though, I do think this is a matchup where, you know, Iconics can get that first LAN win, and all you need is the confidence booster to get it going. And just in case you guys don't know, our players today, they are competing from the Razer Iskor V2 New Gen chairs, the official partner chair of Marvel Rivals. And gentlemen, you got to be comfy up there because some of these matches are going longer, like the last one. I mean, listen, I expected to see a lot of 2-0s kind of early on, but now I expect the battles to go a bit longer, Shib.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised you can still speak. That was hype, though. That was awesome. But yeah, I mean, these early matches were a little quick. Now we're going to start seeing the competition get tighter. That's just how it's always going to work in these tournaments, right? The farther you go, the more that the competition's more in line. But this should be a good one to view here. I just want to see Iconics more. I want to see what they can do. I think they were kind of all over their place with their comp. I didn't love their spawn break stuff. You know, running the Punisher as well as the Wolverine. It seemed no Rocket even. It was like half-baked.
The problem with the Rocket, too, is like they're so known to be like a Rocket-focused team in terms of protects. I think it was like 18 times or something that we saw them protected throughout stage 1. So them getting that banned out one-sided for the other team made it so that they just really didn't have too much that they could focus on. And I feel like the problem for a lot of these teams, we saw it in promo relegation, we've seen it here now as well, is that they want to focus so much on what is meta instead of what they are actually good at. And I understand it. You hear from all the other teams. You hear from the Navis. You hear from Team Liquid Citadels or the VPs are like, this is good. This is what you should play. Play what you're comfortable and good at, please.
Yeah, sure. I mean, we see that all the time and across the board. I think actually I talked to you about it one ship where it's like, why is Bucky's win rate so low? It's like a lot of people try to flex over because they know he's a good hero, but if it's not the hero you play, you got to go with the comfort picks. I want to ask this, gentlemen. Ship, have we seen anything that has shocked us, right? Obviously, I would say if you're looking for a more sexy comp, then Iconics does play some crazy stuff out there, especially for Reject as well. Anything shock you, though, thus far?
Thus far, I mean, the thing that shocked me that I think is coming, we saw a little bit of, is Penny's going to get a lot of play, especially with the Panther team up. I think that shield, we're seeing aggressive Pennies now, where you drop the mine spawner at your feet, you shield up, and you just protect the spawner while you just unload into whoever you're fighting in that moment. It's kind of crazy. In terms of shocking me from these teams, I'm just surprised, like you're saying, they're just trying to run meta, or what they perceive as meta, which is still kind of all over the place, instead of what they're comfortable on, but they're not even running Luna. We haven't seen Reject with Blaster. We haven't seen Luna at all.
Barely played Black Cat. Like, that's what they're known for. Like, why are we not playing what we're good at?
Yeah,
it's so weird.
I mean, listen, when you have the whole game change essentially overnight, I mean, there's so much adjusting to be had, and oftentimes we get what we like to call the LAN meta, right, where there's different things shown at different times, and sometimes it's the time to test it. But I agree, now with the elimination match, like, you got to go with what you know. And yeah, you said Penny, I would agree. I think obviously a lot of team ups kind of favor one side or the other. We talked about Penny last night. It's like, yeah, double nest is crazy, but we're seeing so much more of that Black Panther bit, but they have not been lasting long, fellas. The Pennies have been getting melted quick and out of here, but I do expect more, especially when we go into the main stage.
Yeah, I think it's the same conversation we've been saying. These teams just know that it's good, so they're like, oh, maybe we should try to rock that this game, and then it looks a little sloppy and they switch up. But either way, buying time is all you're really looking for on these defense holds, so that's all that matters.
Yeah, listen, all, if you want to bring the same competitive edge to your own setup, check out the Razer Black Shark Volume 3 or V3 Pro, available now for PC, PlayStation, Xbox, to get that extra gamer's edge. Now, folks, speaking of edge, I'm going to go ahead and pass it to you first, Vaudeville. Who do you like winning and why?
I gotta go Reject on this one, right? They are the champions from the Asia region for a good purpose. They proved themselves stronger than the rest of the competition there as well. And Gen G, of course, you know, the toughest competition that is there as well, that joined them from Pacific after the regions combined. But they still put up a good showing throughout those matches. Yes, it was very dominant from Gen G, but Reject, you know, combining the forces of Reject and Crazy Raccoon from the Grand Finals now into this new look, I feel like they are just getting started. I think they were a bit hesitant in a lot of their fights that they were playing and not as confident as they could. So I got to go Reject on this one.
About yourself.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's Reject as well. Reject's very comfortable in these weird compositions, the triple holds. They look more unified in their strategies when they're breaking triple. I think Iconics, at least so far, although, again, we haven't had much eyes on them in this land, they just look kind of incomplete in their strategies.
And which, I mean, you know, for me, what's interesting is obviously, you know, big stakes here, but it's like, who's going to match up to Rad better? Now, we just saw how Iconics and how that kind of win. I do like the odds, at least, because first you have morale down just a touch right after what was a razor-thin margin. If you missed the 100 Thieves and Rad matchup, go back. I mean, you've got to see what was what we expected of the action from, you know, the best. Just kidding. I was going to go with the old bias. No, but
about to be American Man again.
Exactly right. You know, Tetra was here enough on the stage to give enough EMEA love, but either way, yeah, listen, when you look at the main stage and the teams that have that shot, I've always thus far in LAN, fellas, have had the Cinderella story a bit. And so whether you want it to be Rad in their first LAN, it could just as easy be someone like Reject.
It absolutely could be, right? I mean, we saw Rad do this in the last Worlds that we had. They went all the way to the end and took it home. I mean, we love those stories. I would like to see these teams perform. I would like to see them, you know, potentially at least give some serious competition into Rad. I would want it to be tight. It was fun to watch that last matchup. Let's see more of it.
Yeah. I mean, without question. What I want to say, just in general, too, is to see Alive and Evolve. I mean, we've seen out there the ranked game, fellows, but how these team-ups are being utilized. Because we were talking about this the other day. Obviously, sometimes when you look at this game, there can be a rock, paper, scissors element now. And now you have, you know, rock, paper, scissors, gun. There's something for everything out there on the counter front. And it's how quick these teams can adapt. And I know we talk about it all the time, but flexibility has never been more important for the quick team-up swaps or whatever it takes for that counter play. And I think both winning teams thus far, Vaughn, have kind of done just that.
I think the Flex Duelist is so much more important of a role than it ever has been before, right? They kind of like win the game for you, aside from Delena that we saw in that last one was going crazy on the hit scan, but like with Self, being able to flex to the Black Cat, also able to play some of the Magneto that we saw in the first series today too, and then closing things out with the Daredevil, like being able to have that flexibility in your hero pool cannot be understated for so many of these players that are out there. And that's always been the big question mark for like a lot of teams and players individually is like, are they good enough when it comes down to your entire hero pool getting banned out and you can still play the game and win? That's been the question for some of these heroes and some of these teams, but I feel like for Reject, because they are unorthodox, because they can play whatever they want, as long as they do it, they have that flexibility in comparison to Iconics here, where they're kind of more contained to the Rocket comps.
Yeah, I think the best teams have that role, Phil. Yeah. I truly do believe that. We saw multiple times running Vanguard in the triple comp, feeling confident on the Magneto, which I do think Magneto right now, no disrespect to Magneto, man, skill floor is probably the lowest it's been, because you're throwing buses into the back line.
Oh, yes.
But
I can even hit shots.
Still looked really good, though. Found a triple, and then switches, able to play Ultron, able to play Cat, DD. Like, having that role is very important.
Yeah, y'all seen all the social media, like, what's an off tank, what's the main tank? I've been looking at that. But to that point, I do want to highlight, like, if we were talking about roles that are the most important, we've talked about this, and it's a great highlight. Even back into the group stage, do you remember how many times, Shib, especially on the America scene, I was like, we're seeing the losing teams not have that one flex player that played. If you look at the teams that are here, it's Speedery, who we know is, you know, such a great flex god. On the other side, clearly Daze and what they can do. And then as to what you just said there, 100 Thieves Self kind of answered that call as well. And
Jerky too for Navi.
Yeah, Jerky's a great one. I mean, you look at that, it is an important role. The 1B strategist is the other. You just had Rocket gone. Rocket was a comfort pick big time for most of these teams in our last patch, right? So it's how quickly can you adjust? Something like Forky Dog for Swamp. Like, I want to see how you take a hero that you used a lot to get here and now change it up, Ship.
Yeah, I'm with you. Although I do, you know, saw on the Rocket front, just touching on Rocket, I don't think he's as impactful right now. I think even Punishers are running the other team
though,
up too.
Specifically.
Yeah, Convoy's great. And Spawn Break is you can fully commit into with the Storm composition.
With the Punisher too, the team up, the infinite ammo is just insane. I mean, speaking of those team ups, some of these heroes are very niche in their use cases, but because they enable other heroes with the enhanced versions of their team ups, like Rocket and even Gambit, like we've seen with the Magneto, that's why most teams only allow you to have one or the other at this point, because it's just so good together. So
I mean, that's a great call. If you have not been around or you're just now stopping in, the pick ban phase has been essentially mirror, mirror on the wall. And then the last two have kind of been that I'm going to have this and you're not. Whether it be the Elsa forcing the Widow, we saw that go in favor of 100 Thieves, or on the inverse side of something like a Luda Snow, that it was a little bit too late for Rad. They tried just that, folks. But we've got ourselves our first elimination match for Ignite here, and I could not be more excited. Tetcher, take it away from the stage with Aconics and Reject.
I am here with Lastro from Reject. You had a little bit of a tougher game earlier, so I want to ask, how ready are you for Aconics?
첫 번째 게임은 좀 어려웠지만 이제 준비되었나요? 어커넥스 싸우게 됐습니다.
AC랑은 할만하다고 생각합니다. AC랑은 할만하다고 생각합니다.
Yeah, I think we can beat AC.
You are the sole representation from the Asia region for this event. Do you feel any extra pressure because of that?
이제 대한민국에서 한 팀만 나왔잖아요. 우리 팀이죠. 그래서 더 떨리나요? 그런 느낌.
그런 것 때문에 압박감은 전혀 없고 못 이기고 떨어질까 봐 좀 걱정하긴 했는데 뭐 그냥 쉽게 이길 것 같아요.
So he doesn't feel pressure to represent the country as much, but he feels pressure to because he doesn't want to be eliminated without a win. That's what he doesn't want.
And the last question I have for you is, there's a lot of people watching it here and also at home. Do you have any message for the audience who are watching who might be wanting to support Reject?
네, 리젝트의 팬분들한테 한마디
우승해 보겠습니다.
We're gonna win.
They're gonna win. Call from Lastro. I'll let you get back to your team as we also have an interview with Ken v Snake coming up as well from Aconics, which we're going to get set up for.
감사합니다.
Ken v Snake, come over here and join us. So we're going to get set up here. Hello there. Nice to meet you for starters. Are you excited to potentially, if you can beat Reject here, you might be in for a chance of getting your revenge versus OUG from China? Are you excited for it?
Yeah, I'm really excited for this. And this is my first time come to the World match, so I think I'm a little nervous, but I think I'm gonna try my best to do this.
Do you think you're prepared for Reject in particular? This is a team that your team has had a bit of experience with, but like you said, this is your first time.
Yeah, I think Rejects are good, but to fight with them, I'm not nervous. I think we can do this. We can fight them.
We're going to find out. I'm going to ask you the same question I just did to Lastro. There are a lot of people watching right now who may be seeing you guys for the first time or may just be really excited and looking to support you. What message do you have for the audience at home who want to support Aconics?
Yeah, I just want to thank all the audience from online or online, and my family and friends that are watching this. So I want to say, 蛇行天下, I can do this.
Thank you very much, Kevin Snake. We'll let you get set up. We have Reject versus Aconics. They are fighting for survival right now. Let's break it down and get set up for the draft over at the analyst desk.
Oh, color me surprised, boys. I gotta say, I think if you look at all the lands we've had, the confidence meter of these players going up a bit, right? However, Rad, we'll clap them, is what we heard. And we just saw how that went, right? So maybe Aconics, Kim v Snake, will it be the same curse? I mean, Vaughn, listen, you gotta appreciate the confidence, especially, I mean, we gotta highlight what's there, right? They have not had a lot of land success, especially after the last match, but I think the comfortability going through the roof after what they, have with Reject as their matchup.
They were putting a lot of good pressure, Aconics, on to Rad in that series. Like at the beginning, it just felt like towards the end, that's when Rad were starting to lock in. Again, being their first series on LAN, there's gonna be those jitters jitters as well, but now seeing that Iconics has that confidence, has that potential. They even said, I can do this for Kenby Snake in the interview. I think they have a chance at it.
That made me a fan. I love the honesty. Yeah, I feel like this team, again, they have super good just microplay, really good skill, but it's just the macro in changing compositions and understanding how to counter. That's the stuff that I think they need to work on, at least right now at the LAN. But again, they're saying they're a little nervous, right? So that might come into play.
I mean, listen, we're at pros at the top level. We'd want any of these as our duo going into rank matches. But what I would say in general is you're right. There's just about 4 or 5 things you have to combine together to have as needing to get the win, right? Whether it's the macro play, the ult economy, the way you use your neutral game. I mean, it all stacks up. And you take away one of those, let's say in Rad's case, right? And it was the ult play. It was kind of that Achilles heel. You've got to combine everything to have it. And these teams, they're close. They've got, especially the practice there. It's just putting it all together in an environment like this, Vaughn.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see if they can put the practice into actual fruition throughout this matchup, right? And it being Domination Krakoa, again, we already saw this map from Reject, the first one of the day today, so I think they have their get back here, the confidence. They've only lost to 2 teams, one being 100 Thieves as well.
Yeah, I just want to see comfortable comps. I want to see the group.
Please.
I want to see the rocket. You've run the Punisher. You've shown that you can do it with maybe unlimited ammo. Just get back to what you feel good on, and let's see how you play.
I mean, I always like to say, right, when your back's against a wall, it just gives you all the support to come out swinging, and we have to see just that, because with elimination at stake, it's crazy. Like, you work for months to get here, right, fellas? And then in their case, both flying hours and hours to come to Los Angeles. To get out day one? I mean, come on. It's just the stakes there just scream so high. And I remember teams in the past being eliminated in the same fashion. It's gut-wrenching, right? So play, lose, have fun, and it does really come down to that, man. So I have to say, folks, as you see the stage here, I mean, you got to get out here because the scene is electric. It's so fun to watch this growing esports ship continue to shine. And man, I'm just excited for the remaining days.
There's nothing else like it. When I stand up there in the caster booth and you're just looking over everyone and the hype happens behind you, it's another level. Being in the audience like this, so I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, Vaughn, listen, I want to ask you, because when we have what is going to be setting the tone, I'm obviously watching these 2 teams, the one getting eliminated, but what I'm watching for too is that matchup too, Rad, right? Like, how do you prep for that team, and especially in the, because if Iconics wins, it's huge momentum boost, because it's like, fine, all right, we lost them before, now we know what they're going to do, though, as well.
Well, the problem for Iconics specifically, I mean, we saw it happen in the Stage 1 playoffs, right? They took down OUG, the first time we've seen them lose in the upper bracket like that, aside from preseason, of course, but in the main stage itself, and then got 4-0'd afterwards. So I think a lot of it is just taking one series at a time, staying warm, practicing, scrimming against the other teams if you have time. But I mean, they're going directly into that. So I think this is a good warm-up. Focus on this game first, then get into the next one.
You know, we're looking at pick and bans too here shortly, and I mean, one thing I've been loving, although it went in favor for them, even though Delinda played really great, that Elsa ban and Dom, I think, goes that extra spice hard, right? Because especially Krakoa, we looked at Celestial Husk, a bit more of a leaning, I would say, Widow map to get away with that. Sure. But when we look at that meta, I mean, getting rid of someone like Elsa Shib, I mean, it'd be tough here on Krakoa.
Yeah, there's a lot of versatility with Elsa right now, right? The anti-die potential, I think both team-ups are viable. But there's also a conversation I was having with Dog where it's double hit scan might be back. We might see Black Widow get some value here alongside of the Elsa. I wouldn't hate to see a comp like that.
Bucky.
Yeah, or Bucky as well. I think Bucky's obviously really strong in this meta. So, you know, I'm curious to see if that'll shift up as we move forward.
No, that's a good call, because there's not been a lot of metas where we do have that double hit scan and or maps that call for it. And there's plenty of teams, again, that's that flex role we were talking about being so important. They can stand up to the task, right? That role often has someone like Adam Warlock in their belts as well. So, like, mechanically gifted, they're there as well. And I agree. I mean, it comes down, you have so much pressure that you're able to cook up with that constant hit scan. And we're seeing it from the Widow. It's like, honestly, forget the rest of the kit. Just go with the red rifle, man. It's crazy.
It's dirty.
I think that, like, the dive, like the mobility capabilities of Black Widow 2 cannot be understated either, right? I think that has enabled a lot of these hit scan duelists to feel more unleashed on the hero, especially Delena, like we saw from 100 Thieves. I mean, able to get these off angles that were just insane, using the Assassin's Sight as well, Assassin's Focus as well, to just, like, take down people as best as they could. But even then, I don't know if these teams are going to focus too much on the Black Widow.
No, for sure. And again, you can take your eyes here on the chairs we've mentioned before. If you don't know, the official chair and partner for Marvel Rivals Ignite Midseason Final is that Razer Escort V2 New Gen. And I'm just all locked in on the confidence meter here that you see the sweat is rolling. And for me, I mean, it's tough because when you're off, definitely on the other side of the world, your body has to adjust to so much on top of the anxiety with it. We're in that pick ban phase now. Of course, nothing too new, fellas, to open it up. You do have that mag protect on Reject's side there, Shib. What do you expect to see here as we swap sides on that ban to take a closer look?
Yeah, the one-sided mag is huge. I think that is something we need to draw attention to, especially when Gargoyle is going to be on that mag. So huge play. I like what I'm seeing from Reject off rip here. Iconics trying to make some changes. I feel like they're kind of resorting back to that traditional ban style.
I think this is going to be an issue for Iconics. Every time, at least in scrims leading up to this, when Reject have gotten the one-sided mag, they have won, even against some strong teams. So I don't know if this is the best start for Iconics.
Well, it just takes me back to the old days, the left, right, left from the neutral play. The mags that were able to get that value in the neutral, and then you just pepper it in with the Meteor Aim, and oftentimes, right, you have the answer to everything. I think mag used to be this hero that you would say is so important to a roster, but you can never carry as a mag. That has changed, fellas. You've got the bubble for the save, the bubble aggression for yourself to move forward, and the rest is done.
Yeah, I think the ult changes over time too, right? It's faster now, it has a longer duration, you can be more patient, you can force out cooldowns by essentially, baiting that you're gonna throw the Meteor M. So if you wait a little bit longer, then you find that value that way, wait out some of these shields. That kind of stuff has come more into fruition now that it's, a longer usage of the ability.
Yeah, we're seeing the ban shake out. Iconics is gonna get that Elsa save that we said was so important, so I expect the ban to be in reverse here, right? That's often what we will see. Groot on the other side for Reject. And I mean, speaking of the group player, man, we've seen, I feel like, the importance of the tree, but it really hasn't come up to big, honestly, help, especially when they have Elsa ready to rock.
One-sided Elsa versus one-sided Gambit. I mean, this is just the meta in a nutshell, especially with the mag actually being on the side of Iconics.
Sure, yeah.
I feel like Reject, they should have gone for that instead.
Different story. No, I like this more now. This makes more sense. I think this is actually a good ban phase for Iconics. Totally different shift.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, they have Loki as well, right?
Yes.
Typically, when you get that Gambit ban, you would expect that. I guess they thought the thing and the cooperative time a bit more scary there to roll up against. But, there's just nothing worse than not one, but two Gambit ult, fellas. I mean, nothing scary in the game. But, I mean, right now, you look at the bans. I want to pass it to each of you quickly. Who won the ban phase?
Reject.
Yeah, this is tough. I like the initial start from Iconics, and then as it tailored towards the end, I've got to go with Reject. I love Groot, so I'm biased.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, nothing like playing to your style. We said play with what you know, right? I feel like Reject getting that Gambit did just that, folks. It is our first elimination match in the play-in stage. We got great casters bringing in all the heat. Fellas, take it away as we've got Reject's Iconic Esports ready to roll in the beautiful location of Hellfire Gala. And I've got to say, by far, one of my favorite map boys.
Thank you so much, fellas. We are ready to get stuck in here. Leg Day and Ryan coming at you live from Krakoa as we get stuck into our first teetering on the edge of oblivion here at mid-season finals.
It's a scary one. The two teams from the East, maybe sunsetting a little bit early here on the West Coast, but right now Iconics haven't won a map at LAN, never mind a series. Hoping to do some damage against Reject that want to make sure that the Pacific region has a little bit more to work with. So Reject trying to go on the offensive with this sort of more crossfire approach, but it's Iconics that have the foot on the point first.
We have angles to work with, going to make them very difficult to try and dislodge. Just Headlock's already catching a little bit of this aggression. We're bringing up the attack like Curtain's going to make sure that a lot of that is going to be waylaid elsewhere. Brownie's been taken out on the other side. Kurisu's managed to find themselves an opening. And it feels like right now Reject on a little bit of a chase. Every time someone comes in, three members turn around to try and get on top of them. They're not the fastest lads.
Not at all. And I think Kurisu is a player that you need to look at for Iconics that could find the openings. We've already seen Reject's backline get absolutely ham-fisted by Self, who 100 Thieves just to the right of us, sitting comfortably now as they've qualified, looking to see who's going to be potentially getting a second shot at this one. But right now, it's Iconics just finding these picks staggered against Reject whilst the point ticks up into the double digits.
Yeah, Cammy's been utilizing that Blade team up as well to have the extra sustainability on these engagements until the Symbiotic Tendrils disconnected.
Now it's whether Iconics could set themselves up in a good position. You got Lastro with the one-sided Gambit trying to be the difference maker with the Royal Flushes, and Headlock on the other side just seeing if you can get some of this poke damage in with one of the strongest team-ups that we've seen on this recent patch.
Ice here on Kurisu to once again potentially find that opening pick, but Brownie gets it done with the explosive plasma onto Kenby Snake, and now the angle control for Iconics is going to be a little bit stymied, and this does mean that you are going to be seeing a lot of pressure move towards Headlock. You can see him give away this space, brings out the Chaos Blade eventually. Kenby Snake's going to be coming on back, but Yaki's tried to turn around here already with the Ban Hammer, going to punish any lack of accuracy, but Headlock continues to hit the shots, and Kami's the one who grabs all that damage instead. But this engagement is very perilous, and Headlock has had their soul consumed by Emma Frost as Reject managed to find themselves a first cap.
Yeah, it was a really good banhammer that came in from Yaki with his triple Vanguard lineup, and the walls from Piggy as well, just making it really difficult for Hetlot to actually get through here. And with what I mentioned about Iconics before not winning, they didn't have their strongest lineup at Grand Finals. A couple of players couldn't make it. Hetlot is one of those new players to come in alongside Kenby Snake and Ghost, as can be mentioned in the interview. So they are hoping to bring a little bit more love, like OUG's had a bit more success, but Iconics, pre-season winners for the China region, want to show that they're also at this table.
Yaki just taking it upon himself right now to make sure that Kurisu has no free entry to the backline. Piggy somehow just went for a solo. That is unbelievable haterade that I'm sipping on right now. And Kurisu's falling on down.
I mean, it's the Black Cat players like, hello, just take them down, make sure that it's staggered. And that's the one thing that these teams are going, like, just where they're losing players in these, like, neutral fights is not good enough. And Reject want to see if they can push a little bit more on that to flip the point.
Why did Brownie pop up right there? Felt like they already had that fight in hand, and now that's going to be the Red Room rifle back to its default position. One less thing to worry about for Iconics.
They have the Royal Flush and the copy for God of Mischief sat ready, so yeah, you've used your only duelist's ultimate, but you've got 3 Vanguards that are just basically ult batteries for these 2 strategists that have their ultimates already, so you don't want to be just sat pretty, because Iconics have all 6 of their ultimates available to go in for a fight. It's just trying to find the right opportunity to do it.
Fully loaded armory. You can see that Kurisu's already making waves in the back, forcing out resources from Reject, and they are going to have to give up the high ground as well. Now towards the back, Kami's going to start draining the life force of everyone with those symbiotic tendrils, and Hetlot takes to the skies. Meteor Ember, where does it go? You can see the regeneration of aims from the Loki. Instead, they want to go for Song Hoon, who had it taken down, and an excellent Mad Cannon will take out that primary healing that comes through from the Loki. Kurisu's not done just yet, continues to fire after the Black Widow, and Brownie has been chased on down. This should be Iconics to play with, unless some manner of uber clutch comes out.
Well, 3 ultimates got used, 4 even, as the Feast of the Abyss got used, but the point has only got flipped now, so Reject have done well to actually push this all the way to 99%. And Iconics using a boatload of stuff to work with. Yeah, you've got 1 Royal Flush that was used from last row, but you've got another one in hand ready to go. And you're literally just going to build up for this Entangled Prison that's going to come in from Piggy.
All right, Ghost looking for an entry here. Also, can hang out at the back, just doesn't want to have their ultimate force too early.
You've also got the White Fox with the 2-2-2, so the cleanse is going to be really key here. It's pretty much the set thing, but you lose Kurisu just in these moments. Iconics want to get set up, but they're losing players that are just overextended or going for these fights. And Reject are not afraid to throw ultimates to make sure that they're playing at an advantage.
99% in their favor, going straight over towards the point as well. The ult from the Emma Frost is going to make things very difficult. Perfectly timed Mag Bubble, but Ghost is still within the confines of the Sonic Seduction, so cannot use their ultimate. Has to come down to the White Fox instead. They're possessed by the Kumiho, but unfortunately right now the point is entirely in Reject's possession. Sung Hoon managed to get some value out of that ultimate, and now Piggy's looking for somewhere to put their own. But in the end, it would be ideal if they don't have to actually try and invest it. And while Kurisu may get their martyrdom frag onto Lastro, there's nothing more to be gained for Iconics, and Reject walk away with our first sub-map.
I mean, they wanted to go for the triple Vanguard against 100 Thieves. They sort of stuck to it on that first point. Looked pretty decent, a little bit more even than some of the other points for sure. But when they switched over to more 2-2-2, when it was clear it wasn't going to work against the North American team, that 2-2-2 setup looked a little bit more wonky. But Reject here, I wonder if they're going to stay on this, because I think it was this point that they initially ran it earlier on today. And it does mean it is a long day. I mean, it's a long day for everybody on these teams, but in particular, like 3 best of 3s to sort of potentially play all in tandem. Iconics just want to get something on the board here, but just the amount of eliminations, you can see Yaki hasn't gone down once. And when you've got triple Vanguard, it's hard enough to get those eliminations, never mind a few to actually turn a point over.
Yeah, when we were talking to Lastro over on the stage, we were saying that they did want to go home without a win under their belt. Reject is one of our partner teams as well, so it's that high expectation upon them. You can see Yaki currently wrapping the Deadpool skin, and Gargoyle's going to go for an early opening of the Pentagram of Ferala.
It's also for Reject, you've got the Reject players and then the Crazy Raccoon players that have also played at international events too, so it's like the double focus, I suppose, on the region to actually quite do well. It's the Team Heretics Classic, I suppose, of trying to find a player to jump in on, but Iconics have managed to adjust nicely. Still, again, putting their foot on the point first to sort of force Reject to go a little bit more offensively, but the Strangling Prison is the more offensive thing they could go for. They've got Kurisu again, that's overextended perhaps.
Yeah, Brownie and Lastro wanted that one so bad towards the back. A couple of squishies caught within. You can see the self-cleanse come through from Luna, but wasn't quite in time. Yaki's there with the Hell Yeah Baby team up, and that is well rewarded. Reject's going to get first capture here.
Yeah, Kurisu has been first elimination against Iconics far too often. He's trying to go in for these flanks, really put pressure on Reject because it worked so well earlier to just make sure that Shantoon is going to be under a little bit more pressure. But he's not an Invisible Woman this time. He's got the Loki, so he has got a little bit more to work with, as well as 3 Vanguards that are going to just peel for him if and when it's needed.
All right, Yaki for now, just being aware that that Elsa trap is going to be a problem. Takes it on down, has the Banhammer to play with, knows that Headlock is currently presenting a lot of threat off the back of that Chaos Blade. Now, pulling on in towards the back, Banhammer used Astra on the other side as well. Out comes the Raging Royal Flush, and it has to be answered, but it's not going to be in time to try and save Cammy. Iconic Esports now to decide, are they going to try and connect with this one? Indeed, the Glatrox is brought on in, it steals away one of the Vanguards from Reject. The Triage should be good, but Gargoyle has been taken too far away to rescue. The Iconics still have to make their commute here towards the center of the point, and Kenby Snake's been found on the off angle. Brownie just playing with that sprint. Headlock takes to the sky. Are they going to be taken down? They fell low on HP, and Brown Assassin's precision is just going to be able to carve through everybody.
Yeah, a little bit skew with, but Headlock finds that pick onto Piggy, so it's still more of a mad scramble on the objective, but Iconics are dedicating a lot, and the point is still not in their favor. Reject have managed to get 2/3 of it so far. Calling card's going to be dedicated for Karisu, as Headlock's found himself another one. Now the eliminations are coming in, but it's still like 3/4. Reject are doing so well to stall this out, even dedicating the ultimate to actually steal it on the other side, getting the fate of both worlds for the God of Mischief, means that eventually it's going to flip for the 80% like day.
Yeah, Gargoyle is still sticking with this Doctor Strange as well. Almost has the Eye of Agamotto. Not actually going to give it up 50% of a charge towards Sonic Seduction, based on how much it got done against Valuna previously by stopping that Fate of Both Worlds from coming through. Still here for Reject. They are going to be able to steal away this high ground, I imagine. It's going to be difficult to try and out-pressure this Mag who has the Chaos Blade available.
Just hoping to churn up some of that damage sooner rather than later. They even got some pressure onto the objective itself, but Iconics have managed to make these traps sort of work. It's a little bit more awkward now, but Iconics have managed to try to disengage as much as possible. They just don't want to take the fight, Harry.
Wait, Headlock is so isolated right now. Could be cut off if Reject has tried to make a play onto it, but instead, Kenby Snake opens up on the other side as Yaki falls on down, and now Piggy's going to be looking for an opening for this Strangling Prison, but given that Reject are already down one, they might not want to commit.
They just don't want to take this fight in even standards, trying to use this high ground Reject to see if they can put these players into a bad position, but we have to listen for a very key Iron Groot as the Entangling Prison is going to be available. Karisu's been caught again!
Oh my goodness, however, Eye of Agamotto, it's only stunned Sung Hoon for now, who brought up those regeneration domains. There's going to be punishment there. Eggtart, how far do they try and commit with this one? The long range from Piggy, but it's instantly cleansed away by Ghost. Just forgetting about that key team up that Luna has. Gargoyle still able to seize the soul of Magneto and take over leadership of Krakoa. Eggtart going to try and flee away, but Reject have everything they need on the point right here. So much meat from Triple Vanguard. And while Piggy may be doing a little bit of peeling for that back line with the Thorn Lash walls, it is going to be Reject now in control again.
Upgrading all the way, even with a Hela team up to make sure that those guns and katanas could do just a little bit more oomph. Even as a Vanguard, it feels like you're just running another duelist that's a little bit beefier alongside Iconics. Have it all to play for now as they pretty much have to get 1 foot onto the objective to stall it. No portal play in hand as of yet, but 99% is hit and overtime looms.
Headlock has to stay on this point right now. Uses their self bubble, can be snake found around the outside. I think the Banhammer may have been used there by Yaki as well. Headlock, can they impact? Yes, they can. Brownie reduced to a stain on the Krakoan pavement right here. This is also going to be the Loki in trouble. Transposes himself into a brand new regeneration domain, and Gargoyle walks on forward to claim the souls, minds, and hearts of all of Iconics. But Ghost keeps them dancing. The beats don't stop right here, and Eggtart's found himself a nice little position from which to spit down the water. The God of Mischief found, and now the Raging Royal Flush is ready to go. A re-aggression from here from Reject, and Sun Hoon just has to try and focus on surviving. Gargoyle's going to be the one to get the damage done. Kenby Snake is found. Brownie's on the off angle, round the back. The sniper rifle has been loaded, and bullet after bullet will be sinking into the chest of Iconics Esports. They're running low on second chances, running low on heals. The Sung Hoon finds it round the back, and Gargoyle just has to deal with the remainder of the stragglers. Wee, shouts Kami, but unfortunately, it's far from a yes. It's all oh no for Iconics.
Iconics just can't get that first map. Reject pushed pretty well, but in this end, that Triple Vanguard working so much better for them. And Iconics finding good moments, but when you've got Reject building up that much progression, and then you just keep losing Karisu, and he's like, let's get into position, ready to fight. We've lost a player. And Reject know enough. They're experienced enough to go, in that 6v5, we can use these ultimates. We can go for these engages. Gargoyle had some really good Emma Frost ultimates, and those ults are perfect in those situations where, really, you can use them anytime. But in a 6 versus 5, that'll work lovely.
Kenby Snake, unfortunately, only 3 final blows here while doing 14.2k damage. Just unable to convert on this Ultra. I felt like we weren't getting a huge amount of value over Glatrox. Of course, we did see one pull away of Gargoyle, which was very effective, but I think that Curser may have actually been baited by himself when it came to Reject, not really being able to account for him in the early game. When he got those value off the dives, like, oh, if I just keep diving deeper and deeper, I can keep getting that value.
Yeah.
But Reject, they really adapted to that quickly, and after that, Kurisu kind of fed himself in.
Yeah, and I think it's one of these things, like, I haven't got experience coaching Chinese players from this game, but in other games, there's so much focus that goes more into, like, mechanics, right? Especially, like, just making sure that your aim is as crisp as it can be. And certainly on LAN, you actually have, like, a good opportunity to mechanically outdiff players even from, like, the more tenured, experienced regions for hero shooters, right? But in these cases, they had like a game plan. They wanted to just sort of go for the one-sided Magneto, but when it's a Gambit on the other side, it felt that the backline was a lot more comfortable from Reject. They weren't hounded. Even though Kurisu had a good game, it still felt that they were a little bit more stable than what we saw against the 100 Thieves earlier today.
Yeah, when we had that Gambit team up that they get with Magneto, this constantly repelling orb, it did make sure that the Magneto couldn't really take these angles that they really wants to, getting aggressive with the Chaos Blade. Because really you want to walk on a backliner, right? And maybe if you can force out the regeneration domain early off the back of a Kurisu dive onto a Loki, you can get some real value out of that. But it seemed like they could never get that 1-2 punch together, because once Kurisu was rebuffed, suddenly you could go a little bit more fast on the side of Reject and outpace the Magneto.
Yeah, it's a tricky one here because Iconics are one map away from being eliminated. And like I mentioned, we saw them at the Grand Finals. At least the majority of them were able to attend, but they weren't able to pick up a map or a series. And they even lost 2-0 to Reject. Granted, it's 50% of the team because they picked up Crazy Raccoon when we did see all of these like partnership teams come in. It was one of those cases that like Reject have actually played up against this team. And you have to imagine as well, even though they play in different regions, like Asia Pacific, China being different, they must scrim each other a lot. Even like EMEA and America's teams are scrimming over towards these Eastern teams just to make sure that their own region doesn't know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, that cross-pollination of knowledge, and also like just keeping the secrets, as you said, from from your peers when you might head into a bracket with them, especially like early in our playoffs bracket here. We're going to see some EMEA versus EMEA, as well as some NA versus NA. So there's a lot of precedent when it comes to hiding those strats. But also, one of the things I've noticed about these teams is they have diverging second map picks. It seems like Iconics, they want to go to Midtown. And admittedly, this was one of the maps where China was a very impressive region in our last Grand Finals, like notably Milanran playing the Iron Fist on Midtown was like a high point for Chinese Marvel rivals. And maybe that's like the Chinese equivalent of our Museum of Contemplation we have in America at EMEA, where it's kind of a cope map.
Ours? Oh, America's. I mean, Pacific as well. Like, the amount of teams, the stats were crazy. Oh, speaking of which, it's Museum of Contemplation. This is a map that, like, the stats across all of the regions, I'd say it's been picked like 60 times, and it's been like 15 wins. Teams that pick this map, when they go and lose, tend to go and lose this map as well. It's not like a home ground that you can really rely on, but it is such a good test of just how well can you break these like triple holds? Can you get full held? Can you push all the way to the end? It's a fine margins map, and it really tests some of the fundamentals. And on a LAN stage, that can only be a good thing if Iconics feel that they're the better squad here.
Yeah, I wonder if Iconics are hoping that they can try and make this one-sided Magneto come to fruition in the band stage again. But of course, this is one of the maps where Gambit is like less pressing of a first protect, because you're often going to be looking towards like a triple strategist backline. Something like an Adam, a Rocket, an Invis down these narrow lanes. So Gambit isn't as much of a must first protect on Museum of Contemplation in particular.
I mean, at the very least, we're like consistent. The thing is, like, Reject, even though I said like a lot of Pacific teams do play this map, it's Reject are very good at winning it, but they don't pick it an awful lot. But they haven't really needed to. I think generally when it comes to stats, Reject are very good against all of the other teams in the Pacific region, other than Gen G. And even then, we only saw those two face off in Stage 1 in preseason. The Oceania region and Pacific were sort of kept separate, right? So we saw both of these teams be champions. In fact, we have two champions here so far, but Stage 1, when we get these mid-season finals on an international stage, that's what people are looking for.
All right, we're going to get stuck into our ban phase here real soon for Reject and Iconics. Iconics, unfortunately, they stand on the precipice of oblivion here at mid-season finals, and that is going to weigh heavily upon our Chinese pre-season champions, who are desperate to try and show exactly what their region can do when going up against the best in the world.
Reject sort of going for it, like we're getting into the draft. Minor spoilers. Mantis first ban, not really much of a spoiler, you could probably guess that one. But it is actually not too much focus on the Gambit this time. Instead, Loki has been the one that's been protected first. I mean, there's been a lot more focus on Rocket here, so Rocket Loki is as a copy is a really good way to sort of build around it. And we've already seen a lot of these, like, just payload maps strategists be hit really hard at making sure that you have one that can make a lot of copies work, build off big ultimates, and not necessarily just your own. Loki's a good thing to build around.
Yeah, there are some great set positions here for Loki Doppelgangers as well to try and maximize your healing output, so that maybe you could make a double strategist defensive lineup work. And of course, maybe there's a world where you can slip the Gambit through don't think it's going to be a major concern. Maybe we see something like a double res here if Adam Warlock gets through and Loki copies the Adam Warlock for that extra Karmic Revival. That could prove very troublesome, but a Protect on the Thing potentially from Iconics is being hovered right now.
I mean, there's been so much focus from like Reject banning out the Thing as well. Like what we just saw from the final map, it was Iconics that did ban, went for the ban on Thing, wasn't Protect, so it could have been banned, but Reject didn't seem to matter it too much. But we have seen, again, like from Rad and 100 Thieves, just if that Thing gets into position, which it's not hard for him to do now because he has so many buttons to just be like, hello, I'm 3 feet in front of you, slap. There's so many abilities like that that it just means if you can get the Thing into position, he is immovable and he will move you if he needs to.
Yeah, he will move you, you cannot move him, especially with that. That Human Torch team up is disgusting. Gives him so much extra range. Looks like we may see Reject opt into a one-sided mag here, which has managed to clear the ban phase so far. So one-sided Chaos Blade. That is going to do a lot of damage to the Thing, but they kind of have a bit of a stalemate, you know? Like, you can't really approach the mag when he's wielding his sword because it does so much damage to the Thing. It doesn't have a huge amount of mitigation, but in the neutral, the Thing is able to do so much damage to a Magneto who can't really nullify that at all with the Metallic Curtain.
I do like the ban on the Groot at the end, though. We've seen a lot of Groot, probably one of the more popular Vanguards that we've seen today, full stop. Granted, it's early days. Like, I think we're all keen to see what the leading characters are going to be so we can cosplay these players in our own ranked games and be surprised when it doesn't quite work out in favor here. But Iconics, it's also just like the whiplash effect of like, oh, you're waiting for these games, you maybe struggled to sleep last night, and then you blink and suddenly you're in on an elimination game like this with one map potentially left, and you're attacking first. Reject probably looking to try and make this a very straightforward full hold for them, seeing if they're going to go for the triple Vanguard, triple strategist. But I did see a bit of a Yaki stop looming. And I'd say that Yaki is very similar to like what we have from Frost Mountain and Shikigami, that kind of play of like known for these kind of weird characters, but can fill in, as we saw with the triple Vanguard for Reject.
Interesting to see where they may be damage boosting a Winter Soldier here instead of a Punisher. The Punisher is often the pick du jour when it comes to these spawn break compositions, but I particularly think that the Winter Soldier has a unique advantage against someone like a Penny to try and pull them out of their nest where they are at their most comfortable, but Iconics is going to be using the Penny here. Instead, a lot of CC immunity, a lot of immovability off the back of the Ironwood Wall from the Groot, and of course the Diamond form with the Emma.
So Reject attacking first, right? So now, even actually it's over on a push to try and go in for these fights as Iconics are trying to go for the mad scramble. They're going to be attacking first, trying to sort of set the line in the sand of where it's going to be drawn. And Reject, it's more of just that mad scrap now. You got the Storm on the attack trying to go in for this fight. And yeah, the triple Vanguard with the Loki Adam, hoping for a copy, but you have a lot of ultimates to build up.
Sunhoon already down, must have been pulled in there by the Invisible Woman. Eggtart must have got a fantastic force physics to force that Loki out of position, and no time to even have a duplicitous exchange onto a doppelganger. And well, Iconics, they are happy to try and grab any of the space that's given away.
Chris is not going to be caught too far out of position if he's going to be playing this like front-to-back style, but he is the standout player statistically for Iconics. Has done a lot of work for them to actually qualify for a mid-season final and also become pre-season champions. For Reject now, it's just a case of attrition. If you've been caught out into position here with these walls, it's another pick for Carisi that's found himself free, and the only free in the server so far.
Yeah, Brownie just getting caught in the corner was absolutely brutal. But why?
But why? Please.
Well, it forced out Eggtart in response, who uses their own invisible boundary, which is going to slow the roll here of the Storm. Admittedly, like Ghost can still have their own copy here off the back of the God of Mischief, but yeah, that's a bit of an ugly ult.
One of those comical moments of like, say go. No? Go? Okay. Invis ultimate go. Iconics, yeah, didn't need to trade that, but again, you've got a Loki that now has that God of Mischief. If you want to go for the Camera Revival, you can do, but there is still a good chance to go for these invisible boundaries if and when you need. Reject have those duelist ultimates. They're going to come in with the Omega Hurricane first. Maybe it's going to follow on with a stun that goes on to Piggy. He has the clobber in time. Visible boundary is going to be forced out with a copy.
All right, and now Yaki just cannot disengage. They didn't have enough healing behind them. Sung-hoon has been able to use their own God of Mischief as well. Up comes the second invisible boundary. Piggy tries to peel for everyone using the clobber in time, but it's the same for Kami here. A huge exchange of ultimates. Now it's going to be the Sonic Seduction and the Kraken Impact on top of all of this. Can they get them down below the culling threshold? Reset after reset, and finally, Brownie has come online. But can the follow-up be there for Reject? Attempt to try and stop it. Yet another Sonic Seduction. The culling aura has faded away, and another usage of the invisible boundary. Astro's just building these up so quickly. In this mono-lane composition, the AoE healing is absolutely king. Piggy tries to get away, but he's just going to be snorting all the way home. Unfortunately, as Kurisu cut kicks them off of this zone.
Yeah, Chrisu's done so well, not only just finding all of these eliminations as Cammy really gets close and personal for Brownie. A full hold going against Reject here as Iconics wanted to build around his defense, and it's working. But Chrisu, it was a great ultimate, the Silent Seduction, to sort of protect the end of the Kamet Revival, making sure that some big ultimates from Reject aren't just going to clear everybody up again. Another God of Mischief almost available for Ghost. Iconics is sitting here perfectly, but these are the kind of moments where these mistakes can happen, and Reject is starting to change up with the Black Cat and the Elsa switch over for the Duelists.
I'll try and get a little bit more pressure towards that backline. You can see regeneration of means already been used. It's time to start cleaving through them. That's going to be a Phantom Pursuit moving away into a more safe area. The Gargoyle's taking so much damage, and the strategist can't see them. They're invisible inside of a boundary. And once again, it's back to a drawing board here for Reject with 47 seconds remaining.
Weren't expecting that this was going to be the thing that happened. Reject, you're used to this map. You play in this region that this map is pretty much consistently played on. As the casters, they've seen enough of it. There's enough to contemplate for Reject as they're trying to push it a little bit further beyond. They do have the Glortrox and enough bodies to try to actually capitalize and catch everybody together. But a Strangling Prison now in the hands of Hetlock could be the difference maker with another invisible boundary built up and used from Ektar.
All right, you can see Victor Songhoon's been able to find the Fate of Birth Worlds here. 3 stuns onto 3 players, but there's not going to be too much in the way of follow-up onto them. Instead, Brownie and Yaki looks towards those who are not stunned, and those who remain will just have to wait as Iconics have lost out on their Adam Rez. And so Reject finally get a touch of momentum.
Yeah, just before they can get a Kamet Revival in, they two Vanguard ultimates, Hetlock switching over towards a Strange Gun for a portal play in a good position, but Reject have plenty to work with themselves.
Reject going to be able to answer here with the calling card of Sonic Seduction. There's going to be good cover here, at least for Hetlock. They had plenty of time to park that portal properly, but Brownie's getting up close and personal. That's going to be the Glartrox to open up. Only 2 Vanguards are grabbed, but the follow-up's not going to be there. Gargoyles are going to try and come in for a second strike with a Sonic Seduction, but it's just going to be exchanged on the other side with Kurisu also immune to all manner of crowd control. Lastro hangs out at the back, ready to start the music, ready to begin the dancing, and Yaki can't really get too much off the back of their calling card. They aren't going to be able to find anything else. Kenvi on the other side as well, still worried about that resurrection. Lastro drags everyone forward. Can they deal with the damage that's been brought to the fore? Reject are running low on momentum and Iconics. They still have even more to play with here. It's all out brawl for the cart. Karmish is going to be doing so much damage. Piggy swings away with the stone haymakers for clobbering Fist. Brownie's on the other side. Ghost has managed to get yet another usage of a strategist ultimate towards the back. Hetlock just trying to carve out some space away from these strategists. And now how do you try and support your frontline who are sticking on the point? A clobbering time for Piggy. They want it on to the Doctor Strange, but Kenvi Snake's already resurrected themselves in the back of the Karmic Revival. Sounds ready to go. Sunghoon yet again with the Fate of Both Worlds, but is there going to be an opening here for Reject to try and get something working?
Seeing if they can actually go for this a little bit more. You have another window for Reject where there isn't those big strategist ultimates to out-sustain this fight, but they haven't managed to do much with it beforehand. And now we've got the Kamet Revival being used. There's nobody that's actually been eliminated. They just feel that Reject are maybe going to go off the back of this, but this could be a huge misstep for Iconics if this doesn't go well. It's Gargoyles found one. The Resurrect starting to come in. It seems that Iconics are running out of steam, but there's not enough.
I think Amoto ready to be opened. Hetlock towards the back. It's frozen by Lastro. Shut down in his prime, and Piggy is there with the punish. Can't
clobbering time.
They got 3 stuns, but Yaki is not one of those who is ground to terra firma, and so can open this one up. Iconics, they got no value off their Karmic Revival. Kenvi was taking down for a second, but they cast it. All they got up was Kami again.
The map should be done. Like, at the very least, the attack inside of Reject should be done. They did so well when they didn't have the God of Mischief and the Invisible Boundary to out-sustain fights, holding onto the Kamet Revival, and then it just came out and it didn't seem to need to be used. Like, Reject just fight it out in the end, and now Iconic switching over to a more of a 2-2-2. Kurisu is also going over towards that Black Cat, but these are the moments where Reject really are going to turn this map around. It should be done and dusted for Iconics, but this defense has floundered. They need to try and hold here with 2 minutes left.
All hands on stations now. Reject, they finally got some momentum in their favor and plenty of ultimates to try and work with as well. The calling card good to go. It's already going to be unleashed, and Kurisu's been taken out on the other side. Clobbering time seems to grab 2 Vanguards, but they're easily answered here by Ektar. I think the Ghost may have already actually used their own ultimate, and so it's going to be forced for Iconics here to use 2 invisible boundaries in a row. Sunghoon's just going to wait now. Actually wants to dive on in and try and rescue someone, but I think that this may have been an overcommitment from Reject. For a second that Ghost used that ultimate, it should have been a slow roll from Reject to try and force out that ult economy.
Oh, he's got to throw out the Strangling Prison there to try and turn around. Uses the team up with Jeff because he was very low HP to try and disengage, and finally Iconics on this second point of defense, finding a full hold. A big dedication, but the point is in a perfect position to try and hold on the defense.
Lots of space to try and work with here, and now Kenvi Snake. They can really tax these approaches with the increased primary fire damage it also gets from his team up.
Even good for the 2 traps as well, so not the 4 instinct over with Deadpool. And Hetlock trying to build up this ultimate again as they're halfway to having one of those invisible boundaries in hand. And the comp staying the same for Reject. They built up that Sound of Seduction, leaping in with the dive.
Gargoyle wants to open this, but has to deal with the walls. Piggy's not going to be there to help them, and so it's going to be a solo Vanguard push for Reject if they want it. But honestly, they're not too far from their spawn. They can just call this one here.
See now how much there can be done from Gargoyle, who has been superb sort of on this Vanguard role consistently for this team. He has got the ultimate, but seeing if he can just churn up some more of that damage. Force out some big ultimates in the end. A Sign of Seduction trying to pull people out of position. Kenvi Snake's going to be one of the major ones, certainly when he has the ultimate, and Lamps are going to be forced out from the Loki.
Generation Domain has been used. It's going to be a big opening for Piggy in about 13% time, but Egtart and Kenvi have tried to turn this around themselves. Kami on the other side has caught too much damage. Egtart could not save them, but Triage was not good enough. But now Sunghoon will stand alone in the back line. Piggy gets 2. A bunch of the more fragile members of Iconics are taken up to the air and then buried 6 feet under the ground as the frags are delivered and Iconics are sent spiraling.
And now Reject in overtime again, pushing a little bit further on, and just in these fine margin situations, Iconics have let things slip out of their hands, but having a calling card, a clobbering timer, got a Mischief. You have more than enough tools to try and fight and deal with this.
Can he get a soft dive to begin with, though? Try and force out some of these resources from Reject. Brownie already coming out with the Galatrox. I believe 2 players were caught within, and Kurisu could not be rescued. Ghost moves on forward. Somehow has an eternal bond of Egtart, who only just swapped away. Piggy follows in afterwards, following after Kami, going up against their counterpart. Wants to turn around, maybe here with a clobbering time to try and stop them in their tracks, but Sunghoon has dragged everyone forward towards the back. It's just going to be a singular player inside of a Strangling Prison, but getting rid of Yaki could well be enough, because now Piggy is free to roam, and boy is he gonna find the slot to feed upon. Piggy has the Flaming Fist, and he drives into the heart of Iconics, and it seems like we just can't get anyone towards the cart right now. Egtart exits from a fade directly into the magical missiles of Sunghoon, and he's slain.
And we go a little bit further on. Reject in overtime seem to be just able to keep pushing this on, and Iconics changing up stuff a little bit more away from that Loki now to go for the Lunar Snow. Kurisu switching over towards the Punisher as well. Just feeling that there needs to be a little bit more get off of the objective, it is mine kind of ultimate. He's even going to go for the Daredevil, feeling that maybe that Black Cat isn't working out too well, or he's been shut down, or wants to shut down Yaki, that's going to go over to the Black Cat themselves.
Black Cat's going to be constantly checked here by the Daredevil. No stealthy approaches when you're going up against Matt Murdock. He will deliver justice one way or another, but already caught within one of those traps. Brownie has to use all of them. Oh, that's a bad shift.
Oh, that's a bad shift. I think you've made a reference. I don't even think you intended to, but like, still, Gargoyle's found himself another big ultimate. We're sort of saying it was Egtart with these invisible boundaries, but Gargoyle is feasting on these Sign of Seductions, and there's always a good time and place to use them. He finds the right targets, just pulling him out and CCing him. Means that Lastro, with a little bit more damage and spice over on that Lunar Snow, can find the picks, and it's constantly moving from Reject.
Gargoyle has all the energy in the world to try and play with here as well. 100 and so the DPS is going to be rather unsustainable to try and play against in battle. Leap towards the back, and Piggy went for a clobbering time, but I don't see any stun icons on the side of Iconics. Must have gone too wide at that point still. It made some space to try and take down Kenvi Snake. Lastro, with the fate of both worlds, is going to make sure that Reject can stay on this point, but this is one of the more perilous objectives in the game, Ryan. Staying on it is not too easy. Kurisu falls down, and now Hetlock has to try and disengage. Just covering fire coming through from the Thing, who just circles around their compatriot. But here comes the Glartrox, and here come the freshly delivered Vanguards. Yaki and Lastro on the other side are more than happy to try and find the opening that was taken away from them. And Reject are in this commanding position, despite nearly being held on first. They have full completed the Museum of Contemplation.
How? That's the main question. Reject have just pulled that from absolutely nowhere, and Iconics, they're going to be kicking themselves because they looked so good in that first like 3 minute and 45 seconds. They did so well, and even those moments like, yeah, you have the Loki that could just copy invisible boundaries, so you just have it up all the time. There was such a strong window for Reject of like, Iconics have neither of those ultimates. We can find a pick. And they couldn't get anything out of Iconics. They were built so well. They were so disciplined with how they played. Nobody got eliminated. It was just that ultimate from Kenvi. It was just a little bit too early with a Camera Revival, trying to premeditate what this aggression from Reject was going to be. But then it was just like problem after problem. They're getting in their own heads, and somehow Reject has managed to finish one of the hardest maps to finish as a convoy map.
Yeah, that's the problem about preemptive ult, right? Because you don't want it to be in a dangerous position. So for those who get rezzed, can be like healed up and triaged effectively. But that also means that you're going to be isolated for Yaki to get on top of you and find a 1v1 that's really in the Adam's favor.
So now Iconics need to try to make their attacking side work a little bit better. At the very least, having to finish their map choice. And most teams, we're so used to, like, you pick a map, you start on attack first, because it's like, okay, we got full held, we know our defense needs to play a certain way, or we managed to finish the map, we can do this. Like, our compositions can change and work in certain areas. They defended first because they were so hell-bent that their defense, that full hold was going to work, and it didn't. So now this attack needs to find just as much success, or they're on the ticket home back to China.
Okay, Kenvi6 actually going to be using the Daredevil team up here. A little bit less popular, but those piercing bullets do mean that you can really stretch the resources of even 3 strategists.
Well, everybody sort of built up as well. It's just able to do that penetrating fire through it in the end, but the hits and shots from Karisu on this Storm, actually finding a first pick onto Yaki. Actually finding a lot, this defense from Reject isn't quite looking as robust as Iconics did to begin with, at the very least.
He overextended a touch there. Yeah, they forced out the Loki lamps a little bit early, but honestly, I think they just fed themselves over to Karisu and Kenvi.
I like Kenvi's got the seaside skin on for Punisher. I forgot the word skin there, but like in the Sunshine State of all things as well, so it's very much on theme. Seeing if this summer can end in a bit of a hit and a win, a map win at the very least for Iconics they would be happy to go home with, but it's looking to be against them so far.
Gargoyle's taking the off angle here with the blade. Might be able to find someone in the back line, and Kami's fallen low. Brownie managed to get that one, and now Yaki just looking to try and hold this space, make sure that... Oh, Gargoyle punished for the off angle there. Must have been walled away from the healing that the backline had promised to them when they went on such an adventurous flank. And Yaki, oh, he's got the wrong team up equipped as well. He's got the Gamma team up on. This is the default one for Strange, but some would say that the Invisible Woman one is much stronger. Trying to fly away, Kurisu's there with the punish, and Ektar just has this commanding position. Iconics have taken this incredibly quickly.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with that. Like, they've got 5 minutes on the clock here, but usually we see teams sort of get stuck on second, even with, like, big time bangs. They can get stuck in this, like, down this slope, in this corner with the payload, and you've just got the high ground to fight against. So Reject have a good window to try and fight up against this, but Iconics have a good chunk of ultimates as well to fight in. So whether Kenvi can get the right timing with this one, as he's got the Punisher one ready and waiting to go.
The Judge during the Executioner, all piling into the station here as Iconics. They want to try and maintain their life here at our mid-season finals. And the final judgment, sure. Oh, no!
Gargoyle.
Oh, and the pause. Oh, this is not very pause, champ.
This is a very, like, tune in next time moment, I feel. Like, uh-oh, the Magnetos be caught out position.
Next time on
Freeze
Marvel
frame
Rivals.
to be continued in the corner.
That's killer, man. They really wanted to just try and make sure that Gargoyle went down, and like Ghost just played it aggressively. He said, you know what, I'm going to copy my invis. I'm going to bring up the invisible boundary, make sure that Lastro and Sunghoon are going to be less able to deliver that triage to Gargoyle, who was too far out again. And it feels like Gargoyle, this pressure is mounting on them. We saw it on the last point as well. Take these off angles, find someone alone in the back and just run them down with the sword, release the Claymore from its scabbard and try and cut through that back line. But Iconics, they continually track this location of Gargoyle and punish him when he overextends.
We're seeing Kenvi over on the screen a little bit. He was the one that said that, like, we can do this. And it's his first international LAN is what he said as well. And seeing him look around a little bit is like, it's an experience to take in. There's a lot of like green players that are going to be playing. Oh, and we're in. We're back into the action. And the pressure and the momentum is trying to continue on at the very least for Iconics as they use an invisible boundary to make sure that things end well for them in that final fight.
All right, Sunghoon has to use the ultimate soon. It was already copied over the Luna, and so the Fate of Both Worlds is going to be used. Brownie caught in space, which means it's easy headshots for Kenvi Snake, and they can outpace the power of music that was pushed out from Luna. Now Reject, how do they try and recontest this one? Gargoyle might have to use the Meteor Ram. There's a little bit of triage here as Lastro's falling low. They need to be saved, and they can't be, as you cannot eat up all of the damage that came through from the thing. Headlock just floats away in a bubble in the midst of all of this. Out comes the clobbering time. Sunghoon and Gargoyle are laid down low, and while the Glartrox may be unleashed, I think that it may well be curtains here for a Reject as Iconics. They are looking absolutely masterful when it comes to their offense of Museum of Contemplation.
I was thinking that, okay, yeah, finishing the map is one thing, but like Iconics have 5 minutes on the clock to actually try and set a better time here. Reject are probably thinking like, how is we maybe like had victory like script from the jaws of loss?
How did this happen?
It's just a backwards day, I swear, for these teams. For Reject, they're really just struggling to like get a hold of this on the defense. They have got some switchovers. Gargoyle moving over towards this Deadpool Vanguard. Calling card and a Fate of Both Worlds at the very least to try to like sustain this fight and go in. But Iconics looks set up. Kenvi on the Punisher has taken so much space, and it's so hard for Reject to actually fight this double hit scan.
Gargoyle and Brownie have decided that the answer here is more guns. And Piggy's been the one to move over now onto a mag. It's also basically mandatory if it's not banned because of the power of that blade. But Kurasu's still cooking here, ready to unleash the Glartrox. Would love to find an off angle, but it's already been noted by the Widow, and so has to go back over to the remainder of their team to get some healing.
I mean, this is good peel from Kurisu. He is very well aware that there's going to be that dive in, and now he's going to be looking exactly where Yaki's going to come in from the calling card as the leap in is going to be good enough, but the invisible boundary from Ghost, a little bit late.
Yeah, a little bit late. Could not save Kurisu. And now Yaki might try and wait this one out. It's actually moved in over onto Ghost. What a combo from Yaki. Looking hot to trot when it comes to the Black Cat. Welcome back, Black Cat, after a quick half season away.
And teams and players certainly have had a lot more time to get used to it. Like, yeah, Black Cat before was strong, but we barely even scratched the surface of this because of just teams getting used to playing it. It's so much dedication has to go into the craft of playing them. And seeing Iconics just jump into spawn, might have seen some switchovers. A Kenvi Snake actually is going to be the one going over towards the Black Cat instead of Kurisu, who has got that ultimate for the Elsa.
Big yes to Meteor M, ready to play with. Maybe some covering fire here to Brownie. Oh, the Colette's coming through. Beautiful shots from Brownie, piercing to the heart of Iconics. We're going to be going back to the drawing board after this one.
Lastro's been one of the stalwart performances when it comes to Luna, not only just from, like, obviously the healing, you're a strategist, you're there to support your team, the damage and the eliminations and the final hits. Lastro is actually really key at finding a lot of these picks, and he's one of the most experienced players playing in hero shooters across a very experienced team, right? So he's the one leading the line, finding those picks, but Iconics have plenty to work with. Cammy switching over towards the Angela.
Angela, well, it's going to open up some backlines. That much is for certain, keeping Brownie on a swivel, but for now, Piggy, they still have their emergency card if they need to try and pull out. This is very aggressive from Hetlot towards the back. You can instantly see the self-cleanse come through from Luna and the Fate of Both Worlds as well. While Ghost was left unattended in the back, Yaki found himself a kitten purse to try and pull something from the Meteor M. Takes to the skies, looking at 3 Vanguards. They're not ideal. It's a little bit of a ring around the rosy, but the overhealth there from Kenvi does save him from immediate execution. Yaki has no such mercy in his heart, though, and is easily chasing after him. Starts to cleave on through with the whip it back and forth.
Just making it so difficult for Iconics to even leave that spawn. See if there's going to be any more changes, but they had 4.5 minutes. There's so much, actually, that means that it's so difficult for Yaki to fight this. Now Kurisu and Kenvi Snake switching over. They kept it the way that they had because they did have that Apex Predator. And Kenvi Snake, because he was building up that ultimate, has it himself now over on the Elsa on his side.
Could be a big opener. Gargoyle does not want to expose themselves too early here so they can keep this off-angle contested. Yaki with a quick iframe and the stealth to try and get out the bubble. Everything went over to Yaki and the regeneration domain as well. Reject are now in such a dire position as so many of their neutral resources have gone away. Now Sun who has to try and answer this one with the Fate of Both Worlds. Gargoyle just been sent to the other half of the map, has so much HP to try and work with, pulled into the midst of their team, but there is going to be some healing there to try and work with. Purpled constantly, the vulnerability is all over them as Sunghoon dances in the middle of it all, saying, don't worry team, I've got your back. Iconics running low on time now with only a minute left to play with, but the Feast of the Abyss could be a finisher here. Out comes the calling card from Yaki, trying to find an opening, trying to find anything to claw their team back into this defense. Chomping on through, I think that one might have just been a doppelganger though, and Ghost has fallen away as well. Brownie's got the angle, Brownie's got the shots! Unbelievable stuff there from the Black Widow, and they certainly are showing what the Red Room do.
They're trying to make this work now. Defense-wise, it's so good for Iconics. They're switching over towards the Hulk now for Cammy, who's just playing Vanguard, switching it around much as possible. City of Angels not quite giving too much for Angela in this case, but Iconics having ults. It's just these moments, and certainly the Strategist ultimates coming out after they've already lost a couple of players, and it's just the craziest game of Museum of Contemplation that you could imagine with how this has gone, and somehow Reject might be able to sort of hold this on second.
Squadron time has arrived. The amount of melee damage that's going to be coming out of Iconics here with the Hulk on the field as well is going to be brutal to try and deal with. Certainly Piggy is going to be in a very sad location, but going over towards Ghost. You can see that shield already came up from the Invisible Woman. Turns around, tries to find themselves an opening, but hiding under these roofs, it could be safe for the backline. Nothing to be gained there from Piggy, and now might be overextended as Yaki can no longer open up that angle towards the back, having lost their own life in the midst of all of this. Lastro starts with the fate of both worlds, but it's answered here by Egtar, who's erected their invisible boundary. Reject now have to decide, are we going to try and play for this one, or are we going to go for the disengagement towards the back? Karumi has big plans, but there's even bigger healing to be placed upon the Black Widow. Brownie saved there by the triage, and Sunghoon's back at it again. The fate of both worlds drives Reject forward as overtime starts to tick on down. Brownie finds himself even more. Piggy cleaves through, he draws the sword, and even though Reject were faced with Oblivion, they're going to be the ones to surely consign Iconics out of this tournament here and now. They want to match up against Rad. They are hungry to make it to mid-season finals, and Iconics, their last spirited defense cannot work out. Kami's down, so too is Ghost, and so too are the hopes.
They managed to get it on! It's just the Black Widow just taking pot shots, trying to get these people through, but now needs to meet them on transit on the objective itself. But Piggy is finding so much with these shots from Magneto. Yaki now back into this fight as the Black Cat just trying to find off these felines, picking them off one at a time. The runs of the litter are starting to drop as Iconics losing out on players, both the strategists, so there's nobody left for Iconics to hold.
Regeneration domains are here, looking towards the back. Henry Snake got nothing to do. There's going to be a clobbering time, but it seems to have gone too far away. Only a single stun onto Sunghoon, but there's no one to follow up. And so Reject will print themselves a ticket to our final play-in game.
A 2-0, but it's one of those times where the scoreline doesn't quite look as what you'd expected. Iconics, again, one of the few teams to be eliminated, unable to get that map or series win on an international LAN yet. Pre-season champions can't find too much, but you could really argue that they had such a strong opportunity to at least bring us to a third map. Certainly with that full first defense hold, but it fell apart, and then everything started to fall apart afterwards.
Yeah, Iconics showed us two very strong Map 2 performances, but unfortunately could not exit our LAN with a map win under their belt. However, for Reject, this must be heartening for them after going up against 100 Thieves, realizing that, hey, we may have lost 100 Thieves, but 100 Thieves beat Rad, and we've beat Iconics pretty soundly here. This could be a very close matchup between Rad and Reject for our final playoff bracket spot.
Clearly, because like Reject have some ideas with how they want to play triple Vanguard on domination. That could catch Rad out if they're not as prepared for it, because so many teams are good for very different ideas. But Brownie, MVP for that one, 54k damage, 16 final hits, 40 and 7. Like, yeah, we're mostly watching Yaki, Gargoyle, even Piggy find a lot of these like key pickups and eliminations, but just the consistent damage that Brownie was able to put out, certainly when like stuff like the Black Widow starts to come into play, if they're left to their own devices, it's just so easy for them to get set up, and Iconics were just pretty much set themselves up for failure in some of those fights, which is understandable when some of these players want to do well, want to get that win on the board. The full team is here to play with, but Reject are a very experienced team, probably intimate with knowledge because they scrim these guys so often. It felt that Reject were never going to kind of lose these matchups.
Yeah, we saw those sparks of brilliance. These like whispers of incoming like Armageddon tier gaming. However, if you want to see some God tier gaming, we can go down to the stage where Tetra is going to talk to one of our God tier gamers for an interview.
I am back with Lastro, and this has been a tough journey for you. It's your first tournament since Season 9. How has your playstyle changed?
엄청 힘들게 이겼고요. 힘들게도 왔는데 이제 시즌 9부터 플레이 스타일을 어떻게 경영했는지 좀 말씀해 주세요.
저희 팀이 좀 수비적으로 게임을 많이 해서 최대한 공격적으로 하려고 다들 플레이를 바꾸고 있습니다.
In the past, we've been a very defensive team, but we're trying to get more aggressive and attacking.
Speaking of more aggressive, you had a little bit of a rougher start to today, but you really brought it back in this series. Is this the last loss we will see for Reject?
오늘 한 경기를 졌지만 이제 더 이상 안 질 수 있을 것 같으니까.
이겨야지 플레이오프에 가기 때문에 최선을 다하겠습니다.
Of course, we gotta win. We gotta get into the playoffs, and we're gonna do our best.
We love to hear it. I do want to ask you a little bit about Museum there at the end. It's been one of your go-to maps for the entirety of this year, but Iconics took you to the limit there. What happened?
뮤지엄 맵에 대해서 좀 물어보고 싶은데요. 좀 힘들게 이겼는데 어떻게 됐는지 좀 설명을 해주세요.
저희가 화물맵에서 좀 약한 편이기 때문에 좀 다른 팀이랑 해도 원래 좀 힘든 것 같습니다.
Actually, the escort is a harder map for this team, but they think that they pulled it out.
And my last question for you here, your one last series you need to win in order to make it through to the bracket is against Rad. My simple question, are you ready for him?
네, 이제 라드를 이기면 토너먼트에 들어가는데 준비되어 있습니까?
네, 이기겠습니다.
Yes, he's here to win.
They say they're ready. We'll be finding that out shortly. Give it up one more time for Reject. We're going to send it back over to the desk to break down that incredible series.
Thank you, Tetcher. And what an interview from Lastro there. Such a great personality. Someone I got to know briefly. And I have to say this. I mean, listen, we thought what we would see would come to light. Unfortunately, Iconics, we do say goodbye to them. And Shib, listen, they fall short of what was one goal, and that was to get a map here at a LAN. And it felt the same a bit where they're close. They're 3/4 there. We saw it. They were at a 0.1 hold. And it slipped, and it slipped, and it went from there.
It was like a momentum thing. I think momentum is super important. I thought they were going to hold point 1. I truly thought we were going to map 3. A little bummed about that for the side of Iconics, but Reject bounced back in. I like to see the more comfort picks, right? We talk about Lastro back on the Luna, for example.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Lastro on the Luna was huge to see. I mean, we finally saw more Black Hat from Yaki. Yep. I'm really excited to see how that's going to go against Crazy Kitty.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw the battle between Self and Crazy Kitty for 100 Thieves. I'm excited for this one with Yaki, just based on the performance we saw this time.
When that battle determined a lot of the war, right? Like, if you looked at it, I mean, what they were able to get, those quick picks, you can even the odds half the time, and it was either Crazy or Self doing just that. So you're right, we're going to see more of that. And I feel like Reject, all it takes sometimes, we've seen them do, well in LAN in some performances before, just getting that confidence boost, right? Obviously, you don't match up well against absolutely every single team, and it looks like the humbleness is there for sure. Again, Iconics, we want to give them and give our best regards to what they gave overall as we do take a look at the highlights. But Shiv, anything before we close up for Iconics here that you just want to highlight as this team, has continued to try to get better to greatness?
Yeah, I'm just going to say, I think they look more confident in the final match. It's such a bummer, right? I mean, this team just started looking more competitive. I saw some great plays, forcing them to switch even to Deadpool Vanguard at the second point or beginning of third. That's a panic play. That's a sign that you're looking good, and unfortunately, just not able to pull it all the way through.
Yeah, and listen, with Reject on their side of things, talk about showing the grit that you're going to need every bit of it against Rad, because that was, I wasn't having an official stopwatch, but what was that, 3 minutes on the first point there, just holding on overtime to push through?
At least, yeah.
I mean, and then to reset that mental, have a great point 2, and then carry on from there. Not easy. Not only that, can we just highlight they held 5 minutes on point 3. Like, the two things you're looking for the most, and Blastro said, we're not that great at that game mode. Showed me otherwise, Vaughn.
Yeah, I think the big thing here, too, is just like having that confidence in your team, right? We saw a lot of those hot swaps in terms of heroes, especially Brownie, right? Sticking with the Bucky first, then going to Elsa, then the Black Widow to close things out. Yep. Having that flexibility is huge in terms of the hit scan, but also Yaki able to actually play their namesake, as we have seen for the Black Cat. And then the Black Widow, of course, we saw some great looks too from Brownie, but I really love the kind of swaps that we did see from Gargoyle and Piggy towards the end. Piggy was looking really good on Thing. Gargoyle Deadpool Vanguard was a questionable decision.
It was, but
it worked out.
Yeah, I also got to just piggyback off of Piggy. I think the Thing play was really solid. I mean, the first 3 ults were massive. I mean, obviously we saw a miss there at the end, but Thing is just so strong in this meta. I think teams are starting to come around to that and getting even more value in this matchup.
I mean, obviously we know Thing and the skill gap that it has for playing that hero. You get a lot of value from him. Always someone I recommend to players, in more even lower elo times, just to get that, tank value, be that second tank even if you don't play the role. But in my opinion, fellas, what I have to say is it's cool to see the 2 important roles of duelists being 2 heroes, which some might disagree with this, but if you look at Black Cat and Widow, right? Elsa is in the conversation as well, but those 2 heroes take so much skill in their respective responsibility, and you'll love to see. I mean, Widow in the new rework just calls for everything that you need to have as a hit scan player, mainly the mechanical aim to perfection, which, I mean, we have with Phoenix and Hela in the past, but it's the constant positioning, angles, and more. That's what's fun to watch for me alongside Black Cat.
Love the ultimate too. It's super fun to watch. It's really cool. But yeah, I'm loving the new meta. I like to see what these teams are running. But I will say, I think tomorrow we're going to see even more differentiation from what we've seen today.
We saw some Wolverine, but I don't think we've seen the full extent of Wolverine yet, especially once we get to Swamp Gaming. Like when they pull out the Wolverine and the Gamma Fastball, I am so excited for some team to finally run it. I know Thing doesn't have it available. If Thing did, it would be running every lobby.
That'd be too good.
I mean, fellas, this is day one, right? You can't even call it. It's like barely the appetizer. We're getting a little bit of chips and dip, but we have not even gotten close to what is the full course of an amazing week for y'all. I mean, remember, the 6 that have already stomped their ticket into the war, they're ready and obviously downloading a little bit of what they've been able to see from both Iconics, Reject, and more, Rad and Thieves. And so we've got an awesome matchup. It's Rad versus Reject. Head-to-head, loser goes home, winner is in. Folks, we're going to be taking it over to a break and then get to that match 5 of our day 1 here from the desk. We'll see you on the other side.
Armed and dangerous! No mercy.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, Los Angeles viewers at home. Welcome to our last fight of the night. It is an elimination match between Rad and Reject. And now I'm joined by, at this point, my best friend. I mean, we've been here 3 times together. I've got to ask, I brought in the action in the Cassius booth for the 100 Thieves and Rad matchup. First time hearing from you. What are your thoughts after that match, and how do you reset from it?
Well, I think that was like a key thing that we were missing to winning. And I feel like I figured that out now. Or like everyone did. It wasn't just me, obviously. But I feel like I figured that out. I'm not gonna say what it is, because like it's just like a little bit mysterious, you know? So then the other teams can't like know. But yeah, no, I think we figured it out now, so I feel really good.
Hey, you got to keep the people guessing. But on top of that, I mean, I want to ask, because obviously we've talked about y'all's story from MRC, couch to pro, now here at the biggest stage. I want to ask you, what would it mean for you and your team and the story thus far to get to that main stage?
I mean, it would be like a dream, you know? The main stage, obviously, that's where everyone wants to be, and we're going to make sure we get there, I think.
Love to hear it. And lastly, I want to ask, when we look over at Team Reject here, they're locked in and ready just off the heater themselves. If you would identify one player as the one to highlight, the team that is circled on your side, who is it?
Ooh. From the other team? I'm not sure, honestly. I think they're really good, and I don't like. There isn't a specific person I'm looking out for. I'm just gonna play my game and focus on what I need to focus on, and yeah, just try to win.
That's a man locked in right there, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you again coming for your 3rd interview at this point. Again, we're friends. I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully. We'll see. We'll have to have, as we have Reject versus Rad. Again, folks, this is our last fight of the night. Los Angeles, can I hear you as we got ourselves a banger to close the show? Who will move forward? EMEA, Pacific Asia. We have a lot to break down, of course. Desk, break down all the action. What do we have for the final fight?
Gather round, children, as I tell you a story. I started it earlier, and I will continue it. Last year, at the mid-season finals, a team called Rad found themselves in the play-in bracket. They went all the way to the upper bracket finals of that play-in bracket, where they lost to an American team. They then proceeded to go through that lower bracket, taking out Asia and China teams in order to make their way into the bracket, where they proceeded to go on and win the whole thing. That team is now Na'Vi, but history is repeating itself. As I am joined by Vodable and Iron Shib, we are starting to see Rad get closer and closer, but Reject still stand in their way, and they look strong. They were taken to the limit, Shib, but they are looking good off that last series.
Yeah, I mean, Reject definitely looked better. I do think Rad is maybe another level, though. I still have to believe that right
Levels
now.
to this, you know?
I'm trying to think to myself, who matches with Kitty on a duelist front, and I really don't know that answer.
I mean, on that side of things for Crazy Kitty, Yaki could be that answer,
Okay.
right? We saw the Black Cat, we saw the Storm even too for the spawn breaks, and being on Burning T'Challa, I could expect some big things from them specifically on this map.
You were talking about it there, who really matches Crazy Kitty. It really does seem to potentially come down to a Black Cat battle. We're seeing teams shift over to the Daredevil potentially to counter it, but both teams have some Black Cat here.
I think the Black Cat has been a prominent feature for the side of Reject for Rad for a while. They took some time off from it, played a lot of Daredevil, and then eventually, once it's back into the meta, now showcasing how strong it really is. Yeah, I think the big thing too is like, if they have the Venom in the tow with it, right? Having that coordinated dive from the Vanguard, from the Duelist, and being able to use that in synergy for Rad, I think is a win condition for them. And that might be what Ducky was talking about.
Yeah, I think you need an enabler, right? I think Venom does a great job enabling. There's been some discourse back and forth in Venom, you know, just the lack of KO potential. I still think that hero in this meta is a big problem, and it farms ult like no other right now.
And the ult is impactful, the anti-heal is still good. All these team-ups, we keep talking about everything that's new in this game, but the fact is, there's some stuff that's been here for a while now that still has impact. Speaking of stuff that has a little bit of impact here, Shib, when we were talking about what we want to talk about here today, you wanted to bring up the fact that we are seeing a little bit of Hulk creeping in from some of the teams here, including from Lugia.
Yeah, Lugia's been running the Hulk. You know what? And this is where I kind of have a little bit of discourse, and I'm curious what's going to happen as we progress into the tournament tomorrow. I just think at this moment that Thing is a better Hulk. I think Thing provides so much more value, has an impactful ultimate, has purple on command, has the ability to give defense to your backline in situations, can play so many different ways. So versatile, exactly. And I think although Hulk can be very strong, and there's some very strong Hulk players, I think Thing is just in a better spot.
they both have their benefits. In a lot of cases, obviously, the Hulk, a full team shield can be extremely impactful, but the Thing does give defensive armor. Someone's flying in the sky, like an Angela or a Storm, for example. Hulk can knock him out the sky, the Thing can ground them, and of course, both have a little bit of anti-dive with the shields and with the actual just knock-up of the Thing with the grounded ability. Both have their benefits, but the Thing's sustain VOD is showing so much.
Say that, yeah. They buffed the right hook, the just bonus health that you get from that as well. So the sustainability while you're going there in the brawl is just so much better than it used to be. So Thing is back on the menu in terms of vanguards that you can play. But one thing I want to note here too, specifically for the map as well, records 3-2 for Reject, 3-0 for Rad. So they have never lost on Burn T'Challa.
They've shown up, and they are showing up for LAN. We've got to remember that for everyone on this team except for MASH, who subbed in for OUG in the Grand Finals, this is potentially their first LAN, is definitely their first LAN for Marvel Rivals when it comes to Marvel Rivals Ignite. So there's got to be a lot of pressure on. But Shib, that's not the case for Reject. We have players from Reject and Crazy Raccoon combining into this Reject roster, and both of them were at the Grand Finals.
Yeah, and that gets ever more prevalent when you're in a series like this where you're gone if you lose, right? Like there was a lot of pressure on them right now. I mean,
gone or you're through. It's a coin flip of victory or devastating.
Yeah. And I mean, I was surprised to see Ducky so composed. I would be so nervous up there. But no, I love that interview. Really well done. I'm curious, and I want to know what you guys think about this, and maybe we'll hit both of you. What do you think he figured out? What do you think it was?
I think that's what it was. I think the coordinated dive with Crazy Kitty could be the answer here, and maybe it might not even be the Venom. It could be a Captain America at some point too. It also could be the Luna Snow. They weren't really focusing on that. They had it be one-sided for 100 Thieves for the first 2 maps, and the third one they eventually were able to get it, but I think it was a little too late. They weren't as practiced on it. So now that they've had some time off, they've probably scrimmed one of the teams. That could be the answer here.
I feel like potentially the combo between the anti-dive and the dive potential, Luna really fits that role really well. Of course, the Snowflake for like a Venom or a Black Cat or a Daredevil. So the Charm also for the extra defense, and the Self-Purify to remove any crowd control from yourself, but also giving yourself that anti-dive potential. We could maybe see stuff like Bucky, who's crept into a couple games every now and again. So Luna sort of enables a little bit of anti-dive and some dive for your own team, as draft has already begun.
And we're going right in, right off the rip. Mantis first. Which are you guys surprised?
Wow. Crazy.
Sky is blue.
The Black Cat will be banned away by Reject. The targeting is real. We thought that would start to come in as time went on, but already the people are realizing, oh yeah, that's a problem from individual players.
They still have like the DD available to them, so they could run that with the Luna Snow.
Which they did protect previously.
For that, yeah, they have protected that too. So a couple of different options on that, and a lot of teams find success by banning out those heroes specifically for
there it is. They're full targeting.
Yep. Oh, this is great. This is smart. I love this from Reject. I think you will find teams that, you know, it's not to say that the player doesn't have the hero pool, but if you remove some of those strengths that are win conditions, then it might open the door for your team. And I think that's a smart strategy from Reject, which obviously in this moment are underdogs.
There's a player comparison I want to do here for one of our players we'll be seeing tomorrow, and that is Polly. This is something that happened at mid-season and Grand Finals, where people would be doing normal bans, and then Polly would show up in the lobby, and suddenly Captain America is a must ban. This is a case where Reject are sort of taking the bullet for everyone here by trying to target ban Crazy Kitty, and this is either going to be very revealing or absolutely devastating for all the other teams watching if Crazy Kitty still absolutely pops off here.
Ooh, interesting. The Rocket one, or not one-sided, but the Rocket save here for Reject. That's really worked out well in their like triple compositions that we've seen before. Typically more played on Convoy as well, but Rad, I also do want to note that they do have the one-sided Magneto, and teams look really strong with that. The Thing getting banned out as well is a huge blow to Reject.
No, this is crazy back and forth. I think Rad wins the ban phase for me here. I mean, the target ban could be the answer, though, so maybe that'll change my opinion as it starts up.
We'll have to find out. Will Rad have what it takes? They've removed a little bit of that extra stain and anti-dive from the Thing, but is it enough to hold Reject off? Both teams got that gambit. Vodable, who have you got?
I have to go with Rad on this one. I think the one-sided mag is going to be detrimental against Reject.
Shib, you've said you were potentially leaning Rad. Are you committing to that?
Committing. I think it's Rad.
Well, we're going to find out as we're going to head over to the casters. One team will move on to the bracket stage. One team will be eliminated. We're heading into map number 1. Take it away.
Thank you so much, lads. Ryan and Leg Day back with you here to take us through our final match of the day. And our final spot, Ryan, in our playoffs bracket. Only Rad or Reject can make it through.
And Reject at least made it through the sort of play-in stage for Grand Finals, but there was a lot more slots open, and they immediately got eliminated by 100 Thieves earlier that time in the playoffs. So here they want to see if they can use that experience against a squad that has shown a lot of promise in the European region of Rad, but just maybe throwing in some major mistakes that could cost them. It's all the mental prowess and whether these duelists can get the damage done. Reject looking to sort of dedicate not to the triple Vanguard that they were running before. It's more 2-2 and more Brownie Black Widow.
Well, it's a good hedge from them because Crazy Kitty's moving out on the wall after having had both their DD and their Black Cat banned away. And you can see that Rad are putting a lot of resources here into controlling the high ground to start with.
See if they can sort of use these like further sight lines, try and get Yaki into position in the back line. Right now, Reject is just keeping that foot touched onto the point as the dive comes in to go up against Mash. That's going to be on that Gambit, but it's a great freeze actually comes in from Vertigo. It's not going to be enough to put them off from the onslaught of Reckoning that's going to come in. But Crazy Kitty now, see if he can jump onto the point as it's not been flipped for either team just yet.
Yeah, Crazy Kitty's not going to be the ideal. Oh, goodbye Gargoyle. Just about got off the Banhammer, but didn't get any bonus health in time in order to try and survive the onslaught of the Wolverine. And now it's Sunghoon, who is under duress. Of course, a rocket jump pack used there to just escape to the skies. However, it's a good back and forth here, and Reject seem to have found the angles with Brownie to try and hunt down the members of Rad and find themselves a first capture.
Yeah, Rad have had like a bit of a tumultuous time over on Domination, whereas for Reject, the only teams that they're realistically losing against in Asia are just the Gen Gs of the world. So feels like Reject have a little bit more going for them, at least when it comes off official experience. Rad, however, you got to say a more competitive region where the teams that they're losing to consistently be Na'Vi and Virtus Pro, as well as the rivalry with Shikigami and other teams around the sort of playoffs position. Rad trying to see if they can pull things back, as 20% has already been made up from Reject.
He's taking so much damage. Can we get some heals from my boy? There we go. Finally back into a fighting fit form, but doesn't have that diamond form anymore. And so moving towards this team is going to be fraught with peril. So much damage already taken, but luckily that Mantis Timber is going to be over-healthing the wayward Emma. Gargoyle already falling down. It's Brownie on the angle! Oh my goodness! Killer instinct, frag after frag, and the bullets hit home. But you can't go too much closer than this. There's still going to be danger afoot here as Yaki is just going to start working around the margins, and they've managed to find themselves the openings for the remainder of Reject, who are playing this masterfully from the two angles.
Yeah, they're having to reset now. They've got some ultimates that are built up, but it was a lovely 2K that came in onto Mash and Crazy Kitty, who switched away from the Wolverine, going towards the Elsa, so it's a double hit scan setup. Crazy Kitty is flexible. He's not just one of those melee players that can only play that. He is very cerebral in that nature, and both him and Smashdez were picking up Elsa back in the preseason when she was really strong. Now you've got the pressure coming in from Piggy over on this side, and the rolling flush that's going to be used from Mash to try and go in and contest this one a little bit more. Ultimates are plenty for Rad.
Smashnez on the angle. Where are you going to place your Meteor M towards Gargoyle? It's one and done for Ducky. Gargoyle's down. Two players remain. Yeah, there might be unlimited healing basically coming from Balloon, but there's only one person to sip from said cup as Reject are scattered to the four winds, and Rad will finally grab their first capture.
A little bit late in the day, but Rad were able to do that against 100 Thieves. It was 99% 100 Thieves got over on Celestial Husk on that first point, and Rad holding on, no mistakes made, able to flip it into their favor and able to win out on Domination there. So Reject, they have got plenty of opportunity to build up some of these ultimates, but Rad are well experienced. They've got a really good crossfire setup across with these two hit scans, and a couple of ultimates sat in the back pocket, and a Heartbreaker on the way for Lugia.
We said no mistakes were made, but now no mistakes are allowed for Rad. One fight will do it here for Reject as Yaki moves in towards the back. Brand new Crown of Hades in order to try and get that additional stealth towards the back. And Yaki's just continually demanding all of this attention. Out goes the calling card, wants to move on to that very vulnerable Black Widow, and it's a beautiful combo from Yaki there. Next up's going to be the Rogue, trying to bring out all of the damage on towards that Vanguard. And it seems that Reject are picking their targets well. Even with the healing that was supplied by Vertigo, Rad's victims were nowhere near the dance floor that the Lunar Snow was beginning to use. And so one by one they fall. It's going to have to be a portal back here, opened up by Smashnez to get that last second recontest. Will they be able to stop Reject from capturing, though? Doesn't seem that's going to be the case.
Smashnez has to go over towards the Strange this time, so it's going to be a triple Vanguard for a temporary moment. Invisible Boundary going to be placed right on top, but a pause to just add to the suspension.
The suspense is real, but look at that Mento fish that's been put down there on the exit to a pentagram of Ferala by Yaki. That means that when you get out of the portal, you won't be able to use any movement cooldowns, which is going to make like the debarkation very, very perilous.
I always get baited by that with Invisible Boundary. It's just a big silo in the sky. You know what I mean?
Who put this cylinder in the middle of my map? Who's responsible
I'm only
for
used
this?
to one type of cylinder in my game. Thank you very much, Mr. Rivals.
I always get confused when a cylinder comes out like, who put this cake here?
Yeah.
Who's erected a cake in the middle of my team fight? Who's responsible for this?
The worst part is when you have two invisible boundaries and you're like, oh, a Venn diagram comment, because they're like overlapping each other.
You're bingo baiting right now and you know it.
Yeah. I mean, has somebody done a bingo card for casters so far this event?
Only for NA, they hate you.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's like, haha, look at all of these funny, like, America's casters. Europeans, who are they? What are they?
We don't care for their kind here. Okay, we're ready to continue here to make sure we don't have to do any more disparaging of EMEA as Reject.
Our own region, yeah.
Are going to make debarking from that portal. Mighty perilous. Yaki just going to get his money up instead of his funny up here as he moves through a bunch of these players. The Jinxes are starting to build on up. So too is the money. Piggy's already used their team up here with the diamond form and now tries to shut down Lugia. The Heartbreaker could be the one and only thing that Rad can use to turn this one around. They're already starting to flip the point in their favor. Reject know they can give it up and just play the long game here. However, Brownie falling down does mean that Reject are lacking options to recontest.
You've got Lugia that brought out the Heartbreaker, one of the better rogues that we've seen, and in that short interim of time where Rogue was meta alongside Gambit and playable, it was one of the stronger teams to work with. But the Triple Vanguard might actually kind of suit Rad as they want to play through this and build up these strategist ultimates. They already have got the Royal Flush from Mash, but he's about to go down. He has to use the ultimate, but it's a similar case to the 100 Thieves one. Two of his teammates have gone down.
Great intercession there from Smash Nez. Can Lastro be hunted down is the question. Ducky's looking for a target. Just about managed to find Songo. The after explosion of the Raging Royal Flush is what did it. But there's no one here to save Ducky. And Rad still might be in control of the point, but they don't have the personnel to try and make this one work. The last bastion of defense in Doctor Strange has fallen. Now Lugia has to step up to the plate. Symbiotic Resilience can't stand against all of the arrayed weaponry that Reject brought to the interstellar spaceports. And so Brownie's on the hunt. There's no one to make the touch happen. And Rad scuppered away from our first sub-map.
This could be an interesting one. Did any of us have Reject and 100 Thieves qualifying? I don't think so. I think the closest was Dogman, but he said Iconic, so...
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm saying the closest to us was...
He's either the closest or the most wrong.
That sounds... Yeah, that's the dog... It's like Moon Knight, isn't it? The split personalities of Dogman and Mr. America. Like, wasn't me at all. But, like, this feels like... It might be a shock to some people, like Reject picking up the first map. For us in EMEA, for seeing Rad have these moments is not too surprising. And like the amount of times that we've interviewed Ducky after a series and he's been like, I don't know how we lost that map, right? Like that was something that we shouldn't do. But they're able to sort of pull back these situations. And, you know, this map isn't done just yet. It's more the fact that Reject, with this, like, play around, like, the Black Widow, it's pulling Rad apart. They're trying to keep together to stop, like, make sure that they can peel for each other for Yaki diving in. But then you saw plays like Smash Nez stood on his own. Calling card comes out from Yaki. Easy target. Completely isolated. And there's nothing that Rad can do. They want to play split, but they also don't want to get taken off one at a time from Yaki.
Oh, is this a new overhead map? Swanky.
Trying to work. It's like the verticality of it, though, is like, are they up or low?
Well, Yaki's going to find those who are moving through the upper areas with relative ease here and at least report back on the movements to the remainder of the team. We can see that Brownie's playing on a very far angle to make sure that there's this constant pincer maneuver that's being threatened by Reject.
Rad sticking to the double hit scan as the ultimate's going to be used from Brownie. Finds that pick over on Smash. There's and the leap in the dive attempted from Lugia over on the Rogue. Is it going to be too much as more shots are starting to ring out?
Well, look at the peel that came through from a Gambit as well with that orb, just consistently knocking back the Rogue and making sure she couldn't get on top of that vulnerable Black Widow. And Reject are once again going to win out the first fight here.
It's just how much like Rad can consolidate themselves here because they didn't really have any ultimates to take into this next round. A lot was dedicated, including like the Gambit ultimate, him and Lastro for Mash, trying to see if they could build up stuff quicker, but it is going to be Reject that have a lot more to work with ultimate-wise, certainly with a fate of both worlds.
All right, Piggy looking to try and put themselves into the path of the offense, and the swap over here onto the Angela is certainly going to be interesting. Out comes the Glatrox, but it's just instantly burst down. There are so many guns, and Yaki on the other side used the calling card to decimate Smash. There's now using it as a mobility tool to chase after the Angela, who used her Assassin's Shard to try and get away, but cannot outrun the bullets. I'm sure that one came through from Brownie, and Yaki is still resetting off the back of the calling card, certainly feeling himself right now as if they force a disengage from Rad.
That one-sided bans that's come in on the Black Cat on one side, like making sure that Crazy Kitty can't go for the melee characters himself. himself has actually done wonders for Reject with the space that they're creating, and Rad in this kind of environment are going to be floundering a little bit more. They want to create some space with Lugia switching over towards the Angela. They find in this space an opening, but Reject are sitting comfortably.
All right, Vertigo has that Eternal Bond. Rare to see the Cloak and Dagger come out. Smashness is already down, by the way, and they were going to be one of the primary players to try and turn this one around. Back up onto the Terra Firma is Piggy, having used their Diamond Form Grab to make sure that they could get back onto that. Mash9's fallen as well, and it seems that this might be an ignominious end here for Rad, as they just can't find any purchase in any of these fights. On Warrior Falls, they have been absolutely blasted.
And it's Smashness that keeps going down first every single time, and it's not like, you know, Yaki, what we saw before, or the players from Aconix, where you're going for the Black Cat, you get caught like in the flank. You're playing Black Widow. You're as far away as the action as you could be, so you're finding yourself maybe too isolated. You're not getting the peel that you need. And even with Vertigo and the Luna, you don't have the snowflakes.
Lastra might have a fantastic angle here, by the way, for the Gambit ultimate. Brownie's going to be able to find the Assassin's Precision in the back as well. Already to have fallen down. Vertigo and Crazy Kitty, there's nothing to be seen. Assassin's Precision around the back. Yeah, Ducky's going to be hit with the Banhammer, but I think that this one might already be over. A clean sweep for Reject, who refused to kneel before EMEA. They have come bolting out of Asia with the intent to make it to playoffs.
And just looking so strong over on that first game mode that we consistently start on. Rad feeling like maybe just running out of steam a little bit after that 100 Thieves series. In a game mode that like has been wishy-washy at best. The problem, however, I think is like now that they have the map choice, they don't really have something that they're consistently relying on. There'd be stuff like Central Park, they're 1 and 4 on. Jalia, it's like maybe 2 and 3. Like there's no map that they, okay, we picked this because we're like 6 and 1 on it, that we're really dominant, we win it all the time. Rad, I'm really curious on what they're going to be picking as their map choice. They don't have to worry about domination anymore, but you need to find a map that Reject are not going to look too comfortable on. And they're well seasoned and well tenured on pretty much everything that's in the pool right now.
Reject have been rewarded for their big investment here when it came to throwing so many of their bans over towards Crazy Kid. And I thought that maybe it was going to be difficult when you saw Thing get banned, Crazy Kid moved over to a Wolf. But Reject were so on it when it came to their counter rotations, making sure that Wolf was never able to get a good feral leap. And it's very rare we see a team completely able to no-sell that Wolverine, especially when they got the Gambit team up for the extra speed.
It just feels like one of those instances where like Rad, this is completely unique to them. We've had some instances, you know, like qualifying where it's like you go from the qualifying games where it's like in the losers bracket and then you play a little bit later on, and then the actual qualifying game that got Rad here, right? You played 2 best of 5s in one day, a little bit staggered out. But this on LAN is pretty much, okay, you just lost. You're pretty much straight into like the next series to play for your life. Aconix weren't able to keep up. Reject have done well considering they were the first game, had a gap, and then were able to sort of play again and sort of feel a little bit more warmer to the touch, I suppose, with how they're playing here. Rad, they just need to not panic. Like, this is such a unique experience for them. Reject have a lot more experience with playing on LAN, and it could be very easy to be like, oh, we're out before the final whistle's gone, essentially.
I mean, Reject are not just more experienced on LAN, but in competitive gaming in general. They've played other games before this at the highest level. When it comes to having the pressure pile on, these are players who know how to buckle down, how to lock in. And Rad, like, this is a very young roster. Like we've said, they've come from MRC. These guys have been thrust by raw talent into this spot. But when the lights get so bright, that's when you are at the most danger of falling.
Yeah, and I mean, especially in these kind of moments, like with some of the highlights, you've got to look at like Yaki as being superb, but Brownie, especially, it was like Delana early on 100 Thieves, like the Black Widow is opening up the game so much, and I can't believe that that is a sentence that has come out of my mouth in the esports scene, but it really is the case of just this character just really stretches out what teams are used to playing with the front to back, with a more death ball approach. It just really isolates some of these targets, and when calling cards available, it just cuts through Rad piece by piece.
This was like, that was such a disgusting frag to find as well off the back of that like secondary blast from the Raging Royal Flush on the Meteor M. It's a little bit cheesy in the end, it didn't seem to matter that much, but really it seems like if I had to bring it down to one matchup, Smashness seems a lot less confident on the Black Widow compared to Brownie, who is really getting either quite audacious with these angles or playing it safe next to the Gambit while Yaki like assumes all of the risk. And we've seen some great peeling as well come from Lastra using that Magneto team up on top of their Black Widow to make sure that when someone like Angela or like a Rogue is running them down, they actually just can't stay in contact for very long.
I think Lastra, the best way to describe him is the whole like call an ambulance, but not for me meme. Like certainly as a strategist, like he is offensive in his strength. And I think the next map that we are going to is the map choice that Rad went for against 100 Thieves, Jalia, which you could understand if they're attacking first, that first point take against 100 Thieves and second was so quick, it was just on that third point and they weren't able to push nearly enough to make it a competitive map at the end.
In terms of our data sets as well, Hall of Charlia is actually an outlier in that this is one of the only maps where we see Hella Namor come out as a DPS duo. And maybe those duelists will be what Smashnez and Crazy Kitty opt into, given that they have leaned into this in the past. Smashnez is a very proficient Hela player, and Hela's got a reasonable matchup against Black Widow as well.
It depends how much, I mean, for Reject, you'd imagine it's going to be more of the same, like the Black Cat Daredevil bans, whether there's going to be a Protect there. Bit of a switch around, I suppose, if you're attacking first. It does mean that you sort of have the 3 bans in a row. So you do get that Protect a little bit like later on, certainly for that second Protect, to make sure that something's not going to be banned out right at the end. But it really does remain to be seen. We've seen some of the switch rounds as well, because most teams, yeah, when they choose a map like this, they want to attack first because they want to set where the map is going to be played. What is the focus point? Full hold? Is it like we have a bit more freedom because of the full push towards the end? We have seen that change around, but it does look like it is going to be Rad attacking first. And whether there's enough onus on them to actually go for a protecting like Black Cat or Daredevil.
Do we continue seeing Reject go down this path, though? Of just banning out Crazy Kitty's more impactful flankers?
It worked.
I mean, it did. And it also meant that like Songhun and Lastra had so much space to work with. They weren't so worried about those flanks. Because we couldn't see Smashnez really claim that space. It was being constantly like cornered by Yaki, who had not only excellent flanks, but excellent flank control because they could see all the maneuvers that would come through from either Crazy Kitty or Smashnez.
For all our listeners at home that can't quite see the screen, you can see it now on your screen. Black Cat was protected first, which shows like Rad, we're not afraid to do this even when Black Cat was first brought into the game and Devil Dinosaur was the main Protect to go for. So this is not too surprising, and I like that Rad have done this because I do think that some teams do try to play it safe of like, oh yeah, we know Mantis and Gambit are really strong, we're going to just play a really default draft. They're like, we need Crazy Kitty on the Black Cat. We need some control of this, and we need to force Reject to go for a different draft than what we just saw over on Benim T'Challa.
Okay, now Reject know that they can ban away both the Gambit and the Magneto, which is going to complicate Rad's formation a touch, but honestly, there's a world where Rad don't really need to lean into either of those on Hall of Charlia, where you can be rewarded for taking the lesser-known paths or the more esoteric approaches towards that first point.
For sure, and I think it's one of these moments as well where teams get very much, I think Cozy was talking about it, like they get so focused in on what's meta, that they don't really like rely on what they're strong at, and Rad know where their bread is buttered with something like this. Like Magneto's not going to be available on other sides. You might be able to get a Protect here on Gambit, but it is going to be banned out. Loki is almost premeditatively set up to make sure that Lastro and Seung-Hoon can't run that same backline that they were running against the likes of Acronics that we saw just earlier today.
Perhaps there's a world where we see a Protect on either a Vanguard or a Strategist here for the side of Rad. Maybe something like a Rocket to allow potentially a second chance if someone makes an ill-judged dive onto Rad, and that can be scuppered very quickly when you're faced with the danger of that constant knockback of the Gambit team up.
Yeah, you don't have the Loki to work with, so like Luna's good. Luna Gambit just to make sure that, yeah, if we're going up against a Black Cat, we can work here, and a Black Widow ban. First of its kind, I think, in Ignite, right? Like
it's a rare one.
Yeah, the rarest. It's shiny almost, you could sort of look at it in that case. But Luna is going to be protected on the other side, meaning that there is a little bit more like offensive capability. With no Gambit available, you have to imagine it's going to be MASH that's going to go over towards it.
Okay, both teams have the Black Widow confiscated from their pools, but honestly, I think if you're Rad, you're fairly happy with this because Smashnez, I don't think this is the greatest part of their pool right now. They'd much rather be on something like the Elsa or the Psylocke, or the Star-Lord, and matching up with those. Like I talked about his Hela to begin with last time around as well, and also Crazy Kitty gets the option to move over here onto the Daredevil because the second that you protect the Black Cat, like, there's no onus for Rad to expend a ban on something like a Daredevil when you know that Crazy Kitty still has that backup. You're not really going to squeeze his hero pool, so.
And I think some of those instances as well, so like Smashnez is going to be hovering over the Hela at least to begin with, and Crazy Kitty, whilst the Black Cat's in there, it does almost protect the fact that Daredevil's not going to get banned either, so he does have the option to play it. One of those few instances, but for Rad, they wanted to go a little bit further than play-ins. I mean, the organization has a title to try and fight for again as mid-season finals champions of last year. A different squad, a greener squad that is facing potential elimination on this first day of action here in LA. Reject trying to sort of break some pick'ems. Predictions are plenty, but they're defending first as Rad and Jalia want to at least make it 1-for-1 today.
1 for 1. They would like to not lose out on their spot in the plains. A lot of us predicted that Rad would be able to make it out of this bracket, but maybe the power level coming out of Asia has been a little bit undervalued.
It's going to be hella on both sides, actually. Going to see a little bit of the change-up as Brownie's going to be over on that side. And Lugia is still dedicating towards the diving hope to see if he can make it work a little bit better than it did against 100 Thieves.
Interesting, and it is going to allow Crazy Kitty to have a little bit more bulk when they go in for these engagements. Lugia is buying so much space here, but going up against both of these strategists for so many CCs to try and deal with. You can see that already they got anti-healed, actually being chased down by the Gambit, who has no fear in their heart when it comes to the Hulk, and now Yaki's Lurk can activate. Moving in towards that back line, getting his money up onto a low-key doppelganger, and Piggy is just making sure that there's no space to work with for Crazy Kitty. Yaki gets himself a double onto the back line. Perfect play.
It's pulling apart, and this dive immediately for Rad. Lugia is forced to switch again, and it's these kind of moments where I see Rad just like playing sort of like musical chairs with the heroes that they're playing. I'm like, uh-oh. This already looks a little bit more uncomfortable, but they want to go for something to dive alongside Crazy Kitty. Ducky's over on that Deadpool Vanguard, has got the ban hammer if he wants to use it, but Crazy Kitty now switching over towards the Black Cat, feeling that that's going to be a bit more poised to break whatever Reject's defense is.
With every single second, the pressure mounts here. This is what LAN is all about. So not only is it about the pressure, it's about whether you have the strength of will to rise to meet it, and Rad are up against the wall. They've got no more mulligans, no more second chances.
This is where a lot of EMEA teams do like start to shine. Backs against the wall, numbers down. Rad wants to show that they're in amongst the pigeons, certainly with teams like Heretics left at home, and Yaki has found himself the enemy of Crazy Kitty with that switch over. Black Cat's taking chunks out of each other, and now the backline diving a little bit more, but Lastra's found himself another one.
Trying to find this undefended underbelly, maybe he can cleave through both of them. A quick roll in towards the back and an iframe as well, as multiple players marked. Luca's already tried to make the space, moving over towards Sunghoon, and they've fallen on down. Ducky hits the headshot that's needed to find the frag, and the follow-through's good here. A fully charged up Axe of Icors begins to push on through, and the landing zone of Angela did so much damage, but Lastro's the one to fall to it, and Rad finally are back in control, and they got the cart moving with 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Not as fast as it was against 100 Thieves, but still pretty fast when all things considered. Reject looked like they were sort of winning out on those fights. Crazy Kitty finds a bit more, and Lugia just goes for the flank, shuts the door behind Reject. They're forced to take a fight that they really don't want to be a part of. And the fact that they were staggered as well means that there's a bit more of a window for Rad to get into position. We just don't want to see the likes of Crazy Kitty being caught out in this like neutral engagement with both teams not having ultimates in hand just yet.
Reject now. They haven't really got early resources. They're looking for Lastro to try and help them build those up off the back of the Raging Royal Flush here. They're going to have to deal with a Cosmic Yarn Amplifier from Vertigo, who surely wants to try and claim initiative here and go first.
Lugia's found himself stunned and low HP. The strategist can't quite help him in this fight, and the Royal Flush is now going to be used, and it's going to be enough to actually smash through both of the duelists first.
All right, Smash does get resurrected by the Battle Recall Beacon, but Mash needs plenty of peel. Looks like they may have disconnected temporarily. Might be calling for a pause, or potentially a reset was called there by Rad, but they're going to be kind of regretting that one as they still invested the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier, which is a major tool for them.
Sort of building up a good pace. Fate of both worlds is handy. Duelists might have a lot to try and go in for this fight. The Smashless wants to try and contest this high ground. This is exactly why Hella is so meta on this map, just with where Brownie's position is set up.
All right, aim check coming through, courtesy of the ban. Hammer in towards the back. Multiple players grabbed in under Brownie by the descent of the Angel. Mash falls low, loses out on the Goddess of Death. Only one player, Brownie, is caught on the outside, but I believe they're cleansed there by the Gambit.
It was good movement as well, using the changes to the Crow to actually dash out and bunny hop a little bit, but Brownie's still caught by the Heaven's Retribution, able to survive. Calling card for Crazy Kitty now. Wants to see if he can force out more of these like resources to keep the sustain up for Reject, but Fate of both worlds used perfectly by Sunghoon.
Disgusting Ring of Zonai to escape there as well by Crazy Kitty, but Mash can't get up to smash snares, and nor can they get over the Crazy Kitty. It's a very sad dance floor that Luna dances alone upon here as Yaki goes towards the back. The Devil's been unleashed, and Vertigo's found out the hard way that Asia's here to stay and here to play.
You take that a little bit for Rad, though. You forced out like 4 ultimates all in pretty quick succession, maybe even 5 in the end. The only one that they have available now for Reject that's getting close is going to be that Royal Flush for Lastro. So Rad is like, okay, just reset quick. We don't need to do this fast. We're not really that close to ultimate, so that's the problem. And Vertigo actually switching over towards the White Fox means that they're somewhat of the way building up towards that Kamijo.
Almost there for now. Lastro just staying on this perch, trying to make themselves difficult to get to without huge investment of resources.
It's all about playing for this high ground, though. Brownie's been set up so well with his crossfires, and if Rad split, you've got Yaki that's hunting people down with that information. Crazy Kitty switching back again to Daredevil.
All right, Banhammer, good to go. Putting it onto the Lunar Snow. Often can be well placed. And indeed, Sunghoon's going to be the recipient of that one. You can see the attempted peel coming through from Matthew Murdoch. Getting the charm as well. The control is there. Ducky has to exit and get themselves a quick upgrade on the other side. But Lastro lies in wait. The Raging Royal Flush. At least onto the remainder of Reject now as Rad have to try and disengage and kite this one away. But there's so much speed coming through from Yaki. Still, it seems that Smashnez is going to be the sacrificial lamb. Crazy Kitty driven back into the melee by Piggy, and Rad is just losing so much space here.
And it was just off, like I mentioned, like Rad used so many ultimates. The only one that they had was the Royal Flush, but they got so much out of it. Rad are building up stuff, but it's pretty much going to be met now. There's only 45 seconds left to try to push past this the second checkpoint, and they're just constantly being reset in clean team fights. Rad are just like, oh, we've lost enough. We're just going to actually just drop completely.
There to go over onto the White Fox. He's going to have a lot of trouble dealing with his poke, but at least doesn't worry so much about Yaki's approach.
We've got the team up at the very least, but strategist ultimates are plenty. You just need to try and go in and work in these kind of fights and engagements. You've got a Goddess of Death on the other side for Brownie. And both Angelas take it to the sky to see if the airport is going to be very close for either of them, potentially, as they're fighting for it all. Rad especially have so much to work with, 10 seconds left.
Brownie takes to the sky, says, I hope you wore the brown pants this time, as Vertigo has to unleash the Kumiho in order to try and waylay the assault that's coming their way. Piggy sends out their doppelganger. The unacknowledged of Odin will make their way forward, and Piggy's ready to try and fight Heaven's Retribution towards the back. Yaki overextended, and Mash is there with the counter play, but Reject can just play this one slowly because there's still some space to give up.
The aerial duels coming in from Asgard, seeing if they can fight for Valhalla, for glory, and Rad seeing if they can push bit back now as Banhammer's going to be used on both sides. Reject trying to sustain this one a little bit more. Crazy Kitty going down, Heaven's Retribution, pulling people off the point.
The Dreams of Glory might end here. Mash now immune to CC, moves forward. Sunghoon ready to try and match it as well. The fate of both worlds to be decided here and now. Brownie falls, but Smashnez countered on the other side. Yaki's tied to a post, but it doesn't matter because he's still just swinging away. The Devil's Chain, you can't put a leash on him because he's unleashed with the power of demonic forces. And so Rad will be held on second and Reject erect a wall in their path.
Rad can't quite even push the distance they were able to before. So Reject have drawn themselves a good position here, and Rad's defense needs to be solid, stalwart if they want to try to fight this one out and fight to live another day. Really enjoyed seeing like the Angela head-to-heads that were happening in the sky just to sort of maintain the speed and positioning. But it's like when the Heaven's Retribution comes in onto a Daredevil, and it's like, I'm just going to it's an AoE I'm chained to the fence, but I'm feral, and you're getting way too close to me. Yaki has been superb. Both of the duelists are showing up massively here, and it just feels like in some of these instances, Rad are not quite gelling in the same succinct style that Reject have been so well known for in Pacific. A lot of the talent have said, like, don't write these guys off. I just didn't expect that Reject would be the ones taking the chunk out of Rad in this case, certainly going towards play-ins.
Rad, a new team here, as we've alluded to many times, don't have the LAN experience. And potentially their first LAN experience, having flown thousands of miles, could be cut short in the next 6 minutes if Reject can make it to their goal.
We're so excited to see these guys. The majority of this team from Chopped, which were the 4th place finishers before Grand Finals at Atlanta. We sent 3 teams from EMEA, so they were very close. Unsigned squad. Now under Rad that has jumped back into the region after winning the region with mid-season finals with the Rad team of last year, now Na'Vi. The Rejects building up the best squad from Pacific, picking up the Reject players and Crazy Raccoon for that partnered squad. Really want to sort of set the same level as they did last time by making it to playoffs.
An early portal will offer some safety for the backline of Reject, placing themselves up on high ground and forcing a reactive rotation from Rad.
You got Ducky that's over on the Groot as well on this defense that's like well known for it, big ultimates, but they haven't quite connected so far this event. And certainly when you've got a Gambit and a Luna on the other side, that's a lot of cleanses, even if those ultimates do connect.
Ducky off with a ramp to make sure that those without vertical mobility could get up onto the high ground, and Reject have started to throw down the gauntlet, accruing the percentage towards the capture on the objective. Smashness has to decide where they want to try and really put all of their priority. It seems that Piggy's going to be the first one chosen. The Doctor Strange is getting a little bit too deep for my liking here, and so will be punished. And Reject haven't really been able to get too much off the back of the positions that they claimed off the back of that portal.
Yeah, Daredevil doesn't see much, but he sees plenty of gargoyles over on the cathedrals, the church that he's sort of known to go to. And that defense is a good, solid hold to begin with for Reject as they're forced to reset. Changing up, Gargoyle's going to move away from the Deadpool Vanguard over towards Emma Frost, which, you know, great for finding these ultimates to cause chaos for Rad, which they're sort of known and prone to fall too, right? Just, you're not waiting for those big ultimates. It can come out at any time. It's just whether the likes of Mash and Vertigo are going to be prepared or not.
Great neutral matchup against the Groot as well. Being able to farm those walls for the energy on the primary fire and then become an absolute DPS machine. You can see that Gargoyle is taking a lot of that responsibility, happy to do the admin because they will be rewarded so thoroughly for it. Vertigo's already down. How did he fall through the cracks? We still had so many resources for Rad, and now the alarms are blaring. The panic begins. A bubble popped by the Groot. It needs to be a turnaround on the backhand side, but Crazy Kitty doesn't have any help to try and make this one work. Lugiago's got no heals, but chases on the Taditsan, and indeed the demon has been vanquished, exercised from the back line. Yaki still on the chase, but decides that safety is the better part of discretion here, and so relies on the remainder of Reject to try and claim this point, and they will readily do so.
And Lugia, like, the matchup's been good with the Angela, and we're sort of used to Lugia doing a lot of work in the MEA, but like Gargoyle has, Piggy's been consistently doing that, even like in some of those qualification games. Reject have been known to have like very flexible Vanguard lines, and I think that's the main thing that's shining here. Rad have that in spades, but it's just that like on LAN experience that seems to be the difference makers. Really get to see just how good Gargoyle and Piggy are as a front line.
The pressure is real. And Rad have no more points to give. No more chance at forgiveness. And Brownie certainly not going to be willing to forgive here as the monster is unleashed towards the back. Seems to have not grabbed too much here. Was hoping for a Vanguard. Instead, they will grab nothing, but what an ante coming through from Lastro. Oh, Captain, my Captain, he's getting it done. Yaki versus Crazy Kitty on the back line. We hyped up Crazy Kitty so much, but Yaki is looking to try and add themselves to a pantheon of flexible duelists as Smashnez has their mind broken under the gaze of Emma Frost.
The Crazy Kitty not quite feral and certainly paling in the size of the Yak himself. It's been so good, even though there wasn't much grabbed in from the ultimate from the Apex Predator. It split everybody enough for Yaki to find the picks. He has got the ultimate for Daredevil, and there's so little space to work with now. It's towards the end. Is anybody even going to touch?
They've got to touch it. Lastro is going to be coming back here with the Raging Royal Flush. It's going to be so difficult for Rad to try and rebuff the next battle that comes through.
I mean, backs to the wall, 3 minutes to try to defend, and there's very little chances left to try to make things shine, and Reject sitting on with the Royal Flush. It's just waiting for the moment.
It's time to grit your teeth and show the world who you are. Lastro with the cleanse, and Smash is going to be punished for the audacity of their maneuver. Yaki towards the back, the Devil ready to be unleashed, but instead they can just wait it out because they see that the Luna's dancing on the floor. Crazy Kitty going to try and get the value off the back of this one, and Sunghoon rolls on forward as well. Damage boost onto Piggy. Heaven's Retribution will be found, but will Asia's Retribution be here as they look to try and slay the seed from EMEA that wants to take them from the tournament. Now it's Yaki's turn to unleash, going over onto their counterpart of Crazy Kitty as the Devil's Chain is unleashed, and so too is the Emma Frost ultimate for a lot of the action.
It's a scrappy battle in the end, but Rad is still holding on for a bit of time. Crazy Kitty finds that pick onto Brownie, closes the distance after Let the Devil Out was used in from Lackey, but there's still 5 players from Reject still fighting this. They're not disengaged in the same way that Rad did on the tag. They still want to claw things back if they possibly can, knowing that Rad are going to run out of steam eventually, seeing if they can just find one more pick, build up these ultimates, and Rad maybe holding on just in case, but just forcing people off the point.
The energy to work with. There's one ult, one tick on the board, and that's going to be Brownie here with the Glartrox. They attempt to try and bring in Lugia there with the Gambit team, but doesn't quite work out. But Ducky's out too far. Gargoyle straight out on the other side. Up comes the wall, and out comes the Beast. But will the Apex Predator be found? They're trying to get the finish here onto Ducky, and just about manages to grab them. But on the other side, Piggy's been taken out, and this is going to give a momentary respite to Rad.
Smashnez has been a hero, though. He's found 2 picks to trade this out just in favor, and now Reject are deciding after the ultimates they need to back out. They need to give some space here, and now just 1 minute for Rad to try to hold deep breaths as they're used to being in this environment, but not quite on this case. They're going to be speaking faster, they're going to be speaking louder, overcoming, but it's whether they can hold on from Reject's onslaught that keeps consistently coming in. A Royal Flush on the one-sided Gambit about to come online for Lastro.
Pressure rising, heart rate pumping, neurons firing here for Rad. They are within spitting distance of taking themselves to a map number 3, but they know that they still have to deal with the final boss of that Raging Royal Flush. Smashnez gives over a little bit of space here, puts down the trap in order to pure for their backline. Lastro's down again, and that's going to be a huge tool that's missing. And do Reject want to try and play this one with 38 seconds? Surely they're just going to wait for their better opportunity.
Ooh, that riposte was very scary as Smashnez. He has been the cool, calm, collected one on his team to just keep Rad in it. There's enough to try to work with, but this is looking like it's going to be the overtime finish. Whether Reject's going to win this one 2-0 or Rad's going to bring us to a third.
Lugia's just staring at them, menacingly, making sure that Yaki cannot find that off angle too easily. As Piggy just gives a love tap here and there, letting their presence be known. Lastro still leads that last 2% here for the Raging Royal Flush. They can make Gargoyle move forward rather quickly. Yaki falling low, but Triage is going to be there. But still, Lastro and Sunghoon have so much to work with. The space is given. It needs to be now. There's no room to disengage. The extra damage is there. Ducky is going to quack his last, potentially, as Smash is going to move forward. Vertigo needs to get the second fate of both worlds. The healing's good, but they've been forced away from the point. Brownie's been taken down. Piggy lands with an almighty roar, but do they have the damage to make this one work? In the back, the Devil's been unleashed, and the backline is under critical assault.
Vertigo copied the Gambit ultimate. He went in and tried to go big, but it might have just floundered.
And now, Lugia needs to stay on this point no matter what. Ducky's also arrives, having opened the pentagram, but Ferrala the same is going to be coming from Reject, surely in towards the back. Up comes the Regeneration to main. Gargoyle's going to be the prime brawler here, but inside of Regeneration to main, the damage is going to be too much to bear. A blocking off of the sightlines means the healing cannot be delivered. Yaki's there just in time to let the Devil out, but as they all turn upon him, surely there's going to be too much damage. He needs to stay on the card no matter what. And Rad refused to kneel, and they refused to bend. Reject will not stamp their ticket this time.
The cat is out of the bag as Crazy Kitty has found himself free right at the end there to try to hold on. And backs to the wall. They managed to bring us to a third map. And that might be the difference maker to bring these animals out on land, out on stage. Rejects have the map choice at the very least, going to a map 3. But Smash, there's really the play that has been missing a little bit so far on the side of Rad. Just settled things up and set the stage up for a map 3 in this like final play-in game.
Heart is pumping out of my chest. I can't imagine how it is for Rad right now. And we gotta wonder, is the Black Widow ban going to be a key in this matchup? Smashnez, when they can mirror the Elsa.
Yes.
Where he is strongest.
I mean, that was the thing before. I think when it came to like the Black Widow head-to-head against Delena was just beating Smashnez, like full stop. But it's like the pull as well. Like, yeah, you go for the Black Cat protect. It's the fact that it was like, okay, they got Black Cat, we're not going to ban out Daredevil on that side. So there was still some freedom. And I think Crazy Kitty did a lot more in the Daredevil there than the Black Cat. It's just about like having the options and forcing Reject to go in a different direction with their bans. I also think they're just making sure that Reject weren't able to get the Loki, did a lot in the end, even though they're comfortable. Like Lastro is so good at Gambit and Luna. It's like, which one do you actually want to see him on and pick in this case? But I'm really glad that this has gone the distance. Not only that we get to see more Rad and I don't leave with complete egg on my face, it's also just that Reject are really showing that they deserve to be here and one of the strong teams in this internationally.
Both Rad and I need a breather, as do our team. So we'll send you over to our analyst desk to break it all down.
Break it down, we shall. Pushed to the limit. Rad, bring it back. That was close, guys.
I was afraid this is how we found out we were witches and we were going to get thrown in the river because we cast or cursed them. I thought we'd cursed them, but I'll tell you what, the bounce back.
I cursed them in the first series too. I was like, oh no.
yeah, no, you actually are. You're getting tossed in the river. But no, it's, I mean, that was crazy. It was a bit of a choke job too. I've got to be honest. I think that was absolutely a reject win condition. I think Rad stepped up in that moment, started switching up the comp. There's a lot of switching early, right? And that was tricky.
I mean, you wanted to talk about this. Let's talk about it here. Lugia bringing out the Angela at the end, but they have been rotating through a lot of heroes so far this tournament ship.
Yeah, I like the Angela ending. I wasn't sure about the first KO was on Hulk, right? Then they made the switch.
Rogue as well.
Yeah, then to Rogue, which I'm also not like 100% sold on right now. I think it's very difficult to stay healthy. And yeah, the Venom at one point, a lot of switching, but then as soon as Angela came on the field, it was like a whole new game, and it helped a ton.
It did seem to make a difference. We saw a little bit of both team-ups for Angela as well. We saw the Starlo team-up for Vision against the Black Cat, and then we even saw, of course, the Hela team-up for the absolutely just bodying people, taking them off the point, which is scary to deal with, and both of them were using that to great effect. But as the casters mentioned, Smashnez VOD really showing up during that series.
I mean, the Elsa play, we've been waiting to see someone really pop off on this hero. We've seen some great work from Black Widow. We've seen some good Buckies, but like Elsa's been just lacking, it felt like. Maybe because in a lot of scrims it's been banned out, so people aren't as practiced on it as they would like to be. But now we got to see, Brownie go toe-to-toe with Smashnez, and Of course, Smashnez was able to clutch up towards the end. Staying alive, I think, was the big name of the game towards the end here for Rad. And the factor that, like the way that they were able to kite every single time the damage came out, push at the right moment, use all their cools, and take out members periodically from Reject, that got them the win in the end.
And this is such an important moment, getting that win. And we were talking about it a little bit during the breaks while we were watching the games here. The experience difference between these two teams when it comes to international events is stark, Shib. We have Reject, who have basically been to every single event in one form or another under Crazy Kitty or Reject. Most of these players have played every event so far. Rad, MASH. MASH showed up for OUG at the Grand Finals, meaning that he is coming in to basically be the one person with the LAN experience in Marvel Rivals. But now they've had that moment of massive stress. You lost in your most important game, potentially so far, and you just brought it back, and now you get a break to mentally reset. That could be huge, Shib.
I'm with you. I think we talked about this right prior. I think it's the brightest lights so far, right? This is the very end. You move or go home, and this is where you start to see the real grit of the team. And if they're able to show up, and in the beginning, especially on Dom, I was like, Reject, and maybe Rad doesn't have it, started bouncing back. What do you think?
I felt like Yaki was just diffing Crazy Kitty at the start there, Ray, on the Black Cat. It just was not working. The save, they were like, okay, we didn't get to use the Black Cat and the Daredevil last time. Maybe that's why we lost. Sure. No, it was just Yaki was doing so good on it as well. And unfortunately, it forced them for Reject to actually make it so that Rad locked in even more so. I think if we didn't see as much of a struggle from Crazy Kitty at the start, they might have gotten a little bit too just comfortable towards the end, but they were not in their comfort zone. They had to swap on the fly, and it actually found a comp that worked for them.
Let's play off of what our casters were talking about a little bit here. Important bans. In the first series, we saw the ban onto both the Black Cat and the Daredevil. In the second series, we started to see the Black Widow being banned away. Which one, Shib, is more important when it comes to this?
I mean, right now, I would say Brownie on Widow was the reason they won domination. I think the off-angle plays, the picks were consistent, huge ults in moments that were crucial. I think it's got to be Widow.
Yeah, the Widow was a big difference maker there, and of course we are going to the old faithful Museum of Contemplation. I know Cake's
I've never seen this map.
With that as well. We've seen this so often in Pacific. This is just a fan favorite for everyone who's been watching and playing in that region for sure. But even then, I mean, Museum is the comfort zone for Reject. They go to it for a reason.
Yeah.
Speaking of comfort, a quick point that these players are playing on the Black Shark V3 Pro from Razer. If you want to bring that same competitive edge to your own setup, make sure to check it out. The Razer Black Shark V3 Pro, available for PC, PlayStation, and Xbox. So all these players will be in comfort when it comes to that. But like you already mentioned, comfort, this is the go-to map in every single region. When you look at the statistics, the most played maps were usually DOMs because they were auto-picked first time, and then it was Museum basically across the board.
We've only had like Midtown for the Convoy as the difference in terms of like other maps that people have played so far in the play-ins today. So hopefully we get a little bit more variety tomorrow, since we'll have, more matches going on then throughout the bracket stage. But yeah, I think we'll see, the typical 3-3 comp from Reject. They're going to go through the Storm, Spawn Brick 2 in some sort of amalgamation. I think a big important ban, though, if you are Rad, is that Rocket Raccoon. The Rocket Raccoon, just with the extra res and also using the infinite ammo with the Punisher for Spawn Break, is huge.
Yeah, I'm with you. And just piggybacking off your point, I think, we will see different maps as we get later in the tournament. I don't think anyone wants to show their cards yet. I mean, it's tricky here because obviously this is win or go home. So I would expect maybe to see something different, but this is a comfort pick for them. So it's just the map that they're choosing. But yeah, I would expect later on as we get deeper into the tournament, some of those more unique maps that teams haven't, practiced on as much.
Morocco, please.
Yeah.
I do just want to bring up just how much our tunes have changed. We are talking about just how much Rad brought it back in this series, but the fact is they brought it back. When we were heading into this, everyone was like, Rad have basically got this, and then immediately, despite us potentially being non-believers, want to shout out our pack companions here for the Pacific region, including Keg, who was in the crowd and was talking up Reject to me the entire time during the last series, just saying, oh no, it's got Reject going through. And right now, they might be onto something because Reject are now the team that is in the lead, and Rad are the ones who are fighting from behind. They've only just evened it up, Rodible.
Reject should have won that. They should have won that series and moved on, and we would have already been wrapping up the show today. But they wanted to give the crowd something interesting for our final series, and I got to give it to them. I know the pressure probably got to them at the end, but Rad really locked in, and that's what we've seen a lot of times. But we've also seen a lot of Mantis bans, you know.
That is true. You see the lock in here of the Loki. I think we talk about Loki a ton. That damage boost with those crystals is just too much.
It can do some serious work. The healing regeneration domain with the damage boost potential, especially with Mantis, but obviously Mantis has been removed. We're not going to get that particular team up coming on in, but Loki, it's a combo with Gambit. You can get double ults, the invulnerability from the regeneration domain, and of course, God of Mischief is one of the most potentially important ults, because if your opponent gets a strategist, you don't, just nick it. Just nick their ult when you need it. As we will see, Magneto secured one-sided for Rad.
Interesting. So we have seen Reject really opt for the Magneto play in their triple-triple. So Yaki specifically looked really good on this earlier on today. So I get the reasoning for wanting to have that one-sided.
Yeah, but the one thing I'm curious, like in Domination, they had the one-sided and they still lost. Yeah. So, I mean, it's different here, though. It's very different on a map like this, where Mag using that shield is going to take up the entire lane. So it's far, different, but still kind of interesting. I think that might be one of the first times we've seen that today.
Loki going to be banned out, secured one side for Reject. We did see Rad really put in the work with that. There was a steal at one point onto Reject's Raging Royal Flush that was extremely impactful.
I'm curious if these are swapped as well for these teams, but we'll see it towards the end of it as well on the side, because the Rocket Raccoon, they're looking for one side for Reject if they can get it through.
It is an important hero on this map, just because we see it as the revive with the Battle Rebirth beacon for the hold. So it is viable, but it has been, like you said, a really go-to pick for Reject.
The Gambit save too is pretty crucial here for Rad.
Agreed, and like you guys are talking about, Rocket's an enabler for the break and for the hold comps, right? So it kind of hits two birds with one stone here, but we can see the removal of Luna. I think Luna bans are super strong in this map.
It's starting to make an effect, as we're starting to see the Luna's starters just landing so many freezes, just getting a little bit of extra charms, and the healing output for your dive characters, which we're seeing so much, is huge. And there's a Rocket secure, one-sided potentially there for Reject.
I feel like Rejects have gotten the better of this ban draft. Yes, Gambit is very strong. Yes, Magneto is very strong. But as you're saying, Shiv, this is exactly what we saw during Domination. It did not work. The Invis ban, okay, I do like that, but I don't know if that's the best option. Maybe it would have been better to ban the Luna, because we've seen so much more effectiveness from that.
That damage boost on the shield with the Torch team up, though, can be good for spawn breaks. We're talking about it. Spawn breaks are so important here. This is the map. Winner goes on to the bracket stage tomorrow. Loser is eliminated from the mid-season finals. I'm going to start with you, Shib. Who do you think has it?
So crazy. Just to be the contrarian, I'm going to say Reject at this point. They looked so good last map.
I'm actually copying you again. I'm going Reject on this one, too. I'm sorry, Rad. We'll see how it goes.
You're a traitor to your region. It's not all the way. Let's send it over to Leg Day and Ryan on the casting desk to bring you home with the final map of the day.
Well, I know somebody that's not getting that return flight back to Europe, Audible, instant, but I understand it, because here it's like Reject here looking so good in these environments, and Rad, well, shaky, but it's expected, right? They're getting that experience, and we have seen teams go from these kind of moments to actually very successful runs in playoffs if Rad can make it. I mean, that's what the organization did last time, and they won the whole damn thing.
Well, now the pressure is equal, and Reject are going to have to be the first ones to make their way forward on the offense, and one of their main tools to do that's going to be the Wolverine.
Seeing if it's not quite the same like Black Widow, Daredevil sort of play, but Reject attacking first, Rad going onto the defense, and really just the usual stuff, right? The triple strategist, but you do have that one duelist that's not triple Vanguard for Rad.
Well, Rad are going to be having to try and get some value off the bar on the Cooks here. Great wall setup coming through from Piggy to try and bisect this team. You can see that Vanguards have been isolated. Quick force movement to Piggy, and yet another pull coming in, but rescued by the regeneration domain of the Loki. And Ducky didn't get any such resources. All they were already expended to try and fuel for that Magneto, and so Ducky might already be forced to move everyone to the Doctor Strange to try and teleport back.
Hoping that there's going to be enough of a touch there from the rest of his team in the end, but it's provided Piggy enough space to put these walls down. A trade at the very least. The Smash has been able to pick off Brownie, but the BRB means that it's still going to be a 6 versus 5 for the time being whilst Ducky's in transit.
I mean, Yaki can just put down so much poke here that can't really be answered as well. Just make sure it attacks all of the entries, and all of these Thornlash walls above the entryways are certainly going to complicate entry as well. Yaki takes a bit of a wide angle, could be risky, and can't quite get past that Gambit Orb either, but Lugia Ghost already fallen down to Piggy. Brownie's getting involved. talk of adjudication, and adjudicated this defense certainly is. Reject are on a roll. 5 minutes for second.
Yeah, Rad. Some of these modes, certainly on like Museum of Contemplation, and I find it hilarious for Reject. We say like Pacific Region, Museum of Contemplation. Reject played it 3 times today. 3 times! Like, you're not beating the allegations that this is just like the love letter, your map. Crazy Kitty at least is going to go over to the kitty, the feline of Black Cat themselves. But Rad don't want to over-change their composition because you're losing some of that ult chargement that you're building up. But also, that's where they start to look a little bit lost, right? They change too much too quickly, and they sort of lose their footing on this map, in key areas of the map, no less.
Okay, precise rotation here from Rad. Haven't really had to use any resources to get through here. I've actually, Crazy Kitty gets caught and has to use their E. Big isolation here of the Vanguards, but you can see that because we are an amplifier, is going to allow Reject to control this space pretty effectively. It does go down rather quickly. Yaki gets dragged on in, Crazy Kitty on a good controlling arc here, and Mash is ready to try and answer this one as well. The second Cosmic Yarn Amplifier goes out. In comes Mash's response. The Raging Roar. Is that double? No, not this time. They're just hiding away in the room. I think that there may well have been a blockage there of the Strangling Prison, and that's going to be an easy execution of Gargoyle here. One after the other, dodging the incoming blast shocks of CC immunity. Lastro is just going to be feeding over ultimate after ultimate, but Sunghoon managing to get away is going to stop this train.
It was a big ultimate that came in from Lugia with a clobber in time. It stunned onto 3, and then it's easy for the Kraken's impact. I think the weird one was just Doki pulling out the Meteor M. You've also got the rolling Royal Flush that comes in from Mash, but it's still one of those cases like that was able to turn that fight in. Reject dedicated a lot, went for the Strangling Prison themselves for Piggy. But there's still some big, scary ultimates that are available on this attack inside that are about to come online, namely like Yaki, that really makes good use out of these, like Let the Devil Out. Certainly closing down the distance against Rad, who just want to keep away from him at all costs.
Crazy Kitty going towards the back. Here comes the last stand. They want the Loki, and they'll get the Loki. Farewell to Lastro. The Jotunheim magic, no match for Adamantine Claws.
They're just building so many resources as well, like it's Full Instinct that's now coming in over on the Bucky, but Let the Devil Out in close proximity to Rad. They're able to hold on. They don't have the Strategist ultimates in order to keep fighting this, but Piggy just find that pick over towards Lugia.
Well, in this tight corridor, you're building up Fury so fast. Piggy's just donk walking towards the man. The Flora Colossus just takes step after step and cannot be stopped. Yaki gets... Mash has picked up 2 on the back here with the beat stick, but you don't have a talking stick, so it's time to shut up, they say, but Reject are just going to keep on rolling.
There's another re-engage. It's not really like you have got a bit of respite, so you don't have to be forced out to do the portal play just yet. And you've also got your 2 Strategist ultimates about to come online for Rad, so you can fight this to an extent. You just can't be caught like in these moments. You've already got players moving over onto the right-hand side to try to open up the angles here, but you don't want to be caught out.
Visible boundary, good to go. Nice bubble to parry the incoming Feral Leap of the Wolverine. Great response there from Piggy. And here's the Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Will it be broken down in time? There's a little bit of peeling coming through from Recruit as well. Wild tech there from Piggy. But Brownie was inside of the invisible boundary and so falls down before being resurrected here by the Battle Recall Beacon of Sunghoon. What about next Cosmic Yarn Amplifier though? That's going to come on out. Lastro's copied that one over. And now Brownie's just going to be doing so much damage. Assassin's proficiency is well known here. Farewell to Smashnez, bye-bye Crazy Kitty, and au revoir to Rad's defense.
And the Strangling Prison used to just make it fish in a barrel for Brownie's damage-boosted gun, the damage-boosted ultimate. Rad just not having enough to like out-sustain these engagements, because like you mentioned, like the Yarn Amplifier was used from Seung-hoon, Brownie got picked off, Beerbat got used, good trade in the end for Rad, but then the copy comes in from Lastro. That's when Brownie wants to use the ultimate himself, and it's just easy pick'ems in the end. Clay Pigeon shooting from the standout duelist of the day behind Delaney, you have to say. Brownie has been on one.
Once more, we're going to see this matchup here between the pair of Black Widows. Gargoyle just doing their homework here to not get isolated by the opposing group. Ducky just has to float over the Ironwood wall, gets himself a bubble as well. Plenty of peeling coming through, but big isolation coming over here onto Crazy Kitty. Split the wrong way from the remainder of his team. The comms must have been so cluttered.
Rejected so good, even though they're getting picked off, they're still dedicating ultimates because they know a Be Right Back is about to be ready and available to use, so it's not too much of a problem for Gargoyle to pull out the ult, even though they have just lost one of their players. They're so good at just reading where the map state is with some of these bigger cooldowns.
Chaos Blade used here, unleashed from the scabbard by Magneto, but it would appear that Mutant Kind not reigning supreme in this case. Ducky has the Strangling Prison. Needs to be a hero for his team, cannot afford to choke this one. proficiency is demanded. They need to stop it here and now. If Reject start to build momentum, this could be curtains before it's even begun. But Yaki is taking this time to develop an angle on the other side so he can unleash the Devil into the backline. He's getting constantly harried, though, by his counterpart in Crazy Kitty, who decides to move towards the backline in his own right. And this constant battle for the high ground makes it so difficult for Smash to try and get an opening. Out comes the counter ultimate. The strangling prison stops it. And Vertigo's there just in time with the extra on top. Lugiago puts a little bit of sauce on it, taking down Lastro. And while Smashnez may lose out on his duel to Brownie, there's a little bit of stability.
It's a respect for Yaki coming in with the ultimate Strangle Prison, just making sure that the Let the Devil Out is pretty much put out to pastures as much as possible. But Crazy Kitty has found Brownie just whilst the resets are coming in for Reject, whilst he has the ultimate, and there's also those like strategist ultimates building up with the Iron Amplifier. It's a good window, but this point is still not moving an awful lot in the end.
The Red Room Rifle is about to become its fully charged and powerful battle station. But can Smashness find the space to work with it is the question.
These head-to-heads for Smashness today, they haven't looked too solid, but it's the damage boost on the other side. No Mantis available for either team for that reason. But the ultimate's going to be thrown out, just taking the pot shots, hoping for the best with the first Iron Amplifier. Lastro has another one in backup just in case it's needed.
That extra movement speed coming through from the Raging Royal Flush could be everything here to try and avoid some of this incoming damage. Crazy Kitty towards the back, ready to let the Devil out. Lastro already coming through with a doppelganger. The Cosmic Iron Amplifier gives over even more HP to try and dodge through this. But when more HP is generated, there's all the more damage to try and chunk through it. Smashnez making sure that there's so much danger of that spinning kick you cannot follow through. Gargo around the other side, the 1v1 that's needed. The anti-heal as well going the way of Brownie. They are all in to try and shut down this Black Widow. And while Reject have put in so many ultimates, they're not getting that much in terms of progress. Rad needs to get in the way of this one though. A Pentagram of Ferala opened up behind them, cuts off the LOS from the healers towards the front line. Isolation here on towards the Doctor Strange as Gargo with 100 energy is waiting to try and find an opening.
The Ducky has got that Strangling Prison. It could be a hero moment here, and with Piggy being taken out, there's some trades on either side. It's Paul Sung-hyun out of position, so the strategists are gone.
Someone's got to get on to the point. It's going to be Yaki here, but they're blocked away by the Mad Cannon. Moving up closer, overtime is going to begin to tick away. There are no second chances, no remaining members of Reject, but it's still a strong push that Rad are going to have to match if they want to survive.
Yeah, Rad, when the map opens up, you have a bit more of that verticality with the point blooming out into this like double-decker train. Able to just make Crazy Kitty have a bit more freedom to sort of work with. Smashnez, he can't really go head-to-head with the Black Widow on the other side in an honest game because you have the damage boosts, of course, from the rocket, but just having a bit more open space really let Rad set up. The thing that I'm just a little bit worried about overall for Rad is, like, for EMEA, we've had, like, out of the 20 games that we've seen, maybe like 2 actually reach the third part of the map. It usually stops there, so it's whether Rad can actually get to that objective, because Rad, Reject even, are very good on defensive side of this. They had good experience of playing some of the triple setups or against some of these like bunker breakers that we saw from Acronics earlier. But it's Brownie just getting all of these final hits and doing a churn of damage in the end. But Reject not looking for the damage. They're looking for free Vanguards and free strategists and setting up shop.
Yeah, there's certainly reason to be concerned here if you're Rad. Their first defense folded like a crypto scam.
Yeah.
It just barely even existed despite 2 good pulls onto Piggy. The trading of resources constantly favored Reject off the back of these regeneration domains that Lastro was bringing up.
It felt like, you know, they didn't go for the portal play because it's like, we have enough of a window, and Reject goes, you don't, sorry.
Wrong, actually.
Yeah. And especially for the Groot on the other side, it's just how much he can set up in position, because Piggy is like, you give him an inch, he will take a mile.
A mile taken, a mile claimed. Only 1 spot in our playoff bracket, and 2 teams that are desperate for it.
Crazy Kitty has the full use of the team up with Gambit in hand too, so pretty much should be like the next level Ultra Instinct if he wants to take these fights, and immediately some big resources, lamps, and the team up with Jeff used for Piggy means he doesn't have too much to rely on to protect him.
It's going to make it difficult for Reject to take a more aggressive turn now, but we're trying to force out that passive here from Crazy Kitty. Was that Brownie just flying by on the other side? Manages to self-revive on the back of a Cocoon Revival, but Smash is doing so much damage here with Rotter Stern and building up the Instinct, is getting these tainted voltages again and again. Bardock Cook doesn't get too much, but they can just carve through so many with a tainted voltage. The Instinct is built, but the space is being taken away. Gargoyle just runs him down in the neutral. The peeling was not there, and still the regeneration domains can come up here from Lastro.
It's a minute that's been used, and Rad have not really been able to move this objective anywhere. In fact, they had to sort of take a couple more steps back with the S key because of how that fight was going in the end. Jan Amplify going to be used along with the Strangling Prison, and you've got the Royal Flush that's going to be used to counter it from Rad, but you've got the copy that's going to go in, so 2 Jan Amplifies for the price of 1.
Got 1, maybe 2 here. Brownie cannot self-revive again. Crazy Kitty moving towards the back. Battle Recall Beacon not gonna last for long. And despite the investment here from Yaki, it seems that there's not gonna be much to reward them for the investment made. It's all gone down the plug. And so Rejects are gonna have to come back once again. They're already going to TP.
Yeah, a lot earlier, right? They just want to sort of take these engagements as much as possible, but Rad have enough banked up. It's just that the Strategist ultimates got used in the end. Maybe even like Rad want to try and close this distance a bit more, but with this quiet, the solemn silence, they're expecting this play.
They are going to be playing catch-up here, as the cart has got away from them. That's going to make this engagement very awkward, especially considering they're not working from a point of advantage, and Brownie being down to this huge amount of utility that's not going to be available. Gargoyle's found plenty in the back, though. Oh, she's feasting! The White Queen reigns over the Museum of Contemplation, as Mash and Vertigo have no one to peel for them, no second chances, no resurrections this time. And Reject are back in control.
There was no little cubby to try to hide in on, and Reject just go for the play early on and just immediately closing that distance that Rad used so many resources to try to take for themselves. But now it's 90 seconds for Rad. They have to reach the end of the map or just shy of it in the end. Have does ultimate still. It's just the Meteor Emno's used from Lugia as he's going to switch over towards the Thing again. And look at how aggressive this is from Piggy.
Piggy's going so deep in towards the back. He's providing a node for Yaka to try and move forward with those embattled leaps. Attempt to try and turn this one around here from Smashnez. Gargoyle's fallen low. That's already been 1 Loki doppelganger that's been taken out. Gargoyle gets cold. That's another reset. And it's going to be flipping down again onto Yaki. That's going to be a double reset onto the doppelgangers. But now you are playing mad catch-up to try and get in onto the cart and make up for loss. A nice dodge onto the clobbering time. He's found yet another. Smashnez refuses to yield and refuses to lose, but going up against this Adam is so difficult because Resolbon is just distributing the damage.
And now Jan Amplify used to try to counter-attack. Abysmal Boundary used, but the Strangler Prison from Ducky going to be thrown in. Finds the picks at least to grab everybody together, and the patty cake isn't going to be enough to try to out-sustain this, even with Lastro going for the copy for another Jan Amplifier. It seems to be just Tech Town over on this first point, a Museum of Contemplation, but Rad haven't had a chance to think. They've just got to play.
Crazy Kitty sees the opening, wants to follow after the Loki. No resurrections, no tricks, no Lastro to remain. And in the last seconds, they won't be able to match Reject's pace, but it seems that they do have this last answer for the first point.
And a bit of breathing room at the very least as we get onto first. Immediately the switch around. You've got the Magneto back from Lugia. You've got Brownie switching over towards the Black Widow and Smashnez doing the same. If Rad managed to turn this around and end up in playoffs tomorrow, you can very much turn and thank Smashnez because he has shown up where it matters. But this is a big battle to go up against. Crazy Kid is still staying on the Wolverine, Yaki on the Daredevil.
Smashnez is forced to give up that angle, and you can bet the second that he shows himself, Brownie's there as well, but Piggy gets isolated there, likely off a feral leap. This is what the Wolverine brings to the table. This is what knocked Heretics out of contention, the great play off the back of that Wolverine, and Yaki's going to be able to enter into the back line here, basically unabated.
Has the ultimate for Last Stand, but just seeing if he can actually force these players off, splinter them off. He gets grabbed up from the Emma Frost, but there's enough sustenance there to actually fight this. Last Stand is going to pull Piggy out into position. He just got back, and you've just pulled him back into the spawn again. Reject are just dropping like flies.
Out of the lamps and into the fire. No chance to build up towards one of those strategist ultimates. Gargoyle's going to be the only one on the docket for this, and Reject are already puddling again.
I am looking at Gargoyle, though. The Silent Seductions have come out, and another portal, actually. This map has gone so quickly, it feels like it wasn't going to be available, but Brownie's been taken out whilst the rest of the team comes in, and Lastro has as well.
Oh, they're down 2 Reject. Surely they can't make this one work, even with the ultimates that they have. 2 in the back line. Yaki knows better than to throw good money after bad. This is going to have to be a last point hold, surely. Sunghoon debarks the portal, and Lastro's gone again. Just every time he shows his face, this Loki is getting absolutely blasted.
And so many ultimates still held on to as we reach second now. It's 100 meters still to go, so whilst it does look like Rad are in poised position with 2 minutes left, this point can feel long, and it can certainly be drawn out with what we saw from Reject. A 4.5-minute hold, was it, against the Chronics? Rad have to try to make sure that that doesn't happen. They can't afford it to.
Reject, they held first for so long, but now their joy is turning to ash in their mouths. 3 ultimates to play with here, and they need to get value off of each and every one.
Got to look at see, you got Mash as well with the Royal Flush. It's the one-sided gambit on their side that they want to try to make it work. Piggy has been caught out of position a few times, and now it's both Julius using the ults.
Yaki and Brownie thought they had the power to make this one work, but they just get caught inside of Ducky's ultimate. Lugia also shutting this one down. The bubbles to block the incoming shots. The Pierce isn't there. Brownie now missing out on so much of their damage, but still has the primary fire to try and work with.
Seems at Reject, it's been a battle of attrition. They've had so many games to play in the end today, but Rad have had the full 3 mappers all the way up, other than that 2-0 against Iconics. Now there's so little window of time and space to work with for Reject. You've got to hope that you can close this distance, because right now Smashdez is set up in the sky.
The Father Wolves are looking down upon the wolf pack of Rad right now with happy faces. The Lupine Gods in the sky call down and howl for victory. Songhun gonna have to try and move after Piggy here. Can they make contact in time? Yes, the healing's finally there. Gargoyle on the other side using the Sonic Seduction to grab both of these backliners and shut down their potential to try and clutch. Smashdez can try and find an angle, but it seems like they've got nothing off the back of their Black Widow ultimate. Gargoyle needs to disengage. Both of their guards have fallen. Rad might find it here with the Wolfpack yet again. Lastro catches the hands of Crazy Kitty, and Rad refuse to be taken down by Reject. They are going to the playoffs.
They managed to scrape it in the end, but this third map looking like the team that qualified them over the likes of Heretics and Shikigami. Reject, they were the better team for the majority of that series, but as soon as that attacking side started to come together for Rad, Reject started to panic. Those fangs started to really rescind and look a little bit uncomfortable, and Reject just lost out on the power. They're not able to make playoffs like they did for the grand finals. Instead, it's going to be the mid-season final winners of last year, at least the organization of Rad, making it into playoffs again through play-ins.
Looking at our stats screen, what a performance here from Vertigo and Mash. Unbelievable healing coming through from them, but also Lastro just having a terrible time being first picked in so many instances, but so many resources were going his way, and this is one of the things you get when you have that, when you have Lugia on the mag with that Chaos Blade. You force so much for a second you press C.
It's also like Yaki, 30,000 damage done, 3 final hits. That's a lot of damage that you're feeding up the backline of Vertigo and Mash when it comes to like the healing output and all of those big ultimates that took those fights in. But you have to say, like, Rad, first experience on LAN for the majority of the team, certainly like in Marvel Rivals at an international level, the reps are only going to be good for them. They get to go in tomorrow, they get to go and play up against a solid team of like Good Citadel, but yeah, like you're going to take those opportunities because this team just needs the reps to actually perform well, because we know that they can do them, at least on like international events. We just need to see a little bit more time in the oven, and I think that they can actually push some of the other more tenured, more experienced teams like they just did against Reject.
I mean, it's a critical day, right? Like, getting over the nerves on day one is so important, and I think that Rad, they will be able to grow from this experience. Like, it was a very tough matchup for them, but now that they know that Smashness can, like, bring it to players on the Black Widow, like, this could be, like, a primary pick for them rather than, like a trio. It's like, oh, we got to bear the Widow. What are we going to do?
I think that's the main thing, too, of, like, Smashness, like, you could say he saved Rad in some of those elements, but the rest of the team performed like solid. Like Ducky, Lugia, the front line, like you wouldn't say that there was those crazy like hero plays, but they held their own. They were consistent and the team looked a lot more well put together. You know, they just felt like contenders, I think, so far. So I'm excited to see what they do at playoffs.
And I'm excited to see what our winning team has to say as we head on down to the stage for an interview.
Are you not entertained? I mean, at this point, Rad is speedrunning LAN emotions. It's y'all's first LAN as a team. And I've got to ask you, I mean, listen, first, give you the floor. After what was an insane matchup and ending to it, what are the words and the feelings that you and your teammates have?
Definitely relief. I mean, we had a lot of pressure going into this because we had previously lost 100 Thieves. So it was a lot of pressure, obviously wanting to win play-ins, but I mean, thankfully we brought it through, so quite a lot of relief, yeah.
I mean, I'll say that's the definition of relief when you have the 100 Thief loss, right? And that was neck and neck. And then you go to this. It couldn't get any closer, Lugia Go. It could not get closer. How does your team manage through the chaos when time is ticking? You guys are the Cinderella story, and it's getting pretty close to midnight there, as close as you can get. How do y'all, as a unit, keep calm, carry on? I know you've been in this before, leading up to this, but here in LAN.
I mean, at LAN, it's obviously a lot of the pressure with being on stage and being in front of everybody, but I think, like, we just reassure each other, like, mid-game, we're constantly calling, like, talking to each other, just keeping the comms going, and with time just calms people down and it keeps the game going. So,
are you exhausted or warmed up after that going into main stage?
I'd say definitely warmed up. I mean, we treated these games as like an introduction to playing on stage with it being our first LAN, but like going into main stage, we're definitely a lot more prepared and different teams and stuff. So yeah.
For you, we've talked obviously Ducky a lot, but for you, how has it been adjusting from the couch to pro to LAN to all of this emotion at once, especially what I just said, you sped run the emotions of a LAN player from big victories and more?
I mean, honestly, the most pressure I felt was probably during our series against Team Heretics for the qualification to LAN. But aside from that, I mean, these games are obviously quite intense, but it was more just the pressure of not being able to actually compete in the event and just playing in the play-in. So, I mean, these games weren't as high pressure as the ones that previously were played, so yeah.
Well, beautifully said. Lastly, for those that don't know Rad, anything you want to tell them about who this team is at its core? I think you showed it a lot out there in just the performance, but I'll give you the last word.
Mash grin. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say.
Smash and mash. Again, this was Lugia Goat, the GOAT of this last matchup and our MVP. Hey, Los Angeles, give it up for Rad in that entertaining last matchup as we will be taking it to the desk to break down the heat. Don't go anywhere. Hey.
Well. Look who is a traitor.
I'm hiding. Can't see me.
What a series. That was an incredible performance. But Shib, Reject looked like they had it all.
Buddy, yeah. I mean, there is some weird decision making. Again, I think Reject's problem here is just that micro, their macro, their game skill, their micro is so good. Their ability to shoot and click heads is awesome, but so is decision making. Why are we not on Thing into this Wolverine that's walking you down? Why are we, the point one hold was so strong. How are we allowing them to get so much space on point two before we even fight? It is just a tough look there, man.
But Vodable, we talked about the potential nerves, we talked about the experience, but Rad have just shown that they are a team with what we're literally going to call clutch potential.
Yeah, I mean, we even heard from Lugia Goat in the interview mentioning that there's less stress for this, even with how close it was. Compared to their series against Heretics, which was a 3-1 victory, they went into that as the major underdogs, but this was the team who was expected to win this time from most of the people who've been paying attention to the regions. Still shout out to the Pacific Castles who had faith in Reject, and they gave them a run for their money. Like, even with it being not the best performance towards the end for Reject, they pushed it all the way to the limit. We couldn't have asked for more from this team for them if they weren't going to make it.
Yeah, I think they have the clutch gene. This is a team that keeps pushing deep into series. This is a team that's not afraid to be back against the wall and show up, and they keep showing up. I mean, there's nothing else we could say.
Rejects as well, I do want to shout them out while they are eliminated here. They have once again consistently showed that they will drive teams to the limit every single event. It's just, when will they get their flowers? We're going to have to wait and see. Whereas Rad, they are now looking for their opportunity. They have to play against Team Liquid Citadel tomorrow, which is going to be difficult. But this series, both teams were pushed to the limit. Rad, they had some picks that you were questioning a little bit earlier. How are you feeling about the last game where we brought in stuff like the Winter Soldier just to reset through the Adam ult, as we're seeing here?
Yeah, I mean, that was awesome to watch. I mean, there's like 7 resets. It's been a while since we've seen something like that. Really clean play, good decision making. I like their comp, especially going into, when they had the Groot available. It was just a clean walkthrough from Rad, and yeah, I mean, they just showed up.
I think a big thing to note here, too, as we've been talking throughout the day, is the flexibility that we saw in the hero pool from Rad, right? We saw the Wolverine, we saw the Black Cat, we saw the Daredevil from Crazy Kitty, but also Smashnez really showing up big on the Black Widow, a bit unexpectedly, too.
Which also got an opportunity for, at one point, Crazy Kitty to bring out the Elsa when a lot of his stuff was banned out as well. So this team has shown that, yeah, you can target ban some scary stuff, but there's more than enough options for them to deal with stuff shit.
Yeah, I thought it was great to match back into Brownie, who I thought was playing lights out on Widow.
He was doing insane.
Yeah, so really cool to see that talent's there for Rad. I think it's just a little bit of nerves, which what was going on early,
I think the Invis ban was super underrated. I mean, you mentioned it too, Tetcher. The Flame Shield, having that team up with Human Torch and being able to get that 20% damage boost, just sit in the backline, shoot down range, and deal so much damage to the squishies, and even the Vanguards too. So that was able to just clean house, and was the difference maker. Maybe that's what Ducky was talking about.
It might be, because it was doing work. That damage boost, we talked about Mantis being a go-to ban for a lot of these teams. The damage boost is a big factor. We've seen Ultron appear a couple times with a little bit of damage boost. It's a big factor. There is a lot of influence when it's coming in, and we've even seen Invis getting a few bans here, VOD. It can have a pretty interesting effect. But speaking of interesting effects, we are going to have a bracket update for you very shortly on the main stage, because we are going to get set up for tomorrow's games. Thank you all very much for watching, and take it away, Cozy, as you set us up for tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, at least we can say for one thing, we were in for a treat today. We were treated as rival fans. Across the board, the result maybe you were expecting, but definitely in dramatic fashion. And that's the reality of it, right? Lights out for one, spotlight for the other, and we have great players, someone like Gargoyle, who we're not going to see at this main stage. It's America EMEA moving forward. Now, if you missed today, let's go ahead and look at that play-in bracket and how we got to all the drama of today. Down sit to the lowers was Iconics, and going against Reject as 100 Thieves and Rad had spectacular fashion, ending in 3 matches. 100 Thieves moving forward. Rad, to the last second. Again, our Cinderella story waited until the pumpkin was about to change, but stamped their way into what is our main stage. And speaking of, let's take a look at it. We've got an awesome main stage. More days to come here live in Los Angeles. Viewers at home, if you've been waiting for the best teams in the world, we've got it all coming for you tomorrow, as it is stacked. We have huge storylines. 100 Thieves going against their captain of previous Intera, and more. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. We appreciate you coming in. You never know what's going to happen. Even Doctor Strange could not predict it. Have a great night, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Los Angeles.